The Rise of America 1620. Hey! Look who's back for more adventures. We love having you here to continue this story that keeps us all awake. Important note, all of this is pure fiction. So don't try any techniques you hear here in real life, your neighbor might call the cops. This amazing novel and all its rights belong to the original author. We're just the ones giving it voice and drama. Are you enjoying the show? Prove it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and leaving that like that motivates us so much. And if you want VIP access to exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting with things you won't find anywhere else. Chapter 301, A Good Idea. How was your day? Just as Lano was heading towards Lisbon, Zhao Hongyu and Wang Shan had already returned to the dock and boarded the battleship. Upon seeing Zhao Hongyu return, Sarah took out a towel and still water to wipe his face. Is Emma asleep yet? Zhao Hongyu asked after washing his face and wiping it with a towel. Sarah nodded. She's asleep. She's quite sleepy right now, Zhao Hongyu smiled. She's still growing, so it's normal for her to be sleepy. Things didn't go well today. Pedro was too wary of me, but I told him before I left that he could come to me if he needed anything. Zhao Hongyu then told Sarah everything that had happened with Pedro that day. You're too impatient. A slow approach would be much more effective. After listening to Zhao Hongyu's story, Sarah shook her head and poked him on the forehead. Zhao Hongyu knew he was being too impatient, but he really couldn't help himself. He'd been in Lisbon for 2 months now, and he couldn't stay there forever. He still had a lot of European adventures ahead of him. So, he wanted to quickly finalize his plans and put them into action. Then, he'd set off for Marseilles, France, where he had a manor waiting to be taken over. And after finishing up his duties in Marseilles, he'd also like to visit Alexandria, Egypt, to experience its charm. Viscount Megan had told him that Alexandria was a fascinating place, with beautiful Arab and African slave women for sale, as well as charming Egyptian beauties. Of course, this was a secret Zhao Hongyu kept close to his heart, one he wouldn't share with Sarah and Emma. You don't know the situation in Portugal. The Portuguese nobles have rebelled before, but they were always suppressed by the Spanish, Sarah said, taking Zhao Hongyu's hand and sitting on the sofa. The captain's bedroom was fully furnished with a comfortable bed, sofa, and handmade Arabian carpets. The candles were extinguished, and from the sofa, he could see the shimmering sea outside through the ship. Although it was already night, the bright moonlight cast a subtle brilliance and mystery. The Portuguese rebelled many times in the early days, but they were all suppressed by Spain. And to lure those who remained dormant, the Spanish even resorted to tactics like yours, luring them out of hiding and then capturing them. Sarah leaned her head against Zhao Hongyu's shoulder, recounting what had happened in Portugal. Zhao Hongyu paused. That's what I was saying. These people are frightened by the Spanish. I understand now. I'd be careful too. Sarah leaned against Zhao Hongyu's shoulder and said, even if nothing like this had happened, it's still right to be cautious. After all, Pedro hasn't known you for long. Why would he trust you? This is perfectly normal, so just be open-minded, Zhao Hongyu shrugged helplessly. What else could he say? Sarah was right, after all. He couldn't expect Pedro to trust him. After all, he and Pedro had only met 3 or 4 times. Any normal person would be wary of his words. It was a perfectly normal reaction. Only a fool or a moron would react in such a way. On a different note, if Pedro had really, as he imagined, immediately engaged in a friendly conversation after he had hinted at that intention, perhaps it would have been his turn to be on guard. Zhao Hongyu chuckled self-deprecatingly at the thought. You men, all you think about is fighting and killing. The empire is already vast. Do you really want to expand it? As Zhao Hongyu pondered, Sarah spoke softly. Yes, Sarah had seen the map of the Song Empire created by Wang Shan, and she knew that its territory was already far larger than any other European nation. Therefore, Sarah believed that governing such a vast empire was already quite strenuous. She couldn't understand why the empire needed to be expanded. In fact, with the existing land area of the empire, they could already live comfortably. My ancestors taught me that if I have the ability and opportunity, I should expand my territory. This is my mission, my duty in this world. Zhao Hongyu turned to look at Sarah. Their eyes met, and Zhao Hongyu's gaze grew deep. Sarah felt as if she were captivated by Zhao Hongyu's deep, dark eyes, unable to extricate herself. Oh, damned little man, my life is ruined by you, Sarah shuddered, a surge of heat running down her abdomen. Zhao Hongyu, of course, was unaware of Sarah's reaction. As you said, this is the difference between us men and women. For us, war and land are the most appealing, while you women prefer peace and quiet. Zhao Hongai raised his hand and touched Sarah's nose, earning a chuckle. That's why men manage external affairs, while women manage domestic matters. That's a twist, but I can't argue with you. Sarah wrinkled her nose like a little girl, looking at Zhao Hongai playfully. Hey, don't worry about it. Once I've muddied the waters in Europe and made it impossible for anyone to escape, I'll seize all of Spain's colonies in Central America. Zhao Hongai extended his right hand, spread out his 5 fingers, and clenched them in the air. Spain will then suffer in silence, because they simply don't have the experience to deal with us. And if the Portuguese agents I support perform well, Spain might not even exist by then, Zhao Hongai said to Sarah with a sly grin. What about the British? I heard that in addition to Virginia, there's now a new British colony, Pennsylvania, between Virginia and Manhattan, Sarah asked. You can take Central America, but it's not easy to have a British colony stuck in the middle. Sarah had seen the map of the Americas made by Wang Shan, so she knew the general situation of European colonies in the Americas. If the army takes it by surprise, the British won't react much. The British aren't the only ones on the sea right now. The Dutch and French are developing their own naval power, and Sweden and the Ottomans aren't far behind. I've analyzed the current naval power situation and made an assessment. Zhao Hongai had never taken the British seriously. Ever since defeating them in the First Golden War, he'd seen the British as a weakling. Besides, Britain wasn't the dominant force at sea at that time. After all, Britain didn't become a dominant force at sea until it defeated Napoleon. While Britain defeated the Spanish fleet, it still had the Dutch and other nations competing against it. The Dutch were already beginning to replace the Spanish in the naval landscape. It's safe to say that the British weren't as powerful as they claimed, having defeated Spain. And facing Britain, which hadn't yet become a dominant force at sea, what was Zhao Hongai worried about? Even if Britain were already a dominant force at sea, he wouldn't be worried. The Atlantic Ocean alone can make many things favorable to Zhao Hongai. Besides, Zhao Hongai still has a plug-in. Even if Britain is very powerful and destroys all his efforts along the coast, Zhao Hongai still has 5 small cities in the Central America that are under development. It can be said that with those 5 small cities, he can still make a comeback in a few years. The British can't deal with him at all. Just launching a guerrilla war in the American jungle can make the British drink a pot. Therefore, Zhao Hongai is not worried that all that is annexation of British colonies will cause too much reaction from Britain. My dear, your idea is very good. Even if we don't consider the British, it is an indisputable fact that the Spanish colonies in Central America still have many warships. The number of imperial warships is much smaller. Sarah raised her other concerns. Since Spain is aiming to expand its interests in Central America, a naval battle is inevitable. With the empire at a massive disadvantage in terms of warship numbers, I'm deeply concerned, Zhao Hongai laughed. I think your concerns are completely unnecessary. The empire can already begin building warships. 10 of these battleships, like the one we're on, will be launched by next spring. As for the Dutch, they'll have 50 ships launched by the end of the year. Sarah curled her lips. Even so, the numbers are still small. The Spanish have over 600 warships in the Caribbean. Although she didn't want to discourage her little man, Sarah had to point out the reality to remind him. Song Hu recently developed a new tactic. Once proven successful, it won't be difficult to destroy the Spanish fleet in the Caribbean, Zhao Hongai said to Sarah, thinking of Song Hu's bizarre plan. It's always better to be cautious. I don't want anything to happen to you. Sometimes people get too aggressive and mess things up, Sarah patiently told Zhao Hongai. Zhao Hongai nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, dear. I'm not the kind of person who's careless. I have a very complete plan for the Caribbean. As long as everything goes smoothly, there's nothing to worry about. Zhao Hongai raised his arm and put his arm around Sarah, saying softly, I don't want to see the future of the empire destroyed. If we fail, the compensation you'll have to pay will be huge, Sarah said seriously, to be continued. Please search Shinewin for better novels and faster updates. Chapter 302 Midnight Conversation. Failure? Zhao Hongai didn't believe his plan would fail. While there might be some setbacks and unexpected developments, as long as he persevered and carried it through, failure was impossible. The reason was simple, European nations were so engrossed in the 30 Years' War that they had no time to worry about what was happening in the Americas. For them, the war on the European mainland was paramount. If the troubles on the European mainland weren't resolved, the continental powers wouldn't have the resources to deal with the Americas. Historically, the American powers had no rivals, allowing them to focus solely on the 30 Years' War. However, the course of history in this era had been completely altered by the inclusion of Zhao Hongyu. Therefore, some deviations were understandable. But generally, these deviations would have no impact on Zhao Hongyu's plan. Furthermore, Britain wasn't that powerful at the time, it only had the foundations in place. Therefore, there was no need to worry too much. As for Spain, the established empire of that era, it was already fading, its days were numbered, and its former glory was no longer there. Zhao Hongyu didn't need to worry about such a half-dead empire. Besides, as long as the Portuguese he supported performed well and caused a little crisis and unrest in mainland Spain, the Spanish colonies in Central America might not be able to recover, and troops would have to be sent back to reinforce the mainland. At that point, Zhao Hongyu's pursuit of the Spanish colonies in Central America would be much smoother. Once he had conquered the Spanish colonies in Central America, the Portuguese rebels and France might even carve up Spain. The vanished Spanish Empire would no longer be able to pursue ownership of the American colonies. Would that legitimize his possession of Central America? All of this was part of Zhao Hongyu's plan. Of course, these plans were just plans, and no one knew what their ultimate outcome would be. Sarah, your concerns are not unfounded. But if we proceed according to my plan, Spain won't cause me any trouble. Who knows, the Spanish Empire might even vanish from the history books, Zhao Hongyu said to Sarah with a sinister smirk. Sarah saw Zhao Hongyu's expression and asked curiously, "Why are you so confident?" "I'm actually a little curious about your plan. If it's convenient, you might as well tell me about it." "Of course, you don't have to, since this is a big deal." Zhao Hongyu kissed Sarah on the cheek affectionately and said, "There's nothing to hide. You're my wife now, aren't you? We share the same fate, and a stronger empire will benefit you." Sarah nodded. Zhao Hongyu continued, "It's simple. I plan to support the Portuguese in their rebellion against the Spanish. After things are settled here, I'll go to France and strike some secret agreement with them to get them to join in the division of Spain." Zhao Hongyu told Sarah his plan. Sarah pondered for a moment, then said, "It's a good plan, but how can you get the French to follow your lead?" Sarah knew Queen Marie all too well. That woman was no easy task, she was incredibly intelligent. It was impossible for her not to see through Zhao Hongyu's plan, so Zhao Hongyu might have to make some sacrifices to impress Marie. Zhao Hongyu smiled and said, "Interests. Ultimately, everything in this world comes down to interests. As long as the benefits I give and France gain are sufficient, France will eventually be moved." Zhao Hongyu, a man from the future, understood these things all too well. Whether it was media reports, online inquiries, or even American blockbusters, this was the essence of international relations. So, Zhao Hongyu knew what he had to do to impress the French. Sarah quietly observed her little man. She felt that Zhao Hongyu at this moment was even more captivating. Sarah's long golden eyelashes fluttered, and her watery eyes revealed a tenderness. "I find that men at this moment are truly strangely captivating," Sarah whispered softly, pressing closer against Zhao Hongyu's body. Zhao Hongyu, grinning, slipped his hand inside Sarah's clothes and began to rub them. "Hate it, don't be so impatient. I'd like to hear how you can impress the French." Sarah raised her hand to press down the hand that was playing tricks on her chest, then said to Zhao Hongyu. Zhao Hongyu calmed himself and replied, "Spain is a formidable enemy to France. If he disappears, the French will be happy to see it. Besides, if Spain is defeated, France could take some of the territory, and the Portuguese rebels could also divide up some. This would benefit both sides," Zhao Hongyu said with a smirk. "Besides, the main force in the war in the Netherlands is the military bloc led by Spain, with some Habsburg nobles and church forces mixed in. The French are their enemy, so the French won't refuse to strike them down." Zhao Hongyu had a more or less general understanding of the situation in Europe. After all, coming from a later era, he had received much more information than people of this era. Of course, this was just a rough outline. Zhao Hongyu couldn't possibly know the detailed information, but even this rough outline was enough for him. Sarah nodded. She knew a little about what Zhao Hongyu had said. Therefore, She felt that what Zhao Hongyu had said was correct. My dear, even if what you say is true, how can you be sure that the French will follow your lead? Queen Marie is a clever woman, and dealing with her is not easy. In response to Sarah's reminder, Zhao Hongyu smiled and said, it all comes down to profit. As long as the profit is sufficient, I can guarantee that she will follow my lead. Zhao Hongyu had great confidence in this aspect. The French would certainly be happy to see Spain defeated. After Spain's collapse, the power of the Church would be suppressed by Protestantism. Even though Mary is a Habsburg, I don't think the Habsburgs are a monolithic entity. They have their own intertwined interests. Sarah chuckled. I don't know what's wrong with your brain. You know so much? And you even have such an assessment of the situation on the European continent. Zhao Hongyu, of course, wouldn't tell Sarah that he was from the future. It was a secret he and his genealogists had to keep forever. So, Zhao Hongyu just laughed it off and let it go. The Netherlands wants to annex and join the Netherlands. Without the threat of Spain, the pressure on the Protestant military bloc will be much less, so the Protestant-led military groups will support me. Zhao Hongyu knew these people all too well. The Dutch colonies in Central America would also help him seize the Spanish colonies, making it easier for him to enter Central America. However, the prerequisite was that the Dutch must ensure that they would accept the Spanish colonies in their entirety, not divide them up. Zhao Hongyu would have to plan carefully for this. While the Netherlands may not be a small nation, their appetites are substantial. Otherwise, the term sea coachman wouldn't have appeared in history. After all, the Dutch were on the verge of dominating the oceans, weren't they? While it might take decades, the Dutch were still a subconscious threat to Zhao Hongyu. Therefore, he didn't want to see them grow. Your judgment is correct. These people would certainly appreciate seeing their enemies weakened. But how can you guarantee that after defeating Spain and the Church, they won't turn their sights on you? Sarah's concerns were not unfounded, and Zhao Hongyu took her warning seriously. Yes, these nations are man-eating beasts. But I won't let them have it easy. I'll muddy the waters. The French have divided Spain, but I'll keep Portugal and France at war, dragging them into the mud of war and making them unable to extricate themselves. Zhao Hongyu spoke to Sarah in a sinister tone, describing his goals and plans. With the French delayed, the situation in the Netherlands becomes unclear. What I most want is to see the fighting escalate, with everyone in the upper echelons dying in the Netherlands. That would be in my best interest. Zhao Hongyu's eyes deepened. Bad guy, I just realized you're the worst of the lot, Sarah said to Zhao Hongyu. I'd rather be a bad guy than a good guy, Zhao Hongyu said to Sarah with a grin. There's a saying in my hometown, good people don't live long, bad people live 1,000 years. It means that good people don't usually live long, while only bad people can live freely and comfortably. Sarah rolled her eyes and said to Zhao Hongyu helplessly, your hometown is really strange, to have such a saying, but I can't say it's wrong. It's true that good people have short reputations, while bad people are always high and mighty, living a comfortable life. That's an indisputable fact. Zhao Hongyu thought to himself, you have not seen the society of the future, that is a more realistic portrayal. The people who are honest are the working people. Those bad guys who got started by improper means, who are high above and ask ordinary people to talk about morality and integrity, are a complete joke. It is precisely because I understand all this and have experienced all this that I don't want to be a good person anymore. Of course, this is between countries. As far as oneself is concerned, some moral standards must be met. Otherwise, that would be scum. Zhao Hongyu doesn't want to be a scum, because he is still a person with flesh and blood and emotions, a living person. There are some bottom lines that he still has to abide by, and he cannot change this. The reason is very simple. This is the difference between humans and animals. The reason why humans are human beings and can become the overlords of the earth is because they have thoughts and the ability to think and distinguish between good and evil. If even this is not possible, then what is the difference between humans and animals? While it's true that many people in the afterlife are willing to become beasts, that doesn't mean Zhao Hongyu is willing to go along with them and become one too. My dear, as your wife, I'll support you no matter what you do. Seeing Zhao Hongyu suddenly fall silent and radiate a less than optimistic aura, Sarah raised her hand and stroked his cheek, softly soothing him. Haha, I'm not a child anymore. Stop coaxing me like one, okay? Zhao Hongyu laughed out loud at Sarah's treatment of him, as if it were a child. Isn't it? You look like a child in terms of age, Sarah winked playfully. Zhao Hongyu's mouth twitched, because what Sarah said was the truth. He had arrived in this era due to a mysterious explosion. He did look like a teenager, that was an undeniable fact. Zhao Hongyu couldn't change that. Oh, really? In that case, I'll show you what happens when you treat me like a child. Zhao Hongyu's childishness was aroused, and he put his hand under Sarah's armpit and began to tickle her. Chuck! Sarah was so amused by Zhao Hongyu that she even fell down. The originally serious conversation suddenly changed its tone. You actually called me a child, huh? Let's see if you can still tell me after we fall on the bed. Zhao Hongyu picked up Sarah, hugged her tightly in his arms, then stood up and walked towards the big bed beside him. Sarah's face flushed red, and she was embarrassed. You are a child, I am not wrong. Isn't Emma also a child in your eyes? Why can't it be your turn now? At such a critical juncture, Sarah was still very stubborn. Zhao Hongyu had a sly smile on his face and did not answer. After walking to the bed, Zhao Hongyu threw Sarah onto the soft big bed. Then he began to take off his clothes, revealing his strong upper body. Be stubborn. I'll let you be stubborn, and see what you can do later. This is a fact you can't change no matter what. Quickly stripping off his clothes, Zhao Hongyu pounced on Sarah and pinned her down, then disarmed her as she struggled. Heavy breathing and the same moans intertwined, filling the room with the rhythm of life. Neither Zhao Hongyu nor Sarah, caught up in their passionate encounter, noticed a small crack in their door. Behind that gap, a small figure, and curious eyes, peered through the crack, watching them. To be continued. Please search Shinewin for better novels and faster updates. Chapter 303 Someone wants to see you, Your Highness. Your Highness, there's a man who calls himself Rano who wants to see you. He says he's a friend of Pedro. The next morning, Zhao Hongyu woke up, washed up, and left his bedroom. He immediately saw Wang Shan waiting outside. Rano? Pedro's friend. Zhao Hongyu was a little puzzled. What did this man called Rano want to see him for? But then, Zhao Hongyu seemed to understand something. Isn't Pedro a member of an underground resistance organization? Perhaps he's relayed what I said to him yesterday to his companions. And this guy called Rano might be a member of that organization, even higher in status than Pedro. Of course, calling a bandit gang like Pedro's a resistance organization is giving them a lot of credit. With their 30-odd men, their style, and their methods, they could only be called a bandit gang. But Zhao Hongyu, for convenience and because of their chivalrous demeanor, treated them as a resistance organization. Yes, that man claimed to be Pedro's friend, Wang Shan said again. Maybe what I said to Pedro yesterday was helpful. This guy might be part of that organization. He came to see me to test my abilities. Zhao Hongyu stepped aside, picked up his clothes, and put them on. Wang Shan lowered his voice and asked, could that man be part of the resistance organization? If so, what do you plan to do, Your Highness? Zhao Hongyu dressed, walked over, and smiled at Wang Shan. I told Pedro that yesterday. Someone came to see me today. Do you think he's part of that organization? As for what I plan to do, of course, I'll tell him the truth. I've cast the bait, and whether they take it or not is the problem. A sly smile spread across Wang Shan's face at this. Well said, Your Highness. Once the bait is cast, the rest is none of our concern. All right. Notify the people outside and that guy named Lano. I'll meet him right away. Zhao Hongyu waved his hand, sending Wang Shan out to make preparations. Your Highness, I'd like to arrange for some genetically engineered guards to come over. After all, we don't know this guy's intentions yet. If he does something unexpected, that wouldn't be good. Wang Shan didn't leave immediately. Instead, he pondered for a moment before speaking to Zhao Hongyu. Zhao Hongyu listened and pondered for a moment. Yes, what he had said to Pedro yesterday clearly told Pedro that he knew their identities and what they had done. Who knows if these somewhat radical individuals might resort to a terrorist attack against him? If this man named Lano who came to see me today had such an intention, then it would be a real disaster. Things like this have to be handled with caution. Therefore, Zhao Hongyu nodded. Well, your concerns are unreasonable. I'm also afraid of death. So, as you suggest, arrange for me to have genetic guards. Seriously. Zhao Hongyu wasn't a superhuman, nor was he made of iron. He was, at heart, just an ordinary person. He had emotions and fears. So, to prevent any mishaps and for the sake of his own life, he followed Wang Shan's advice and increased his security. If this Rano truly had a special purpose, he wouldn't have put himself in such danger. Quickly, 8 burly, powerful genetic guards arrived at Zhao Hongayu's captain's cabin. They stood around him, protecting him. Then, Wang Shan left the cabin and went out to inform Rano to come see Zhao Hongayu. At the berth at the Lisbon harbor, where the sea monarch was anchored, Rano, dressed in plain, worn clothing, stood there, waiting for the warship to report him. After a night of traveling, he finally arrived at the Lisbon dock that morning. A hint of fatigue could be seen on his face, but Rano hid it well, so it was invisible to anyone who looked closely. He was a little nervous. Along the way, he'd been mulling over many possibilities. The American Crown Prince, whom Pedro had met, hadn't said those words for no reason. He must have had some hidden agenda. Was he trying to threaten them? Or reach some kind of agreement? Or perhaps, to leverage their power against a noble? None of these were impossible. Rano saw their small group as nothing more than a gang of thieves. This American prince was likely trying to use them to deal with a noble. As for reaching some kind of agreement with them, Rano considered it completely impossible. They had neither money nor connections, they weren't even on the same level as the other party. Furthermore, Rano didn't believe the group was particularly attractive. In other words, some nobles in Lisbon might have offended the crown prince, and he couldn't resolve the situation himself, so he sought out these bandits. However, Rano was puzzled by the secrecy surrounding his people's actions, so how could the American crown prince know about them? Being able to track them down and find Pedro was quite a feat. Regardless, it seemed the American crown prince harbored no ill will towards them. For this reason, he had to meet him. If he truly harbored ill will, he could simply inform the Spanish authorities in Lisbon about their affairs, and they would be hunted down. Since he didn't seem to have done so, it meant he wasn't the person he'd assumed. But that also meant he had a purpose for them. Rano wasn't stupid, he was far more intelligent than Pedro. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been chosen as the leader of the knights, leading them. But now, he was just sitting here, speculating wildly, speculating about all sorts of possibilities, which was unrealistic. Everything would have to be revealed after meeting the American crown prince. Only then would the truth be known. Just then, Wang Shan appeared. He descended the deck and came ashore, standing before the lost Rano. Mr. Rano, your highness can see you. Please follow me. Following Wang Shan's lead, Rano followed him aboard the Sea Sovereign. Wow! Such a grand sight. Arriving on the deck of the Sea Sovereign, Rano's vision suddenly opened up. The endless cables, the sturdy sailors, and the vast ship's equipment, all of which he had never seen before, were truly breathtaking. The Sea Sovereign was the largest sea vessel of its era, at least. No other sea vessel was larger. Furthermore, the ship incorporated modern technology, such as pulleys, rollers, and other maneuvering techniques, which surely astounded Rano. These subtle features were unavailable on European ships of the era. Standing on the deck of the Sea Monarch was practically no different from standing on land, as it was so spacious. After Rano boarded the Sea Monarch, several genetic soldiers approached. Excuse me, they need to check if you're carrying any weapons. This is to ensure the safety of our prince, Wang Shan said to Rano with an apologetic look on his face. Rano nodded, expressing his understanding, and cooperatively raised his arms, allowing the genetic soldiers to inspect him. The soldiers examined him very carefully. After a long pause, they nodded to Wang Shan, indicating that Rano was unarmed. Only then did Wang Shan reappear and say, I'm so sorry. Perhaps you're not used to this, but it's all for the protection of our crown prince. Please forgive me, as the saying goes, don't hit someone who smiles, especially since Wang Shan kept explaining. Although Rano was certainly upset, he didn't say anything. Besides, Wang Shan wasn't wrong. The crown prince was a man of such stature. It was only right to be cautious and prudent. Furthermore, Rano's background was unknown, and he brazenly asked to meet the crown prince. The crown prince was already giving him a courtesy. A body search wouldn't be a big deal. With that in mind, Rano's annoyance vanished. Please follow me. Your highness is waiting in the captain's room. Wang Shan turned and led the way. Rano took a step, following closely behind. Your highness, Mr. Rano has been brought here. Rano paused outside the captain's room. Wang Shan approached, knocked on the door, and spoke loudly. The door to the captain's room opened, revealing a geneticist. The geneticist assessed Rano, assessing his presence, then stepped aside to clear the door. Come on, Mr. Lano, Wang Shan said, turning back and greeting Lano with a smile. As Wang Shan entered Lano's cabin, he immediately spotted Zhao Hongyu. He's so young. He might even be younger than Pedro. This is Zhao Hongyu, the crown prince of the Song Empire, Wang Shan introduced Lano, then walked over to Zhao Hongyu and stood beside him. Your Highness, this is Mr. Lano, who wishes to see you, to be continued. If you like this work, please vote on kittyN.com or subscribe to the monthly ticket. Your support is my greatest motivation. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 304 Why I Choose Us. Greetings, Your Highness. After Wang Shan finished his introductions, Rano gave a respectful, noble salute. Zhao Hongyu nodded, then said, Sir, you said you were Pedro's friend and wanted to see me. What's the matter? Rano stood still, smiling, and replied, Because of what you said to Pedro yesterday, I have no choice but to come and see you, Your Highness. Interesting, he seemed quite direct. Zhao Hongyu smiled, then just speak directly. We don't need to beat around the bush. That's too much trouble, isn't it? Rano nodded. Indeed, there's no point in being secretive. I've come here to know why, Your Highness, you knew about our situation and said those words to Pedro. Rano had many questions in his mind, and he planned to ask them all. Zhao Hongyu asked, Why, are you confused by my actions? If it were your way, I should have told the Lisbon officials about your affairs and asked them to send law enforcement officers to arrest you. Rano placed his right hand on his lower abdomen and bowed, saying, According to common sense, this is indeed the normal thing to do. However, Your Highness did not do so, and even said some strange things to Pedro, so we are really confused. If it is convenient for you, Your Highness, please help me solve this problem. I would be very grateful. Zhao Hongyu sat behind his desk and looked Rano carefully. With his tattered clothes and shoes that showed his toes, it was clear that Rano's life was not easy. However, Rano behaved very well from the moment he saw him. It could be said that without special training, this would be impossible. Judging from this man named Rano might be a nobleman who had fallen on hard times. Your Highness, the Rano Salal no Steinman family is also a long-standing Portuguese noble family. Originally titled counts, they, like the Pedro family, are a major concern for the Spanish. Wang Shan leaned over and whispered to Zhao Hongyu about Rano's family information. This information had been gathered by Wang Shan and his team over the past few days in Lisbon. It must be said that Wang Shan possesses an incredible talent for intelligence gathering. He possesses information not only on Rano but on all members of the Satellite Knights. While not exhaustive, it's not completely in the dark. Rano, I want to ask you, is your organization, the Satellite Knights, simply about robbing and distributing the loot to the poor? Don't you have higher ideals? After listening to Wang Shan's quiet report, Zhao Hongyu spoke loudly to Rano. Your Highness, I'm just a down-and-out nobleman. This is all I can do with my current abilities. One must have a clear understanding of one's position. Overambitious ambitions are not a good thing, Lano replied. Zhao Hongyu wasn't entirely satisfied with Lano's response. This guy was as slippery as a loach. He really wasn't trustworthy. He didn't have the aura of a king, and it was impossible for anyone to bow down to him the moment they saw him. After sighing inwardly, Zhao Hongyu looked at Lano seriously. The purpose of your knights is excellent, and it embodies the spirit of chivalry. But I don't think you can continue like this. In the end, you'll inevitably be wiped out by the Spanish. Zhao Hongyu said this with great seriousness, and Lano himself acknowledged this in his heart. Your Highness, what can we do? Our abilities are limited. Lano nodded slowly. Zhao Hongyu sat at his desk, looking at Rano and saying, Haven't you ever considered uniting all the Portuguese who have suffered injustice and resisting the Spanish tyranny? Instead of petty banditry, I think an uprising would help more people. After hearing Zhao Hongyu's words, Rano raised his head and looked at Zhao Hongyu, whose eyes sparkled. Your Highness, we have the ability to do so much. We haven't thought about an uprising, but the common people just want a stable life. I don't think they'll join us. Rano answered Zhao Hongyu's question seriously. Besides, if we rebel, how long do you think we can hold out without weapons and food? Rano's remarks were about practical issues the law didn't consider. Indeed, the common people didn't care who ruled the country, they just wanted a stable life with enough food. Only the nobles refused to accept the status quo and yearned to restore their former glory. Therefore, without the support of the masses, attempting to rebel against the Spanish was a joke. Besides, these disgruntled nobles had lost their land and wealth. They simply couldn't organize a decent army to fight the Spanish. Just like Lano had said to Zhao Hongyu, without weapons and food, how could they resist the Spanish? This was a very unrealistic thing. Zhao Hongyu nodded. You see the problem very clearly? That's right, Your Highness. When you said those words to Pedro, you weren't trying to incite him, or us, to resist the Spanish, were you? Lano looked at Zhao Hongyu as if you were an idiot. Zhao Hongyu shrugged. Why not? It depends on whether you have the courage. If I say I will provide you with sophisticated weapons and enough food for you to fight the Spanish, I wonder if you would be interested. What benefits can you get? Lano was no fool. He didn't believe that the crown prince would do a business that would lose money. Zhao Hongyu saw Lano's excitement, so he said, of course, there are many benefits, but they don't conflict with you. Our goal is Spain's Central American colonies, and with my support, you will recover Portugal's territory, and even defeat the Spanish and destroy them. Lano felt that this American crown prince was not only an idiot, but also a madman. How could the Spanish Empire be defeated so easily? How could it be so easy? It sounds easy, but actually doing it is not so easy. Every aspect must be considered. It's simple. Even if they have weapons and food supplies, how many of the lower classes will be willing to rise up in rebellion? That's an unknown number. If the lower classes don't rise up in rebellion, then the plan is a farce. It's really a farce. Spain is different. It has more than a dozen legions, a larger territory, and a larger population than Portugal. All things considered, the plan of this American prince is not so reliable. Don't look at me like an idiot. Nothing can be accomplished without action. Don't jump to conclusions. Zhao Hongyu, annoyed by Lano's gaze, shouted at him. Besides, I'm not asking you to organize a force and rebel against the Spanish right away. Wang Shan then left Zhao Hongyu's side, approached Lano, and said, we have a plan. You can recruit people and incite the Portuguese to rise up against the Spanish. We can also hire a mercenary corps of around 5,000 to support you in your fight against the Spanish. Zhao Hongyu and his team had a complete plan for this, they just lacked someone to support them. Why? Lano asked curiously. It would be a lie to say Lano wasn't tempted. After all, his ancestors were nobles, and now he'd fallen because of the Spanish. Therefore, he held a deep resentment towards the Spanish. If that weren't the case, he wouldn't have secretly organized a knightly order specifically to plunder the Spanish. The members of the Knights generally shared the same ideas and experiences as Lano and Pedro. Pedro had also considered revolting against Spanish rule. Otherwise, he and his companions wouldn't have distributed the loot they looted to the poor peasants. He did this to gain a good reputation, attract more people to join him, and expand his power. Unfortunately, while his approach pleased the poor peasants, who happily accepted the gifts, the lower-class citizens had their own rules of survival. They accepted the gifts, but joining Lano and his men in the robbery was out of the question. Everyone knew that being abandoned meant no future. The Spanish would not let them off the hook. Therefore, Lano's plan wasn't ideal, and his initial ideals gradually faded. However, to maintain his reputation, he had to continue looting and distributing the loot to the poor, even living in poverty to gain support. This had already begun to shake some members of the group, a very bad sign. Meeting Zhao Hongyu today, although he was moved by what he said, it also made him more cautious. He knew that there was no love or hate in this world. Portugal was not a big country, but there were more than just these bandit groups. Why did Zhao Hongyu choose them? Besides, there were organizations that openly opposed Spain, so it was not his turn to be chosen. These were all things that puzzled Lano. If he didn't figure it out, Lano felt that he could not cooperate with this prince from America. To be continued. Please search Shinewin for better novels and faster updates. Chapter 305 I really want to meet His Highness. Lano's reaction showed he was still quite wary of him. However, Zhao Hongyu and Wang Shan were quite understanding of Lano's reaction. After all, if they were to encounter such a thing, they would probably be even more cautious than Lano himself. After thinking about it, the self-like people finally felt relieved. The reason I'm interested in your group is that you know how to distribute the looted property and win the favor of the grassroots people. This is completely different from those organizations that, After obtaining the property, spend it on a life of debauchery. That's why I came to you, Zhao Hongyu openly told Rano why he was interested in them. After hearing what Zhao Hongyu said, Rano curled his lips and whispered, but in the end, don't those people still think we are fools? Zhao Hongyu and Wang Shan exchanged a glance, and Wang Shan then addressed Lano, no, you only saw the surface. You didn't see the most important thing, you've won the hearts of the people. Lano looked up, a little puzzled, a little bewildered, but also as if understanding something. The hearts of the people, Wang Shan nodded. Yes, the hearts of the people. Your actions have won the hearts and goodwill of the grassroots, but you didn't motivate them, which is why this situation has finally occurred. Lano shook his head and asked, what did we do wrong? Honestly, he didn't know what they had done wrong. He had acted exactly like the thieves in those biographical novels, but those who had received the treasure didn't follow him as described in the books. This made Lano really unhappy. Zhao Hongyu sat behind his desk, shook his head, and smiled. Cooperate with us. If you cooperate with us, we will train you and build your momentum. Zhao Hongyu didn't want to tell Lano and his men where they had gone wrong just yet. If we spoke now, wouldn't the chances of cooperation be diminished? How would we cooperate? Rano asked. We'll provide the money and the weapons. We'll also teach you some methods of inciting the people, giving you the capital to fight the Spanish. All you have to do is lead your men to fight the Spanish. I don't think it's that difficult, Rano said. It's difficult. Fighting the Spanish is incredibly difficult for Portugal alone, as you should know. Furthermore, all this depends on your plan going smoothly. None of us know what unexpected events might arise, and this is just a concept. Rano didn't agree, but he didn't refuse either. To be honest, he was already tempted by Zhao Hongyu's words. It was only because he was concerned about Zhao Hongyu's trustworthiness and the feasibility of the plan that Rano didn't answer. He knew some of Zhao Hongyu's plan, and after some thought, Rano felt it was very feasible. Portugal already had a stronghold, and the people had been severely oppressed by the Spanish. If they could gather a few thousand men, they could inflict a heavy blow on the Spanish and achieve a few small victories. Under this influence, more people would join. Besides, didn't the American Crown Prince also say he was providing funds and weapons? With these funds and weapons, even if they ultimately failed, he and his companions could leave Portugal and find a new home. Unless they were truly unlucky and were completely wiped out by the Spanish. What if we fail? At least we can survive now. If we follow your plan, we'll be dead, Lano said to Zhao Hongyu. I chose you because you dared to resist the Spanish, but your words now disappoint me. Zhao Hongyu shook his head in disappointment. Dividing line. Just as Zhao Hongyu and Lano were meeting, the French also received news from Lisbon. The message was simple. The Crown Prince of the American Song Empire had docked in Lisbon and reached some trade agreements with some nobles. This might not have meant much to the common people, but it meant something different to Queen Marie. The Crown Prince of the American Song Empire represents something far more significant. The trade agreements secured from him clearly represent a vast fortune. It's truly unbelievable that such a good opportunity would have been encountered by those ruthless nobles of Lisbon. Does anyone know what commodities this American Crown Prince is trading with these Lisbon nobles? Wang Li asked softly, putting down the letter from Lisbon. The Grand Duke of Orleans was at her side. He replied, according to merchants' inquiries, His Royal Highness the American Crown Prince has reached a sugar trade agreement with a Lisbon Viscount. There are also agreements for the purchase of prisoners. Furthermore, the Viscount has used his power to grant the Crown Prince a piece of wasteland as a concession. In reality, Zhao Hongyu's affairs were far from secret. People in this era lacked a sense of confidentiality. Therefore, the French easily obtained this information. Sugar? Prisoners? Concessions? Queen Marie frowned, puzzled. The Grand Duke of Orleans explained, snow-white sugar. I've never seen anything like it. I have to say that the Viscount is incredibly lucky. He's the distributor of this sugar. It's foreseeable he's destined for great fortune. As he spoke, the Grand Duke of Orleans pulled a small ceramic bottle from his bosom. When he opened the lid, Marie took a look, her eyes fixed on the snow-white sugar. France also has sugar, but it's the grayish, less sweet kind of cane sugar. The appearance alone couldn't compare to this white sugar. One look and you're hooked. Snow-white sugar like this really exists. I didn't believe it when you told me just now, Marie said in amazement, gazing at the ceramic bottle in the Grand Duke's hands. I didn't believe it either, but after seeing it, I can't help but believe it. The Grand Duke of Orleans sighed. This sugar is incredibly sweet. It's worlds apart from the sugar we consume today. There's no comparison. The Duke of Orleans had tasted this kind of sugar, so he had a deep understanding of it. That guy who was the agent for the sugar was really lucky, but we don't have to worry about him now. With such a big deal, I don't think he can hold on for long on his own. Mary knew that such a profitable business, and such good goods, could not be kept by a small viscount. The greedy nobles of Spain alone could make this guy spit out the business. Therefore, Mary would not take such a person seriously. What about the prisoner trade signed between the Crown Prince of America and Lisbon? Queen Mary continued to ask. When the Duke of Orleans saw Queen Mary asking about this, he quickly replied, "Your Majesty, this trade has great benefits." The Duke seemed very excited when he talked about this. His reaction aroused the interest of Queen Mary. "Oh, what are the benefits? You look so excited." The Duke of Orleans smiled, and then said, "There are a lot of bankrupt refugees in Lisbon. They rushed into the city and brought an impact on the city's public security, and these people did evil and made the nobles unsafe. But through this agreement, the troubles of these refugees can be easily solved. You can also make a fortune." Then, he told Mary about the benefits and interests involved. After listening to the Duke of Orleans' story, Queen Mary nodded. "This trade can really be done. You know, we are also troubled by the ruffians in Paris. It is a waste of money to arrest them and put them in jail, but if we don't arrest them, they will affect public security. If we can also sign an agreement with the Crown Prince, I think we can solve this trouble." Mary was certainly aware of the benefits and interests involved. In her opinion, those refugees were the root cause of the unrest. Apart from causing more trouble, they had no benefits at all. However, the Crown Prince from America pointed out a clear way for her. That was to solve these problems while making some money to add funds to the empty treasury. You know, France and Spain are similar now. The government and the royal family also have a large foreign debt. And these debts are all owed to those Jewish businessmen. Lending money to the country and earning interest is something that the Jews have been doing for a long time. And in the process, they have made a lot of profits. Unfortunately, paper money was not popular in this era, and these Jewish businessmen could not control the country's right to issue currency. Otherwise, they would have done so long ago. We can try to contact the Crown Prince. You know, our country also has many criminals and prisoners, as well as refugees and bankrupts. Mary also wanted to do this business with Zhao Hongyu. After all, who doesn't like to make money? We can talk about this matter, but we don't have to go to Lisbon. Because His Royal Highness the Crown Prince might take the initiative to come to France and meet us, the Grand Duke of Orleans said to Queen Marie. Yes, that's true. The widows of Samuel's family are under house arrest in Marseilles. Sarah will definitely let the amorous Crown Prince come to France. In this way, we don't have to go to the trouble of looking for him. We can just sit at home and wait for him. Then tell me, what's going on with that concession? Suddenly, Mary thought that Zhao Hongyu seemed to have set up a concession in Lisbon. A smart woman like Mary couldn't figure out what this concession was used for. It can be said to be a territory, but it doesn't seem like it. Because it is rented, theoretically it should be returned after the expiration, and even the buildings on it should be handed over to herself. This kind of thing is obviously a loss-making business, so Mary couldn't figure out why the Crown Prince of America would do such a thankless task. Could it be that he is really stupid and has a lot of money? Just as she was thinking about it, the Duke of Orleans explained. This matter is actually beneficial to the country that rented the land and the Crown Prince. He would set up exhibitions of goods within the concessions and stockpile large quantities of merchandise for merchants from this country to purchase, thus saving them the tedium of traveling by sea. As the Duke of Orleans explained, Mary gradually understood the concession's public purpose. She had no idea that Zhao Hongyu had deliberately spread this rumor to reassure the European powers. He would never reveal the concession's true purpose. And the rulers of this era, no matter how clever they were, could never fathom this subtle secret. After all, Zhao Hongyu intended to use the concessions as a training ground for 17th-century terrorists and a gathering place for anti-government factions. One could foresee what would happen if opposition groups and radical elements from various countries gathered within the concessions. The concessions, with their independent judiciary and various powers, were completely beyond the control of the various countries, and could even station troops there. No one could control them. Only then would the European powers finally realize the truth. But even if they did, it would be too late. But Marie couldn't possibly know this, and even the nobles of Lisbon couldn't possibly know this. So, step by step, they all fell into Zhao Hongai's trap. I really hope to meet His Royal Highness the Crown Prince of America soon. If possible, I'd like to borrow a large sum from him to pay those Jews. You know, we have a loan coming due, and the Jews are pressing us for payment. Queen Marie turned to the Duke of Orleans and said, "These damn Jews, their greed is endless. We only borrowed 5 million livres, but we've already paid back 7 million livres and haven't even paid it back yet." The Grand Duke of Orleans gritted his teeth when Queen Marie mentioned these things. God have mercy on you. In fact, this amount of money is not a lot of money. As long as you tighten your belt, you can pay it back. It's a pity that the nobles spend too much, and they don't know how to save. So they spend some money on wine and women, which led to the fact that the loan has not been repaid for several years. You know, with an interest rate of 10%, it's only 5.5 million. It's not that difficult to pay back. But Mary used the money to buy luxury goods and never paid it back, which led to the loan never being repaid. And she didn't know how to repent, and actually blamed the mistakes on others. I really don't know what Queen Marie would say if Zhao Hongaiu made the usury of later generations. Chapter 306. Everything is settled. This is the extent of the help I can offer you. As for whether you accept it or not, please give me an answer as soon as possible. The benefits will be immense, and I believe you are fully aware of it, so I will not elaborate further. Zhao Hongaiu and Rano's conversation was nearing its end. Zhao Hongaiu had clearly explained the assistance he could provide to their group. If he still didn't understand, then Zhao Hongaiu had truly made a mistake in choosing him. Rano's heart was filled with a surge of anxiety. How could he not understand the implications of this, providing weapons and funds, and helping them spread propaganda and incite the people to rebel against the Spanish? This had always been his dream. It was just that he lacked the ability to do so at the moment. But according to the Crown Prince from America, with their help, his dream might be realized. Perhaps, he could even drive out the Spanish. By then, Portugal could be restored, and Rano could. It was too early to dwell on this now, so Rano collected his thoughts and calmed himself. Your Highness, you've put so much effort into helping us, but what will you gain? Is it just for Spanish colonies in the Americas? Rano was no fool. If you were to offer such assistance to an organization, he'd likely demand far more stringent terms. Zhao Hongai's terms seemed to him insignificant. Therefore, Rano simply didn't believe them. Trade, tax exemptions, and other conditions are certainly there, but it's too early to discuss them now. Only if you're determined can we sign a secret memorandum or treaty, Zhao Hongaiu said to Rano with a smile. He could see that Rano was moved by his words. The young man had his own ambitions and dreams. Zhao Hongaiu was happy to see them. If someone didn't even have ambitions and dreams, how could he support them? Of course, these ambitions and dreams had to not threaten Zhao Hongaiu's own interests, otherwise Zhao Hongaiu would destroy him. Okay, give me a few days. I need to discuss this with my comrades. After all, I alone have the final say on this matter. Rano stood up and said respectfully to Zhao Hongaiu. Zhao Hongaiu smiled and nodded. Give me an answer as soon as possible. And I have a piece of advice for you. An organization must have someone who has the final say. You can't always consult with your comrades. After all, what you're going to do isn't just looting, but restoring your country. Rano nodded solemnly, taking Zhao Hongaiu's advice to heart. Rano then took his leave. After seeing Rano off, Wang Shan returned. Your Highness, how will the treaty be signed? We've given so much support. If it's not a more stringent one, it would be a real shame for us. Wang Shan solemnly addressed Zhao Hongaiu after returning. As Zhao Hongaiu's confidant, Wang Shan had always felt that Zhao Hongaiu's terms were too generous. If I were to do this, I wouldn't be done until I'd squeezed every last drop out of Portugal. You know, Rano and his men are just some down-and-out nobles, reduced to banditry. If it weren't for their support, their fate wouldn't be much better. And if Rano and his men agreed to accept Zhao Hongaiu's support, then perhaps they'd all become powerful figures with their own territories. So, there's nothing wrong with squeezing them a little. Compared to what Zhao Hongaiu has put in, the benefits they've gained are far greater. Zhao Hongaiu chuckled at this and said to Wang Shan, do you really think I'll let them off so easily? I'm not running a charity. Zhao Hongaiu knew what Wang Shan was upset about, so he didn't care at all. Oh, Your Highness, what are your plans? Wang Shan heard his prince say, and he knew he must have his own plans. He thought, perhaps he was wrong. Zhao Hongyu said, opening ports, opening trade, tax exemptions, and expanding concessions. I definitely want them. Controlling this place means controlling the Mediterranean outlets. Then, we can blockade anyone we dislike. His eyes flickered, a sinister expression on his face. Furthermore, when we annex the Spanish Central American interests in the future, to avoid trouble, Llano and his men, when they accept support, must sign a treaty relinquishing their inheritance of Spanish Central American interests. That way, we'll avoid significant trouble and still have a veneer of legitimacy, right? Wang Shan nodded, acknowledging Zhao Hongyu's thinking. It's impossible to accomplish this relying solely on Llano and his men. Once we've signed a treaty with Llano and provided weapons and ourselves, we'll immediately launch a propaganda campaign to help him rally his forces, and then we'll set sail for France, Zhao Hongyu said after a moment's thought. Your Highness, aren't you going to Madrid? Wang Shan remembered that His Highness had said he was going to Madrid, but now it looked like he wasn't going back. Zhao Hongyu said, no, I'm not going. Spain won't even exist anymore, so why would I go? I can keep the estate in Madrid or not. At worst, I can just expand the concession. Wang Shan thought about it and agreed. What's the point of a tiny estate? The future concession is more interesting, so Madrid doesn't matter. I'm going to France for no other reason than I promised Sarah to bring the widows of the Samuel family out to save them from house arrest. I'm also trying to sign some secret agreements with France to get them to help Rano and the others. Zhao Hongyu explained his plans to Wang Shan. Your Highness, according to your estimate, we'll have to stay in Lisbon for several more months. Wang Shan thought about Zhao Hongyu waiting for Rano and the others' response, asking Ed to promote the products, and overseeing the construction of the concession. All of this would take at least several months. And now, summer has already arrived. Another few months of waiting would mean deep autumn. But there was no way around it. After all, in those days, there weren't as many high-tech gadgets, and communications weren't as advanced, so things couldn't be done quickly. Just a few months, it can't be helped. Zhao Hongyu shrugged helplessly. I'm planning on returning to Manhattan next spring. It was clear he had already made plans for this. Very well, Your Highness. Everything will be as you wish. Seeing Zhao Hongyu's resolve, Wang Shan stopped talking. My dear, you're up so early. Just as their conversation faded, a woman's sweet voice echoed from the bedroom below the captain's cabin. Sarah's already up, so go and have fun. Zhao Hongyu winked at Wang Shan after hearing Sarah's voice. Okay, Your Highness, I'll go check out the construction site in the concession and take a stroll through Lisbon. Honestly, Lisbon these days feels like a royal village from the past. Before leaving, Wang Shan complained to Zhao Hongyu. Zhao Hongyu smiled, then left his desk and walked to the stairs. The attic at the battleship's stern was a stylish design, its interior reminiscent of a modern duplex, with a small spiral staircase leading directly down. The rooms on the first deck served as Zhao Hongyu's office, while the rooms below were bedrooms. This design, it must be said, made the occupants much more comfortable. Honey, I'll be right there. I just had a visitor, and I'm here to take care of some serious business, Zhao Hongyu replied as he descended the stairs. As time passed, Llano and his companions reached a consensus. Everyone believed that agreeing to His Majesty America's request would only benefit them. After all, they were all alone now, weren't they? Furthermore, they all saw that with His Majesty America's support, they might be able to restore their nation in the future. At that point, they could completely escape their current predicament. To say that these people were all selfishly motivated was sheer nonsense. They had gathered together, strictly speaking, to vent their anger. The Spanish had taken everything from them, reducing them from aristocrats to mere paupers. Hence, they resorted to such acts to vent their anger. Now someone offered them an opportunity, promising a future in which they could regain the glory of the nobility and enjoy a life of luxury and debauchery. How could they refuse? After all, they had nothing to lose now. So, no matter what, they wouldn't suffer any loss. Therefore, Rano led his men to Zhao Hongyu and formally signed a mountain of documents. They cared nothing about the terms of the treaty, nor did they care about the potential losses Portugal would suffer if the country truly regained its independence. Such things seemed too far-fetched for them. Their only interest now lay in the weapons and funds provided by the Crown Prince of America. Even within Rano's group, some were secretly considering finding a woman after receiving Zhao Hongyu's financial support. Only Rano and Pedro carefully examined the mountain of documents. Although the documents were somewhat demanding, neither Rano nor Pedro found them difficult to accept. The reason was simple: given their current situation, they were selling something they had no connection to. The assets listed in the documents were now controlled by the Spanish. Furthermore, while they had fantasized about restoring their country, they didn't believe it was actually possible. As a result, they did something they would regret for the rest of their lives. To be continued. Please search for Shinewin for better novels and faster updates. Chapter 307 Product Promotion. Everything was proceeding smoothly, step by step, according to Zhao Hongayu's plan. Lano and his men signed an agreement and treaty with Zhao Hongayu, and immediately began intensive and rigorous training under the guidance of the geneticists assigned by Wang Shan. Indeed, in Wang Shan's opinion, Lano and his men were far too weak. They might be fine as bandits, but they were far from ready for major undertakings. Although he was training them, Wang Shan had no intention of imparting any of the later philosophies and training techniques. He simply trained their physical fitness, allowing them to survive in times of danger. Zhao Hongyu and Wang Shan both believed that it was impossible not to be on guard against these individuals. Despite their current obedience, both Zhao Hongyu and Wang Shan understood that this was due to their different status and position. After defeating the Spanish and restoring Portugal, these individuals, now in high positions and with experience commanding large armies, would maintain this mindset. Therefore, Wang Shan was reserved when training them, so that he could deal with them effectively should they rebel in the future. Meanwhile, Zhao Hongyu secretly obtained 500 Chinese geneticists from the space-time trader, intending to select and retain them as garrison troops in the concession. These geneticists were also to aid Lano and his men. While Lano and his men were training, Zhao Hongyu and Wang Shan had already begun formulating a publicity and recruitment plan. Propaganda was a simple task for Wang Shan and Zhao Hongyu. They could simply learn from the methods used before the founding of the Chinese nation. It would definitely be effective. Therefore, a small gypsy theater group was hired and began rehearsing the plays written by Wang Shan and his staff. The repertoire was simple, the same old routines repeated over and over again. They featured scenes of Spanish lords oppressing the poor, merchants trying to destroy their families, or men and women being bullied. This kind of play was perfect for a rural performance. Surrounding the city with the countryside, this was part of Zhao Hongayu's plan for Lano and his group. Of course, to help Lano and his group gain recognition, some of the plays had to mention Lano's group, the Knights of Saddleless, and they were portrayed as saviors of the poor or rebels. Strictly speaking, this kind of play might seem crude by later generations, but it was considered quite good in its day. The performances were accompanied by songs and dances, and even slogans. Phrases like "I would rather die than not be free," "True love is precious, but love is more precious," "If it's for the sake of love, both can be abandoned," and so on appeared. While it was quite melodramatic and disgusting, Wang Shan believed it would be more effective. Meanwhile, Little Fatty Ed's advertising work also began. For Zhao Hongyu, this was also a major event. After all, it affected the trade and economy of the American continent, and it couldn't be neglected. Besides, in the future, Lano and his men might have to rely on the profits from these goods to fight the war. Zhao Hongyu didn't want to dig out money from his own treasury to deal with Lano's war with the Spanish. If he could use some worthless goods, earned from Europe, to fight this war, that would be perfect, wouldn't it? Especially if he could make money from the Spanish and then use that money to arm troops to fight them back. Aha! Just thinking about it makes me feel very interesting. Therefore, in Lisbon's Central Square, besides the occasional public trials of criminals, there was Little Fatty Ed's daily product display. Take a look, take a look. Don't miss it if you're passing by. This is a popular drink in the Americas. It's delicious with black tea. Little Fatty Ed and several of his employees advertise the product every day in the city's center square. Of course, to support him, Wang Shan also wrote some recruitment and advertising slogans. What Little Fatty Ed was talking about now was written by Wang Shan and handed to him. The main ingredient in the tea shop was black tea, which was the main ingredient. Inside the fat man's stall, a large cauldron sat atop a bucket of milk, keeping it warm. The free tastings attracted a large crowd. How much is this black tea? Soon, some women, drawn to the delicious taste of the tea, began asking for the price. Black tea isn't expensive, much cheaper than green tea. Just 1 silver peso buys a tail. You can pair it with milk and enjoy it for 2 months, Ed explained with a pleasant smile. However, He didn't specify that this was a single serving. If consumed daily, a family of 5 wouldn't be able to enjoy it for that long. 1 silver peso for 1 tael? That's not a bad price, but if you buy black tea, you'll also need milk and sugar. The sugar is a bit pricey. Many women began to back off. After all, these people were ordinary people, earning only 2 or 3 pesos a month doing laundry, mending, or emptying chamber pots. But this milk tea was truly delicious, and even more fragrant when paired with bread. Looking at everyone, you must be having some concerns. I think it's probably because of the sugar and other factors. Little Fatty Ed, having been trained by Wang Shan, could discern the subconscious struggles of the women around him who were eager to buy. Wang Shan had anticipated this, so he taught Ed a solution. Yet, sugar's expensive. We can't afford it, one woman said. You can use honey, nectar, or cheap cane sugar. It doesn't have to be sugar. Sugar is for the nobility. We poor folk can't afford it. But even if we can't afford it, we can still enjoy delicious milk tea and enjoy the mornings and afternoons like the nobility. Following Wang Shan's earlier advice, Ed began his pitch. Beef can be bought in the countryside, it's very cheap. Besides, there are people in the city who go down to the countryside to supply it, so it's not a problem at all. Gradually, the women were persuaded by Ed, especially when Ed mentioned enjoying leisure time in the mornings and afternoons like noble women. The women couldn't contain their excitement. I'll buy a couple of taels, I'll buy a couple of taels too. Behind Ed, a woman in ordinary clothes sat at a simple table. But a faint smile graced her face as she slowly picked up the tea in front of her and took a sip. Well, she's a model, all she has to do is sit here every day, drinking tea and eating bread. The sunlight filtering down from the building, casting a subtle light on her, gave her a slightly more divine air, a mesmerizing quality. Especially when surrounded by a halo, her profile seemed to add even more allure. Of course, the angles the woman posed for were carefully chosen, and her movements and posture were meticulously controlled. Otherwise, how could she easily earn a silver peso a day? Strictly speaking, this was a pornographic advertisement. Look, ordinary people can live like nobility. Why not? Ed kept shouting to the crowd. Look at this lady. Isn't she enjoying the comforts of nobility right now? The people around looked at the woman, then at themselves. Yes, they knew the woman advertising the product. She was just a prostitute on Barker Street. But now, looking at her, she looked like a true aristocrat. If even she could lie like that, why couldn't they? I'll buy 1 or 2, too. Give it to me, I want 1 too. Here, after little Fatty Ed's encouragement, coupled with the excitement of the advertising, the women in the crowd suddenly felt their purchasing power surge. Come and watch over the stall. Don't let anything go wrong. Ed was no longer needed, so he pulled a young man over to take the money and deliver the goods. Then, Ed went to another stall and began explaining the product's uses and their own benefits to the customers. Hey, Ed, what's that? As Ed approached, a scruffy-looking guy in a felt hat, his breath reeking of malodor, leaned halfway out and shouted. Ed stumbled, nearly falling over from the guy's foul breath, before finally catching himself. Oh my god, this guy's breath is terrible. I guess neglecting oral hygiene really is a problem, Ed thought to himself. I used to be like that, too. I never brushed my teeth, and my mouth stunk. If it weren't for a toothbrush and toothpaste, I never would have known that brushing daily could improve my appetite and attract women. Recovering from his thoughts, Ed snatched the toothbrush from the guy and stood on the small platform behind the stall. Seeing Ed standing there, everyone stared at him, waiting for his explanation. This product was strange, just a small stick with a small brush on it. What kind of thing was it? For cleaning toilets? It's too small to be. Is it for washing dishes? Some people even maliciously speculated that this small brush was for brushing chrysanthemums. But in the end, these are just speculations. What exactly this product is, it will ultimately be up to Ed to explain. This product is called a toothbrush, and it's used for brushing teeth. Chapter 308 The Foundation of the Empire. With the arrival of summer, everything in America seems vibrant and full of life. On the west side of Manhattan, a sprawling complex stands, enclosed by a high wall. At the main entrance, a plaque bearing the words Langxiang Technical School in simplified Chinese characters, a playful gesture, hangs upright. Yes, this is Manhattan's training ground for future agricultural and industrial talent, a cradle for future talent in various grassroots sectors. Langxiang Technical School, Renowned in later generations but destined to shine in this era, is a school destined to flourish. Guardhouses are stationed on the wall, one every few hundred meters. This place is heavily guarded and tightly protected. At the gate, soldiers stand at attention. You are the future pillars of our nation. You will contribute your strength in all walks of life and make a difference to our nation. Today, you are Langxiang students. In the future, through your hard work, you will be proud to be a Langxiang student. Inside the wall, people of all ages lined up in neat rows on the large playground. They stared silently ahead, watching the man standing on a platform, holding a simple, loudspeaker-like megaphone, speaking passionately. Those in the front could hear clearly, but those standing further back couldn't. You will be farmers who find wealth in the land, fishermen who catch gold coins through sea trade, and carpenters who find happiness through lumber. But no matter what, remember that you are students of Langxiang. The middle-aged man at the top continued his impassioned speech. Is this the talent that the adults brought back through the space-time trader? After all this time, I think this guy can't even compare to our cafeteria's chef, except for his eloquence. Below, some of the female genealogists, now teachers, whispered to each other. The eloquent person on the platform was the talent Zhang Tai had acquired from the space-time trader through his own authority. It had cost him a fortune to cultivate. But the result was that this supposedly renowned professor from a prestigious university in the virtual Chinese world, after arriving in this era, was completely useless except for his eloquence. This left Zhang Tai and all the geneticists utterly disappointed. Zhang Tai couldn't help but sigh. Professor is just a title. In reality, they're just idiots. However, this guy had managed to become the vice president of Langxiang Technical School thanks to his eloquence. After all, his ability to deceive people was not to be underestimated. However, this arrangement left the geneticists deeply dissatisfied. At the very least, while these teachers weren't highly educated and weren't professors, they imparted practical knowledge to the students. They taught them basic agricultural knowledge, carpentry, cement road construction, mining, and even construction. While that was just basic, useless knowledge, those who attended Langxiang Technical School would definitely become skilled laborers serving Manhattan upon graduation. You have to know that the entire Song Empire is currently undergoing rapid development, and the demand for basic construction personnel is enormous. Therefore, Langxiang Technical School is responsible for providing knowledge and labor to the empire's grassroots construction personnel. Therefore, these genetic teachers are far superior to those who only talk big, hold the title of professor, but are actually knowledgeable and fawning over others. Furthermore, Zhang Tai had spent a considerable amount of money to train this person. Now, looking at this name, it seems like a complete waste. This also made everyone realize that some of China's talents, experts, and professors are just bluffs, and are nothing when it comes to the real thing. So, Zhang Tai saw through it and decided not to cultivate such talent anymore. Even if he did, he would train high school students. At least with a high school education, they would be considered top-notch talent in this world. In short, this incident taught many people a lesson. However, Zhang Tai's attention was not focused on this matter for the time being, and since he had limited funds, he hadn't started. The idiot on the stage continued to talk non-stop, and the teachers were whispering among themselves. The students below also began to chatter. Hey, you're about to graduate, what are you planning on doing? I'm studying agriculture, so after graduation, of course I'm going to find a job as a tenant for a landowner. Being a tenant in the empire is easy, and you get a salary every month. I'm studying navigation, but I have no experience, so I'm trying to get a job on a fishing boat. It's a bit hard, but the pay is good. I heard that the fish on the Manhattan fishing boats sell quickly after every catch. This kind of conversation slowly spread among the students. Manhattan has many job opportunities now, so it's easy to find a job that can support a family. But now, the students at Langxiang Technical School are no longer concerned with providing for their families, but rather with the potential for advancement and development in their profession. They have become very different from before. Of course, those who have such thoughts are those who have obtained citizenship and studied higher technology. Most of the students at Langxiang Technical School were temporary trainees who had come in for a 2-week intensive training program. In the Song Empire, many jobs weren't just for free. First, you needed to master some basic techniques before you could even begin work. Even if you were a road construction worker, you had to understand the ratios of cement, sand, and gravel before joining the construction team. While this was a bit cumbersome, These temporary trainees endured it, given the high salary and the provided food and lodging. And they studied incredibly hard. After all, to encourage these trainees to study, their salaries were tied to their graduation grades. Therefore, each of them was incredibly motivated. After graduation, these trainees would take up various low-level positions within the empire, contributing to its success. For Zhang Tai, this was unavoidable. The Song Empire's development required basic infrastructure, requiring knowledgeable individuals. Genetically engineered individuals were already assigned to various positions, but there weren't enough. Even with the addition of European citizens, it wasn't enough. Furthermore, some of the work was extremely dangerous and involved other issues. Therefore, employing non-imperial citizens became the mainstream. For example, sewer cleaning is not only dirty and exhausting, but also harmful to the body. The toxic gases can corrode the human respiratory system, so this kind of work is done by those European shit, but despite the dirty and tiring nature of the work, it does require some skill. Therefore, some people enrolled in Langxiang Technical School, studied intensively for 2 weeks before taking up the job. Meanwhile, imperial citizens learned more advanced skills and management knowledge. They became low-level managers, overseeing lower-level workers. Their salaries were similar to everyone else's, but they experienced none of the fatigue. This was the main difference. The empire always had to take care of its citizens. That was the primary function of Langxiang Technical School. They trained workers for the empire's basic industries, so the requirements for students were low. A basic skill was sufficient. Langxiang Technical School wouldn't teach anything more advanced, as spreading it would only create trouble for the company. Everyone had a common goal, to monopolize technology. Regardless, Langxiang Technical School graduates were highly sought after in Manhattan. Aside from those taking the intensive training, those already had jobs and signed contracts with various construction sites and teams. Among these trainees, you could see blonde-haired, blue-eyed Europeans as well as Native Americans. This scene was nothing out of the ordinary in Manhattan. Now, I'm going to announce high-paying jobs outside of Manhattan for this class. Those interested can apply by contacting their respective class teachers. The man on the stage pulled a piece of paper from his pocket, glanced at it, and announced loudly. Yes, right now, we need these basic talents in Quebec, Ontario City, and 5 other cities. To attract this talent, Langxiang Technical School has put out a list of available jobs for the citizens, along with local salaries. Some prefer high salaries, others prefer to be close to home. The choice is up to them. Those taking the intensive training looked at the citizens with envy, knowing that their future prospects would be far better than theirs. Unsurprisingly, the highest salaries were offered in Mississippi City, built near the middle of the Mississippi River. This was because it was furthest from Manhattan. Urban development was just beginning, and frequent wars between Indian tribes there made it extremely unsafe. Therefore, working there offered the highest salaries, but also the greatest dangers. Even so, it attracted many courageous individuals. The village chief there offered incredibly attractive salaries, promising opportunities for government service. Therefore, the allure of high salaries and government service quickly overshadowed the dangers. The playground at Langxiang Technical School was bustling with activity, as students flocked to their teachers to inquire about their studies. Today was their graduation day. They had been studying there for 6 months, and were excited to see how things would turn out. Sir, the first class of Langxiang Technical School has graduated and will soon be starting their respective jobs. But I think 6 months is a bit too short a period of study. Zhang Tai was sitting in the principal's office in the Langxiang Technical School building, peering through the window at the grassy field. Behind him, a young secretary spoke up. Zhang Tai shook his head. This isn't a school we run to teach elementary school knowledge. 6 months is more than enough to train a qualified management staff. Remember, our elementary schools are only 3 years long, middle schools are 2 years long, and high schools are 1 year long. The secretary couldn't help but laugh after hearing Zhang Tai's words. What are you laughing at? Zhang Tai asked, glancing back at the secretary. The secretary suppressed her laughter and said to Zhang Tai, Sir, elementary school was originally 6 years, but now you've split it into elementary, middle, and high school. That's a bit outrageous. Indeed, Zhang Tai's approach meant that after graduating from 6 years of study, their high school knowledge would be nothing more than elementary school knowledge compared to what people in later generations would know. However, Zhang Tai disagreed. He told the secretary, completing elementary school is already quite good. 6 years of elementary school knowledge in later generations is a considerable amount of knowledge today, the secretary agreed with Zhang Tai's words. Isn't it true? In an era of widespread illiteracy, a 6th grade elementary school student's knowledge in later generations essentially qualifies as a highly educated person. In the East, it'd barely be comparable to a scholar. Of course, this doesn't mean that any elementary school student could become a scholar. After all, 8-legged essays aren't something ordinary people can master. It refers to cultural knowledge and understanding. Even scholars couldn't possibly learn as much as a modern elementary school student in 6 years. Except for Manhattan, Ontario, and Quebec, the other 5 village heads assigned authority are developing their respective cities. However, the situation in Mississippi is more complicated. I hear there's fierce fighting among the Indian tribes. Zhang Tai changed the subject and mentioned the situation in Mississippi. His brow furrowed slightly, a hint of concern about the situation there. While the genetically modified village head developing there also had authority, his time there was too short, and trade had been affected by the war. He should have a monthly spending quota of 1 billion, but his spending power only reached tens of millions. Clearly, the village chief wasn't making much money over there. Sir, do you need our help? It's not going to work this way. If anything happens to him, it'll affect the empire's control over the Mississippi River region, the secretary said to Zhang Tai after a moment's thought. Zhang Tai half closed his eyes, his fingers drumming on the table. To say we control the Mississippi River region is nonsense. Even though the empire's map includes the land there, aside from our absolute control over Quebec, Lake Ontario, and the land near Manhattan, we haven't yet achieved complete control over the other 5 regions. For Zhang Tai, a high-ranking official like him, the issue is perfectly clear, unlike the lower-level geneticists. Chapter 309, Good Momentum. With the arrival of the scorching summer heat, Zhao Hongaiu's genetarians, far away in Lisbon, Europe, had all changed their attire. Green shorts and blue and white sailor shirts were already on, the attire of the crew. Zhao Hongaiu's 800 genetarians in the guards wore old-fashioned green Chinese military uniforms, reminiscent of the 1960s. After all, wearing those thick, tarpaulin-like uniforms at this time of summer could easily lead to a rash, and Zhao Hongaiu didn't want to expose his men to such a situation. The people of Lisbon were always curious about the attire of those from the Americas. They would often come to the docks to observe them, then return home with gossip. This was because these Americans were very different from them. First, they had black hair, dark eyes, and clean skin, unlike the grimy men of Lisbon. It was precisely because of this that these American men were so attractive to the women of Lisbon. All day and night, numerous women loitered near the docks where the battleships were anchored. Everyone knew what these women were thinking, but no one was willing to speak out. Most importantly, these Americans had white teeth, which made them look very pleasant. According to those who had interacted with them, they didn't have bad breath. Their breath was fragrant and inviting. Unlike the locals, whose breath could make you swoon. It was precisely for this reason that these women were eager to get close to the Americans. Unfortunately, none of them succeeded. The Americans wouldn't even blink, much to their dismay. Of course, the Americans were wealthy, a fact recognized by everyone in Lisbon. A soldier's monthly salary was 12 dragon dollars, equivalent to 36 silver pesos. That amount could buy a cow. That was just a month's salary. It was said that during wartime, it could triple. Compared to the soldiers of the American Empire, the soldiers in Lisbon felt like beggars. But they were soldiers of the Song Empire, while they were merely soldiers of Portugal under Spanish control. There was no comparison. Therefore, they could only watch enviously as the American soldiers wandered the city on their days off, spending lavishly. Many wondered if they could earn as much money as they did in America. It must be said that the arrival of the Americans in Lisbon, within a few months, had profoundly changed their mindsets and perspectives. Furthermore, American goods were slowly finding their way into the lives of ordinary Lisbon residents. Black tea, of course, was becoming a staple for breakfast or afternoon tea. Milk and low-quality sugar were readily available to ordinary residents, while the nobility preferred white sugar. Consequently, this made Fatty Ed and Viscount Megan a fortune. White sugar and black tea are now considered hot commodities, selling in huge quantities every day. However, white sugar is different from black tea because its supply is limited, resulting in an extremely high price. Black tea, however, is different. Zhao Hongaiu ordered Ed to adopt a low-end, mass-market approach, relying on small profits but quick turnover to expand its reach. Even with the small profits of black tea, the profit margins are still staggering. Little Fatty Ed, however, was unaware of this, so he took it seriously. 1 silver peso for 1 ounce of black tea. There's no other tea in the world so cheap. Furthermore, black tea is known to be very beneficial for the stomach. And if it's not paired with milk or sugar, black tea tastes delicious even when steeped alone, so it quickly became a hit in Lisbon. Besides black tea, toothpaste and toothbrushes also sold well, thanks to the fresh breath of people with American genes, attracting countless women. This prompted the young and old men of Lisbon, unwilling to be left behind, to bite the bullet and buy some to use. After all, they wanted to attract women, didn't they? After using this toothpaste, it had indeed helped his daily dry mouth, and his previously pungent breath had become much less pungent. Unfortunately, due to the aging population's long-term lack of brushing, their teeth had deteriorated, so the toothpaste's effectiveness was minimal. Regardless, the refreshing minty scent truly captivated users. Fortunately, Ed had warned buyers not to ingest the toothpaste, as it could cause adverse reactions. Otherwise, those European idiots might actually swallow a few mouthfuls of toothpaste. If toothpaste sells well, toothbrushes will also sell well, that goes without saying. However, toothpaste is the most profitable product compared to toothbrushes. As long as he could cultivate the habit of brushing among these Europeans, Zhao Hongyu could make money for years. It truly was a steady stream, wasn't it? And it would have taken Europeans at least 100 years to master toothpaste technology. Therefore, Zhao Hongyu could monopolize the toothpaste industry for 100 years. Once the Europeans invented toothpaste, Zhao Hongyu could completely crush them. With all sorts of fruit-flavored toothpaste, Europeans would be craving it. If this momentum continued until the end of the 20th century, Zhao Hongyu would undoubtedly be a tycoon. Why? Because of monopoly. While toothpaste might not seem like a big deal, once you have a monopoly, things become much more complex. To conceal his identity, Zhao Hongyu packaged the toothpaste not in the soft plastic packaging of modern times, but in a small wooden box. While this increased costs, it prevented anyone from spotting the flaw. It was a one-of-a-kind business, and Zhao Hongyu loved it the most. Because there was no competition. Right now, it was just Lisbon. Once this toothbrushing habit spread worldwide, Zhao Hongyu would be making a killing. Habits, after all, can be cultivated. At least, judging by the reaction in Lisbon, the momentum was quite good. The nobility are also very fond of toothpaste now, as they can buy it as a gift for their lovers. This way, when there were intimacy, being surrounded by fresh breath is always better than smelling foul odor. In short, the nobility are now the main consumer of Zhao Hongyu's products, and they have also influenced some of the common people. After all, it's still just the beginning, and expecting everyone to accept and become accustomed to these products in a short period of time is unrealistic. Therefore, Zhao Hongyu established a promotional department and appointed Little Fatty Ted to head it. Products need to be advertised, letting everyone know what they can do and what changes and benefits they can bring. Once everyone understands the product, they will be willing to buy it. It's simple, direct, and effective. At least, in Little Fatty Ed's opinion, this approach is a good one. Lisbon isn't yet saturated, and the promotion has only been going on for a month. According to Little Fatty Ed's analysis, it will take at least 5 months to fully roll out the product in Lisbon. Therefore, Zhao Hongyu suggested that Little Fatty recruit some people, provide some basic training, and then move on to the next city. As Zhao Hongyu, he merely offered some suggestions, leaving the actual implementation up to Fatty Ed. Otherwise, why would Zhao Hongyu hire him? To save him this trouble, wasn't it? Fatty Ed knew this, so he poured all his energy into the product's promotion. He even came up with a few slogans. American toothpaste, enjoy the taste of America. While the slogan wasn't great, it was decent for the 17th century. Besides the black tea and toothpaste, Zhao Hongyu also gave Fatty Ed his intestinal worm clear to promote and deworm Europeans. Fatty Ed had personally used the product, and as a product promoter, Zhao Hongyu required him to personally experience each product to understand its effectiveness and benefits. Fatty Ed kept these words in mind. After successfully eliminating 4 worms, Fatty Ed considered the intestinal worm clear a miracle cure. Back then, he couldn't believe there were worms in his stomach. But faced with the ironclad facts, he had no choice but to accept. And so, in Lisbon's central square, Fatty Ed's stall added a new product, American worm removal. Initially, Fatty Ed's sales were slow. No one believed his claims. No one believed worms could grow in the human body. So, everyone thought Fatty Ed was just bragging. But Fatty Ed couldn't just take off his pants and take the medicine to get rid of the worms. Besides, the worms in his stomach had already been expelled. So, to convince everyone, he asked the crowd to choose a child and have them take the medicine. Finally, a 10-year-old boy was chosen as the experimenter. Fatty even promised the crowd that if the medicine didn't work, he would give the child 30 silver pesos as compensation. Finally, the child sat on a makeshift commode made from a wooden barrel, and after a few spluttering noises, the result stunned everyone. Enduring a stench, 6 long, fat worms were picked out by Fatty Ed with a wooden stick. Everyone was shocked by this ironclad fact. They couldn't believe that worms could actually grow in the human body. The thought was terrifying. Intestinal Worm Clear, sold out, to be continued. Please search SYNOPSIS for better novels and faster updates. Chapter 310. Someone asked to be an agent. Zhao Hongayu's purchase of intestine worm clear in Lisbon didn't necessarily have good intentions. He believed that Europeans would be better off healthy and eventually serve him, rather than suffering from malnutrition and stomach worms. After all, the Lisbon concession was already under construction, and he would undoubtedly use it to buy up a large amount of raw materials from Europe, creating a false impression of prosperity for the Europeans. After collecting these raw materials, he would process them within the concession and then resell them to Europe. To achieve this, the merchants who had increased taxes and made a profit would undoubtedly speak well of him. Also, with money, he could continue to support opposition groups in various countries and oppose their governments, right? Therefore, he needed Europeans to be healthy. The emergence of intestine worm clear immediately overshadowed all other products, and its popularity surged. The reason was simple: whenever people thought of having stomach worms, they felt terrified. Therefore, even the poorest families would buy intestine worm clear to take home and take it, feeling at ease after eliminating the worms in their bodies. Of course, the price of the deworming pills given to Fatty Ed was not expensive, just 2 silver pesos for 5 tablets. To the user, this was incredibly cheap. An absolutely reasonable price. Remember, in those days, confessing to a priest in church would require a donation of over 10 silver pesos. Normally, deworming pills would eliminate the worms and prevent their recurrence. However, considering the hygiene practices and customs of the time, as well as Zhao Hongayu's sinister intentions, he had encouraged everyone to take 2 tablets as a preventative measure. Unsurprisingly, from then on, almost everyone in Europe used deworming pills as food, crushing a tablet and mixing it with their meals. This habit lasted for 200 years. It wasn't until 1880 that some criticized and condemned this practice, believing the Song Empire was treating them like fools. However, by then, the Song Empire had already ruled the entire globe, and the accusations of someone in a European county were of little concern. The goods in Lisbon attracted many merchants. The merchandise here differs from that of the American continent. Manhattan typically imports porcelain, grain, and 13 spices, but here they have sugar, toothpaste, and intestinal worm medicine. Consequently, some merchant ships bound for the Americas have been diverted. However, not many people are aware of the merchandise available in Lisbon. Therefore, the port hasn't been overwhelmed yet, but now that such a trend has emerged, Viscount Megan has a love-hate relationship with him. He loves it because with more merchant ships, berthing fees at the port will increase, and so will the financial contributions to Madrid. This proves his ability as an administrator. He'll definitely receive an excellent grade in the assessment. However, he also feels a deep resentful of his own foolishness in allocating that wasteland to Zhao Hongayu. This has now prevented him from expanding the port, as the land for expansion has become Zhao Hongayu's concession. It's foreseeable that as Lisbon prospers, Zhao Hongayu's imperial concession port will undoubtedly see more ships docking. By then, the annual berthing fees alone will be substantial. Each ship also has a crew of 100 or 200 sailors. Their shore spending boosts consumption and the local entertainment industry, allowing locals to earn money and live peacefully. Loading and unloading cargo at the docks also requires a large workforce, providing numerous local jobs. But now, most of these benefits are going to Zhao Hongayu. Even if Megan resented him, it was useless. He had already signed the agreement with Zhao Hongayu. Moreover, Lisbon's transformation was inextricably linked to this American prince. It could be said that Lisbon's current prosperity was entirely due to the Crown Prince. If you were to be displeased and forced to leave, Lisbon would return to its former state. Even an idiot would know this. Therefore, Viscount Megan only blamed himself for this matter. He hated his own lack of foresight and foresight, which had led to this situation. But he dared not show any dissatisfaction with Zhao Hongyu. He truly dared not. His sugar trade was now thriving, making him a fortune. Many nobles wrote to him, or sent others to ask for sugar from him. This instantly made Viscount Megan a figure of great prestige and status within the aristocratic community. All of this was brought to him by the Crown Prince of America. So, how could he dare to offend the Crown Prince? You have to understand that the sugar trade agreement he had with Zhao Hongyu was for a year. If he displeased Zhao Hongyu and he didn't give him sugar the following year, wouldn't that ruin everything? Megan knew with his ass that even though many nobles were fawning over him, if they knew the agreement between him and Zhao Hongyu was for a year, they would definitely abandon themselves and approach Zhao Hongyu to seize the benefits that belonged to them. It was precisely because of this that Megan was extremely respectful to Zhao Hongyu, almost wishing he would wipe Zhao Hongyu's butt when he went to the toilet. This also made Zhao Hongyu feel sincere about the nobles of this era. Your Highness, our sales have been booming lately. The intestinal worm clearing product is already sold out, and toothpaste sales have increased 300%, from 30 boxes a day to 100. Black tea is also selling well, reaching 300 kilograms a day. Even merchants and nobles from nearby cities have approached me to discuss agency partnerships. That day, Fatty Ed didn't go to the central square, but instead met with Zhao Hongyu to give a work summary report. After listening to Fatty Ed's summary, Zhao Hongyu paused and said, "Your Highness, you'll make your own decisions on these matters. After all, you're the full-powered European expansion manager for Imperial products. There are some things you don't need to ask me for oversight, Your Highness. I can't overstep my bounds like that." Fatty Ed was deeply touched by Zhao Hongyu's trust, but he also spoke his mind. In this day and age, someone like Fatty was at best a waiter. The true boss was Zhao Hongyu. Fatty had a clear understanding of his role. Sighing inwardly, Zhao Hongyu felt that the perspectives of people in this era were sometimes truly unfavorable. "I'm still in Lisbon now, but what if I leave? You know, I can't stay here forever. So you must show your strength and take charge of this matter for me." Zhao Hongyu's words made little Fatty Ed shudder. "Okay, let's put that aside for now. Let me talk about the merchants in the surrounding cities who want the agency rights," Zhao Hongyu said. Little Fatty Ed's expression straightened, becoming serious. When it came to serious matters, the little fat man became extremely serious, which was his strength. But Zhao Hongyu found this somewhat unbearable. However, he couldn't say anything. After all, he didn't want to disappoint the little fat man. "Your Highness, what do you mean?" Zhao Hongyu thought for a moment and said, "Of course, the profits we can make from sales in just Lisbon are small. If we could expand to other cities, we would definitely make a lot more. This would also be a huge benefit to you. After all, the more goods you sell, the more profit you get. Don't forget, you're the one who gets the commission." The little fat man chuckled and nodded. Yes, just as Zhao Hongyu had said, the fat boy's salary wasn't high. But he received a dividend of 1/10,000th of the net profit from the merchandise, a significant sum. The fat boy had calculated that, based on current sales, he wouldn't see much profit for now, just a meager salary. But once the merchandise spread throughout Europe and then expanded to Africa, Egypt, and other places, the potential for profit would be staggering. Others might not know, but the fat boy, having sold so much American merchandise, knew it all too well. While the merchandise was scarce right now, it was in high demand, and the market was growing. This month alone, sales had already reached over 300,000 pesos. What a remarkable sum. In addition to his 30 peso monthly salary, he also received a 30 peso dividend, totaling 60 pesos. These 60 pesos were more than enough for him to live comfortably and support his elderly mother. He could even afford 2 servants to care for her at home. You know, hiring a servant in Lisbon, including food and lodging, only costs 5 pesos a month. And that's just Lisbon, whose consumption potential hasn't been fully tapped. According to the fat man's own estimates, Lisbon's consumption potential is at least 700,000 to 800,000 pesos a month, which is double the amount. If the goods could be exported to other markets, one city or two, he could get 70 or 80 pesos in dividends per city alone. If there were 10 cities, that would be 700 to 800 pesos. There are at least 100 major cities in Europe, Arabia, and Africa combined. So, his monthly commission would be 7,000 to 8,000 pesos. These dividends would be enough for him to live a life comparable to that of a count, with a large staff to serve him. He'd even have enough left over for another mistress. Let's cooperate with him. Lisbon will be your wholesale center, and we'll provide them with goods at 95% of the market price. After all, transporting the goods costs money, right? Zhao Hongai replied. Fatty Ed was overjoyed. To be continued. If you like this work, please vote or subscribe to Kidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 311 Preparing to Leave Lisbon. Things in Lisbon were progressing smoothly. With Zhao Hongayu's decision in hand, little Fatty Ed began contacting the merchants. According to Zhao Hongayu, Ed would select individuals of suitable status and position from among them and assign them to represent the sales rights for their respective cities' goods. Zhao Hongayu's reasoning was that he wanted to establish a network of interests within the empire through these individuals. In the event of any problems, these influential individuals in their respective cities could also provide assistance to the empire. For the money, they would surely accept. Everything must be based on mutual interests, right? This was exactly what Zhao Hongyu intended. Wang Shan fully agreed, but little Fatty Ed was the only one confused. However, he dismissed the matter. He felt that following the Crown Prince's instructions was a surefire way to go. Moreover, the distribution of goods to another city would also benefit him personally. Therefore, little Fatty Ed worked tirelessly. Soon, a dozen merchants were selected, and little Fatty Ed signed an agreement with them. Picking up the agreement, the merchants examined it, their curiosity and confusion swirling around some of the clauses. Ed, it says here that the products we represent can only be sold in specific cities. What does that mean? Can't we sell to the east, or even further afield? Everyone was deeply puzzled by this clause. Ed explained, Gentlemen, you're signing this agreement to represent the products of your respective cities. This clause is included to prevent unhealthy competition. You should know that agents will be selected for the other cities in the countries you represent. That's too much trouble. I can represent them all, right? That's right, that's too much trouble. Suddenly, the crowd erupted in shouting. Gentlemen, don't you think earning so much money alone will lead to resentment? You know, the products you represent will bring you immense wealth. Little Fatty Ed looked at everyone intently and spoke. He'd learned these words from Wang Shan, and now he was applying them effectively. We're doing this to avoid any trouble for you. You know, too much wealth will attract greedy wolves, and it could even lead to your family's destruction. I'm not exaggerating. Everyone fell silent after hearing Ed's words. They were no well-traveled merchants, and they had seen and heard many such incidents. Merchants were often falsely accused of crimes, their property confiscated, and their families exterminated. They were like sheep kept by the nobility or the church, to be slaughtered when they were fat. It was true, little Fatty Ed was absolutely right. Seeing the silence, little Fatty continued, Look, once the agents in other cities are selected, you'll have a partner in your own country with shared interests. This will always be better than going it alone. If you really encounter someone who wants to harm you, your partners in other cities will be able to provide assistance, right? Little Fatty Ed counseled, and everyone fell into deep thought. This companion shares your interests. If you're being persecuted, he'll surely be next. It's only natural that he will stand by you against those who seek to seize your wealth, right? It's much better than going it alone, wielding immense wealth but being treated like a sheep by some. Not only did these people find this to be plausible, but even Fatty Ed found it increasingly plausible. Indeed, every city in a country has an agent. So, if these merchants unite, they could form a considerable force within the country. Therefore, if countries wish to target these merchants, they'll have to think carefully. Furthermore, these merchants have intricate ties to the nobility, some even having aristocratic backgrounds. Haha, is this Crown Prince of America a genius? If all these people become interested in him, one can't imagine the future influence the empire will have on the European continent. However, this didn't concern Fatty Ed much. He wasn't particularly concerned with the issue. What he cared about was getting more cities to join. so he could earn more money to support his mother. At this point, one of them nodded and said, "Yes, that's a great idea. I agree to sign this document. No matter how much money I make on my own, I still have to worry about being targeted. If anything goes wrong, it's nice to have my companions to look after me. Besides, we can form a huge network of relationships. Maybe we can become the largest chamber of commerce in the future." Haha. This person's mind raced, and something clicked. His words resonated with others. Soon, everyone signed a document, becoming agents for a specific city. Fatty Ed looked at them seriously and said, "Because we're still so few, when we have more, each of your countries will become a chamber of commerce for Umbrella Corporation's European agents. This will not only allow all the agents to meet and get to know each other, but it will also bring you together." Everyone nodded in agreement. "Finally, His Highness will supply you with goods at 95% of the market price. That's one of the benefits of being an agent, right?" "Oh wow." The agents erupted in excitement after hearing little Fatty Ed's words. 95% of the purchase price, they were essentially making a profit out of nothing. As a businessman, how could he not be happy? Looking at these happy merchants, little Fatty Ed also smiled. He wasn't happy for them, but for himself. 17 people were becoming agents this time, meaning he'd have to train agents to enter 17 cities. Once the products were in those cities, his commissions would multiply 17-fold. So, how could little Fatty not be happy? Oh no. They needed to train agents quickly. These products needed promotion, otherwise it would take forever for the general public to accept them. Mr. Ed, the contract says you'll be responsible for all product promotion and advertising. Is that true? At that moment, a middle-aged red-haired man approached Ed and asked. Ed took one look at him and recognized him as a Polish merchant. He nodded and replied, "Yes, as the merchandise distributor for the American Umbrella Company, our job is to serve our agents and relieve them of the hassle of selling their merchandise." What thoughtful service. We never imagined the American Empire's Umbrella Company would be so thoughtful of its agents. If this partnership is successful, I'm sure I'll be the distributor for all American merchandise in the future. The Polish merchant sincerely exclaimed to Ed. While the chubby Ed was dealing with these would-be merchants, Zhao Hongyu and Wang Shan were conversing on the battleship. "Wang Shan, I'm planning to leave Lisbon, Your Highness. The concession here isn't finished yet. And the Knights of Lano and Pedro are still in training. If you leave like this, what will happen?" Wang Shan warned, seeing that Zhao Hongyu was truly determined to leave Lisbon. Zhao Hongyu shook his head. "No, you left 500 geneticists here, and the military barracks in the concession are almost complete. They can just move in. As for the other buildings, I don't need to keep an eye on them." Zhao Hongyu didn't think he'd be of much use staying here any longer. With so much on track now, it didn't matter whether he was there or not. These 500 geneticists can handle many emergencies and safeguard the interests of our concession. We've almost finalized the agency deal with Fatty Ed, so I don't think there will be any major problems. As long as he follows the path we've set for him, there won't be any deviations. As for Lano and Pedro, their training is sufficient. We're not asking them to be military kings. The main thing is to teach them how to incite the people and foster hatred against the Spanish. After Zhao Hongyu finished speaking, Wang Shan pondered and concluded that this was indeed the case. With so much on track now, there was no point in them staying in Lisbon any longer. Fatty Ed is overseeing the trade, and the concession is guarded by 500 geneticists. If Pedro and Rano need help, they can turn to the geneticists for assistance. If they're short on funds, Ed can withdraw funds, and the accounts are managed by the geneticists. There won't be any problems. Therefore, Zhao Hongyu's move won't cause any problems. Besides, they've been in Lisbon for a few months now, originally planning to travel around Europe. At this rate, it'll take years. We're almost there. We still have to go to France to rescue the widows of the Samuel family and negotiate with the French about the division of Spain. We also need to hire some Swiss and German mercenaries and have them come to Lisbon to join Rano and the others. These things take time, don't they? Zhao Hongyu said to Wang Shan. Once we've accomplished these things, I think Lano and Pedro will have done almost as well. We can then raise our flag and lead a resistance against the Spanish. Zhao Hongyu calculated the time and figured Lano and Pedro would be almost there by the time he finished. Wang Shan thought about it and nodded. Okay, Your Highness, he said. So, when do we leave? Zhao Hongyu said. 3 days. I still need to give instructions to Lano, Pedro, and Ed and the others. Get ready now. We'll leave in 3 days. Wang Shan agreed and passed on the order. After receiving the order, the genets all got busy. Emma and Sarah had different reactions when they learned of Zhao Hongayu's plan. Ed told Zhao Hongyu that he had wanted to leave a long time ago because it was completely boring. Not only was the city stinking, but the people were also unfriendly. She was delighted. Sarah, unlike Emma, shared Wang Shan's concerns. Chaos would reign after Zhao Hongyu left. Zhao Hongyu's explanation finally put Sarah at ease. However, Sarah was also concerned, as she still harbored a deep shadow over France and Queen Marie. She wasn't sure she could actually rescue the widows of Samuel's family. Queen Marie was no fool. She knew holding these hostages would deter Sarah from any rash action. This would also indirectly make Zhao Hongyu wary of any wrongdoing. However, Zhao Hongyu was confident he could offer enough incentives to persuade Queen Marie to release the widows. The promise of American goods and a share of the Spanish Empire's territory would surely tempt Queen Marie. As long as she wasn't a fool or an idiot, she would know the right course of action. Furthermore, using a few widows to threaten Zhao Hongyu was underestimating him. He was connected to Sarah and had a soft spot for her. But anyone who thought that Zhao Hongyu wouldn't do anything because of this was completely wrong. Zhao Hongyu had nothing to do with the widows of the Samuel family, so what did their lives have to do with him? Mary couldn't control Zhao Hongyu with such tactics. When the moment came, Zhao Hongyu would do what he was supposed to do, nothing would change. It just wasn't that far yet. And Zhao Hongyu really didn't want to upset Sarah, so he decided to talk to Mary. If he could take the widows away, that would be great. If he couldn't, Zhao Hongyu wouldn't be in any trouble. But Zhao Hongyu remained optimistic. The mere thought of dividing Spain was enough to tempt Mary. After all, Spain had always been a major concern for France. If Spain could be eliminated, Mary wouldn't care about a few widows, nor would she offend him over them causing trouble for him. Politicians should be able to weigh the pros and cons. They should know what would be best for her and France. Therefore, Zhao Hongyu was certain that he could deal with the French regent. Chapter 312 Sailing to the Mediterranean. Now that things are back on track here, I'll be leaving for a while. Everything else is in your hands, so be sure to proceed with caution. 3 days passed quickly. After hearing about the situation, little Fatty Ed and Viscount Megan came to the dock to say goodbye to Zhao Hongyu. Pedro and Lano had already received the news the day before and had quietly arrived to meet Zhao Hongyu. Therefore, they didn't show up that day. After all, the fewer people who knew about what they were about to do, the better. Zhao Hongyu was giving instructions to a genetic who had stayed behind in Lisbon with 500 genetic soldiers. Their duties were simple: to expedite the construction of the concession and manage its quality. They were also to oversee little Fatty Ed's merchandise and sales. Furthermore, they were to help Pedro and Lano spread the word in the Portuguese countryside and provide them with necessary support. Furthermore, any future funds Pedro and Lano would need would have to be transferred to them through this geneticist. From little Fatty Ed, this geneticist was essentially Zhao Hongyu's consul in the Lisbon concession, handling all matters on behalf of the Song Empire. Your Highness, rest assured, I will make absolutely no mistakes. I will follow your plan and carry it out step by step, the geneticist consul assured Zhao Hongyu. Zhao Hongyu nodded. Then I'll leave everything to you. Anchors raised. Sail hoisted. On the deck of the Sea King, the geneticist sailors bustled about. The large canvas sails on the masts rose, and below, the sailors shouted as they hauled ropes or cranked capstans. Everything was in perfect order. France, here I come. According to his plan, Zhao Hongyu had abandoned his journey to Madrid. Because of the appearance of Pedro and Lino, he now had to travel to France and reach an agreement with them. Because this matter hinges on Pedro and Lino's uprising, and also on whether the Spanish Empire can be successfully overthrown in the future. With French participation, Zhao Hongyu predicts that Pedro and Lino's restoration will have a high chance of success. Perhaps, after the Spanish Empire is overthrown, Portugal's territory will even expand. Think about it, Spain has to contend with the military threats from the Netherlands, while also enduring French attacks and Portuguese resistance. It's practically impossible to handle both the eastern and western fronts. This is definitely not something the Spanish can endure. Spain may appear powerful now, but in reality, it's a weakling. The appearance of Zhao Hongyu, this little butterfly, will only accelerate, not slow, the collapse of the Spanish Empire. Furthermore, Zhao Hongai was eyeing Spanish interests in Central America. Once the Spanish Empire is gone, then once Zhao Hongai takes control of Central America, they will legally belong to the Song Empire, right? As for the Dutch colonies in Central America, we'll just have to take our time. There's always a way to deal with them. If Zhao Hongai doesn't even have that, he's truly wasted his time. The British territories of Virginia and Pennsylvania were also to be taken. Zhao Hongai had no desire to see European colonies established on the American continent. In the minds of Zhao Hongai, Wang Shan, Zhang Tai, and Song Hu, the entire American continent, including South America, belonged to the Song Empire, theirs. As for the Europeans, they could forget them. They wanted to establish a vast empire across the entire American continent, and remotely rule both East and West. While the idea was undoubtedly absurd, it wasn't impossible in this day and age. Everything depended on the development and tactics of Zhao Hongai and his men. The Sea Monarch slowly departed the Lisbon docks, its massive hull heading deep into the sea. Lisbon's harbor was increasingly crowded, so many vessels waited outside the harbor to dock. Everyone was stunned by the sight of the Sea Monarch's massive structure and the muzzles of its 108 guns. It was undeniable that the Sea Monarch's ferocious presence was quite intimidating. Sailed boldly into the deep sea, the sailors maneuvered the sails, turned the ship's bow, and headed for the Mediterranean. Lisbon lies at the mouth of the Mediterranean, so a short sail would bring it within easy reach. Furthermore, because Lisbon is close to the African continent's back coastline, after half a day's sail, the Sea King often encountered single-masted triangular-sailed vessels, unique to Africa. These vessels weren't engaged in long-distance voyages, they simply made short trips between the African port of Ceuta, the port of Serbia on the southern tip of Portugal, and the port of Lisbon. The owners of these vessels were black or Arab men, wearing shawls and loose robes, known in Europe as Moors. The Mediterranean estuary was bustling with ships, large and small fishing vessels were frequently encountered, demonstrating that the Mediterranean is truly the busiest sea in the world. This was true even in reality. The passing ships, staring at the majesty of the seas, flying the 5-star red flag, were stunned, as if they had seen a sea monster. They had never seen a ship so large before. Consider this era. European ships were typically only a third the size of the majesty of the seas. Of course, some captains dismissed Zhao Hongai's majesty of the seas, dismissing it as a mere showpiece. After all, a ship this large would be highly vulnerable to artillery fire in a battle. The reason was simple, it was a large target. What these dismissive captains didn't realize was that while the majesty of the seas' size made it a larger target, its guns also had a long range. Therefore, in a real engagement, it could effectively engage its enemy and destroy them from beyond their range. 17th-century naval guns had a range of only a few hundred yards, but the majesty of the seas' guns had a range of 2 nautical miles. Even an idiot could understand the implication of this. Furthermore, the Sea King's hull is incredibly resilient and boasts formidable defenses. This is because its hull is constructed from a unique wood sourced from the American continent. Furthermore, the hull's exterior is inlaid with small iron plates, significantly enhancing its defenses. These features are not found on modern European ships. Of course, the Sea King's data is completely confidential within the Song Empire. It's understandable that Europeans don't know about it. If they were to obtain the Sea King's data, it would likely take years. Who knows what Zhao Hongai would have become in a few years. After all, the letter Zhang Tai sent mentions that Lake Ontario City has even developed iron fishing boats and knockoff disposable shoulder-fired rocket launchers. While they might not be able to produce an aircraft carrier in a few years, they should be able to develop a near-shore fishery law enforcement vessel. Such a vessel would rival the iron battleships of the late Qin dynasty, an absolute master in this world. Sitting in the stern loft, feeling the warm sea breeze and watching the ships of various nations occasionally appear around the Sea King, Zhao Hongai comfortably enjoyed his fragrant milk tea. He'd bought fresh milk from a dairy farmer before leaving Lisbon. Zhao Hongai didn't dare bite from the space-time trader. After all, the quality of Chinese goods wasn't guaranteed, and the melamine contamination was too alarming. Long, comfortable sofas formed a circle on the ceiling, and Zhao Hongai used it as an open-air lounge. Every day, he would sit there and bask in the sun. Wang Shan had 4 small wooden poles erected in the 4 corners, forming a white awning. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about the harsh sun, which can be quite intense at sea. Sarah, dressed in a men's white shirt, trousers, and leather boots, her long blonde hair tied up in a bun, sat beside Zhao Hongyu. She sat quietly, her eyes narrowed, enjoying the tranquility and comfort of the sea. Emma also wore a white men's shirt, brown linen trousers, and brown leather boots, but she wasn't as quiet as Sarah. She kept watching the passing ships through a telescope, muttering to herself. Everything the girl saw was new and surprising. Nothing could be seen on the American continent. A speedboat with a triangular sail slowly approached from behind. Because the Sea King hadn't yet started up, it was slowing down. The speedboat quickly approached the side of the Sea King, sailing alongside it. Aboard the double-decker, a bearded man in Arab attire, with a white turban and a ruby and a kite feather embedded in the middle, kept shouting at Emma. "What's this guy doing? I don't know him, why is he shouting at me?" Emma, not understanding the man's words, walked over to Zhao Hongyu and said to him. Zhao Hongyu turned around and leaned over to glance down. Because the Sea King had 4 decks and was purposely raised considerably, it towered significantly above the Arab clipper. "Oh God, this ship is truly enormous. Exalted men, may I ask where you are from?" "I am Abdullah, Hessler, a servant of God." Zhao Hongyu had a language hack, so understanding the other party's shouting was easy. This guy was so impressed by our ship, he kept introducing himself, hoping to get to know us. To be continued. Please search Shinewin for better novels and faster updates. Chapter 313 Beirut Merchants. My goodness. You possess the most advanced technology, yet you're capable of building such a magnificent warship. It truly amazes me. Thank you again for your generosity in allowing me to come aboard and experience it all firsthand. The Beirut merchant, Abdullah Hustler, finally got his wish aboard the Sea King and met Zhao Hongyu and his companions. When Zhao Hongyu introduced himself to Emma and repeatedly shouted that he wanted to meet them, Emma became interested. She'd heard Zhao Hongyu say that the man in the strange attire was an Arab. What was an Arab? Emma wasn't entirely sure, she had no idea what an Arab was. The young girl who had come with Zhao Hongyu was truly eye-opening. She realized that there weren't just Indians in the world, but also Caucasians and many other races. So, upon hearing that the bearded man was Arab, the young girl became intrigued, as she had never met anyone other than Caucasians. Actually, that wasn't quite right. Zhao Hongyu had Indians, blacks, and even Gurkhas under his command, but in Emma's eyes, they were all members of the Song Empire, not other races. "We come from the distant American continent, and this time we plan to travel the coasts of Europe," Zhao Hongyu told the bearded man. He didn't introduce himself or identify himself. If Emma hadn't asked him to, Zhao Hongyu wouldn't have bothered to address the bearded Arab. "Oh, so you're a distinguished person from the distant Americas. I was wondering if your clothing wasn't European," Abdullah said respectfully. At that moment, Emma approached, sizing Abdullah up curiously, then asked, "Do you live in a desert with no vegetation? Is there no water there? Do you use camels for transportation? Do you believe in a god called Allah?" Emma was a curious little girl. Because of her encounter with Zhao Hongyu, she learned many things she would never learn in her lifetime. Wang Shan and Song Hu gradually taught her, especially the customs and practices of various countries around the world, as well as their environments. Emma has always been very interested in these things. Zhao Hongyu rolled his eyes and translated Emma's words. "This is my wife. She is the queen of the Indians of the Song Empire in America. Because she is very young, she is very curious about many things in the world. Please forgive me if I am abrupt." After translating Emma's questions, Zhao Hongyu also reported her identity. After all, Zhao Hongyu was worried that Abdullah would appear unhappy after hearing Emma's questions. Therefore, in order to make him more respectful, Zhao Hongyu had to reveal Emma's identity. At the very least, this would make Abdullah pay more attention. The answer would make Emma more satisfied. As a maritime merchant, Abdullah was actually no stranger to the name of the American continent. Over the past year or so, Abdullah had heard merchants talking about this matter in various ports in Europe, and Abdullah also knew what the goods on the American continent were. Exquisite and expensive ceramics were the favorites of nobles and Arab sheiks from all over the world, their value even exceeding that of the finest Arab slaves. Especially beloved by Arabs and their sheiks was the 13 spice, a blend of 13 spices. This product drove countless Arabs crazy. Rubbed on roasted meat, the aroma could spread far and wide, stimulating appetite. Tea was also a popular market in Arabia. At that time, Arabs mostly ate meat, which generally affected their digestive system. Tea, on the other hand, could eliminate greasiness and improve digestion. Therefore, American goods were even more popular in the Arab world than those from Europe. Even the green military coat became a staple of Arab clothing during winter. The reason was simple: the desert winter was extremely cold, and the military coat helped them withstand the harsh winter. Unfortunately, the Arabs lacked ships capable of ocean trade. They could only conduct trade along the coastal waters, with no access to long-distance trade at all, which was a real disappointment. Under such circumstances, they had no choice but to endure the exploitation of European merchants. Abdullah Hassanlar was such a Mediterranean coastal trader. But this did not prevent him from knowing about the Americas. On the contrary, it was what he loved to inquire about most. Today, he actually met the queen of the powerful American empire, which was really beyond Abdullah's imagination. After a brief moment of shock and daze, Abdullah held his chest and bowed to Emma. "I am deeply sorry that I did not know your status was noble. Please do not bear it to heart for my previous disrespect." Zhao Hongai walked over, took Abdullah's hand, and made him sit on the sofa. Abdullah was truly flattered. He quickly tried to stand up, but Zhao Hongai firmly held his shoulders. "In the Song Empire, we don't have such elaborate etiquette. Since you're a guest on our ship, please follow our rules. It's customary for the guest to follow the host's wishes, right?" Abdullah's mind was in turmoil. If that girl was the queen of the American Indians, then who is this man claiming to be his husband? Some merchant seemed to have mentioned that the Indian queen married the crown prince of the Song Empire. Abdullah gasped, as if a thought had occurred to him. "Could you please answer some of the questions my wife asked just now? The young lady is at an age where she's thirsty for knowledge." "Thank you for your patience." While Abdullah was lost in thought, Zhao Hongai spoke again. Oh. Abdullah finally turned around, his expression even more respectful. He was surrounded by important figures, while he was just a small merchant from Beirut. Could it be that Allah had revealed his good fortune? Perhaps his luck was about to change, but he had to perform well and must not miss such an opportunity. Then, he answered all of Emma's questions one by one. "Abdullah, I'm very curious. I saw many European merchant ships in America, but no merchant ships from Arabia. This really puzzles me. Don't you have merchant ships that can sail on the ocean?" Abdullah answered some of Emma's questions, and after satisfying the little girl, Zhao Hongai also asked the question he was puzzled about. Anyway, they were still far away from Marseilles, France, and Abdullah was going to Alexandria, so they could continue sailing for a while. So, Zhao Hongai thought that since he had nothing to do, he might as well chat with this Arab to relieve his boredom. Abdullah gave a wry smile upon hearing this, then replied to Zhao Hongai, "To be honest, our shipbuilding technology is inferior to that of the Europeans. They can build ocean-going vessels, but we can't. Our ships can only sail near shore, which greatly limits our trade. We want to buy European ships, but they won't sell them to us. That's why you won't see us Arabs in America." After listening to Abdullah's story, Zhao Hongai finally understood. So, in the 17th century, Europeans had a monopoly on maritime trade and didn't intend to allow anyone else to interfere. I was wondering why there weren't any Arabs. Here's the reason. Even so, the Arabs lived comfortably thanks to Mediterranean trade. Of course, this was only true for merchants, the nobility, and the sheiks. The lower classes of Arabs still suffered greatly. But compared to the common people in Europe, their lives were much better. At least, they weren't oppressed by the church. While there were different sects regarding the understanding of God's wisdom, overall, it was better than the churches in Europe. In terms of civilization alone, Arab civilization at this time was still superior to Europe. This only applied to the social system of life. It didn't mean it was technologically superior to Europeans. "Your Highness, where are you going?" Abdullah asked tentatively after chatting with Zhao Hongai for a while. He had come to understand that this distinguished young man from America was gentle and open to communication, unlike the proud and greedy Europeans. Consequently, Abdullah's courage gradually grew. "I'm planning to go to Marseilles. I have an estate there to take over, a gift from the French royal family. After all, they value the interests of America, don't they?" Zhao Hongai replied half-heartedly. "The French, the proud French," Abdullah said, expressing his impression of the French. Zhao Hongai nodded. "Well, the French are a bit proud, but I don't think they're difficult to deal with. So, Mr. Abdullah, where are you going?" "Alexandria. I just sold the sheep I bought in Ceuta and bought some cotton cloth to sell in Alexandria." Abdullah didn't hide anything. After all, His small amount of goods was no match for Zhao Hongayu's discerning eye. It was just a few bucks. It's just hard-earned money. After paying for labor and supplies, I only make 600 to 700 pesos. This profit is much higher than that of ordinary people, but compared to the average European merchant, it's really tiny. It can't be helped. After all, Abdullah is engaged in near-sea trade, to be continued. If you like this work, please vote on Kidian.com or vote monthly. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 314 Help me buy a house in Alexandria. Offshore trade is less profitable and presents numerous dangers. Despite the large number of ships plying the Mediterranean, it's also a pirate paradise. European, African, and even Arab pirates are equally at risk. It's precisely because of the abundance of ships here that this business thrives. If you can snatch a ship, you're making money, Abdullah complained to Zhao Hongayu. Zhao Hongayu lamented that making a living at sea these days is truly difficult. Others only see the profits, but fail to appreciate the hardships and dangers involved. Mediterranean pirates are incredibly brutal, leaving virtually no one alive if encountered. Yet, driven by the lucrative profits, many still trade on the seas. Alexandria? I heard it's a nice city. I plan to visit it after my work in France is over. As they chatted, Zhao Hongayu and Abdullah brought up the topic of Alexandria again, and Zhao Hongayu hinted at his interest in visiting. This excited Abdullah immensely. He had a small shop in Alexandria, but if he could host Zhao Hongayu, everything would be different. If you really want to go to Alexandria, I can be your guide. I have a shop in Alexandria, and I can take you to see the nearby attractions. Zhao Hongayu could see what Abdullah was thinking, but he didn't want to expose him. Moreover, he didn't see the harm in supporting a small businessman like him. So, he agreed without hesitation. Okay, if I go to Alexandria, I'll definitely send someone to look for you. To others, this might seem like a casual remark, something they might not take seriously. But Abdullah saw it differently. He had already sensed Zhao Hongayu's distinguished status, and to him, the words of someone of such stature were like promises. Therefore, he made up his mind to wait for him in Alexandria. Moreover, Abdullah felt this was his chance. If he truly established a relationship with this distinguished American youth, wouldn't he no longer be exploited by Europeans and could instead obtain American goods? This was what Abdullah cared about most. Zhao Hongai was silent for a moment, then said to Abdullah, although this is our first meeting, I feel this must be the guidance of God. I have a very strange feeling. Wang Shan stood aside, listening to his prince's words and secretly chuckling. Knowing Zhao Hongai well, he knew that his prince was about to unleash his deceptive skills again. Sure enough, Zhao Hongayu's words immediately perked up Abdullah. He didn't know why a distinguished young man from faraway America would know about the God revered by the Arab world, but regardless, it was a good thing for the Arabs, and even for him. In the name of Allah, I believe you are a trustworthy person. After my trip to France, I plan to stay in Alexandria for a while, so I need you to help me find a mansion there and buy some slaves and servants. Of course, I'll give you money for this. Zhao Hongai gestured to Wang Shan, who then turned and left. A short while later, Wang Shan returned. But in his hands, he had a small wooden box. Wang Shan walked over to Abdullah and opened it. Wow! Although the white awning above them blocked the sunlight, the gold coins and gems inside still shone brightly. Here's the money. Find me the mansion I need in Alexandria, Zhao Hongayu said casually to Abdullah, not even glancing at the box. You're so confident in handing me such wealth? We've only just met for the first time. Abdullah's arms trembled with excitement. Indeed. It would be a lie to say he wasn't tempted by such wealth. After all, this amount of money could easily allow him to live comfortably for the rest of his life. God's choice is also a test. Hey, who knows? Zhao Hongayu muttered to Abdullah. After hearing Zhao Hongayu's words, Abdullah slowly calmed his excitement. Your Highness, I will definitely find you the best mansion and await your arrival. Zhao Hongayu smiled. Tell me what's so fun in Alexandria. Honestly, I'm very curious about it. Taking the box and placing it beside him, Abdullah said to Zhao Hongayu, Alexandria combines the best of Europe, Arabia, and Africa. There, as long as you have money, you can enjoy a paradise-like treatment, Arabian dancers, African mercenaries and beasts, and Egyptian beauties. There's nothing you can't imagine and buy. Please forgive my lack of vocabulary. I can't tell you everything about Egypt, but I can only tell you that you won't regret going to Alexandria. You'll have everything you need there. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was dusk. The Sea King was about to change course, so Zhao Hongyu said goodbye to Abdullah. As Abdullah left the Sea King, he repeatedly assured Zhao Hongyu that he would carry out his request. He also told Zhao Hongyu that he would be waiting for him in Alexandria. Your Highness, are you really going to leave so much money in this guy's hands? Wang Shan asked quietly after sliding down the cable from the Sea King and boarding his own boat back to his dhow. A lot of money? Don't think I don't know that the diamonds you use are all synthetic. Zhao Hongyu rolled his eyes. Yes, in that box, there were 5 or 6 extremely large diamonds and rubies and sapphires, all artificially synthesized in later times. In this era, there was no need to worry about anyone discovering the flaw. After all, there weren't many gold coins in a small box. The most valuable things were the gems and diamonds. Therefore, even if Abdullah had cheated him, it wouldn't be a big deal. Wang Shan laughed sheepishly at Zhao Hongyu's words. Because his method was indeed not very honorable. Your Highness, Alexandria is truly wonderful. Abdullah said there are many Arabian dancers there. Don't you plan on buying some to build a harem? Wang Shan asked in a low voice, his face scornful. I'm not the type to become paralyzed by the sight of a woman. Why must I buy those pathetic women? Zhao Hongyu shook his head helplessly. Your Highness, there's actually another kind of Arabian dancer, a martial artist with 2 swords and blonde belly dancers. Aren't you tempted? Wang Shan coaxed. Honestly, Wang Shan desperately hoped Zhao Hongyu would expand his harem, because only then would he look like a crown prince. But now, with only 2 women, it was truly embarrassing for the Chinese. And he hadn't even touched either of them. He was a time traveler, after all. It was truly shameful. But Wang Shan could only think about this in his mind, he wouldn't say it out loud. He knew that if he told Zhao Hongyu such words, he would be scolded. Besides, having fewer women wasn't good either. Zhao Hongyu currently has no children, so if something goes wrong, it would be a major event. Even if he does have children, having too few is not a good idea. No one can guarantee that Zhao Hongyu's descendants won't encounter any unexpected events. Wang Shan, Zhao Hongyu's trusted lackey, has actually been secretly worrying about this issue for Zhao Hongyu. He's also been considering purchasing eunuchs from Alexandria to serve in Zhao Hongyu's harem. After all, Zhao Hongyu will be the ruler of a superpower, and it would be unseemly to have a harem without eunuchs. Would he have to send those hot-blooded young men to serve? If something went wrong, it would be a scandal. Wang Shan didn't want such a problem, so using eunuchs was the best option. Did the French envoy send several Egyptian eunuchs and dancers in the winter? Although they were given to Emma, they were eventually handed over to Wang Shan by Zhao Hongyu, who was originally supposed to release them. However, Wang Shan kept it a secret and secretly began training these eunuchs. Overall, these men were well trained. Both the eunuchs and the dancers knew some Chinese customs and could speak some basic Chinese. But Wang Shan felt this wasn't enough. He had to convince Zhao Hongyu to use them in the harem. Young master, the eunuchs in Egypt are excellent. They could serve as servants in the royal harem. We could buy some when the time comes, and that would save us from future troubles. Didn't I say we wouldn't choose them? They're just pathetic creatures. Zhao Hongyu shook his head. Wang Shan sighed inwardly, but he was confident he could convince His Highness later. His Highness still had a difficult time getting over it, so he'd just take it slow. Dinner. Dinner. At this moment, Ed's cheerful voice echoed, announcing that it was time for dinner. The sun was setting, and behind the eastbound sea sovereign, a large, orange-red sun could be seen sinking below the horizon. The afterglow of the setting sun cast a breathtaking glow across the sea. Sitting on the rooftop of the stern loft, enjoying the sea breeze while eating fresh seafood paella and drinking wine, this was Emma's favorite time. How beautiful, Emma exclaimed, sprawled on the sofa, watching the sun, already 1/10 lower, set just a few meters below the horizon. Zhao Hongyu admitted that the scene was indeed beautiful. Emma, come and eat quickly. We'll watch while we eat. Otherwise, the food will get cold and taste bad, Zhao Hongyu called out to Emma. In Zhao Hongyu's eyes, Emma was a child who would never grow up, because her behavior was childish. Little did Suri know, in his eyes, Zhao Hongyu was no different. Several genets, under Wang Shan's guidance, kept pouring wine for Zhao Hongyu and his friends, setting the table, and serving the dishes. Fresh lobster, grilled fish, stir-fried squid, and pineapple shrimp fried rice made for a rich meal. All around, the melodious sound of a violin filled the air, and Sarah closed her eyes in contentment. After that banquet, Sarah developed a fondness for this European-American country music. Every time they ate dinner, she'd ask Zhao Hongyu to find someone to play. It had to be said that Sarah had a certain bourgeois streak in her, which made Zhao Hongyu laugh and cry. Emma, on the other hand, also enjoyed this playful music. Therefore, the presence of a violin at the side became a staple of their dinners. The Sea King sailed smoothly through the waves, while Sarah gracefully and elegantly carves the lobster on her plate. Emma, on the other hand, was anything but ladylike. She peeled the lobster's shell with her bare hands and devoured the juicy lobster with hearty mouthfuls, looking more like a tomboy than a girl. Zhao Hongyu scooped up the shrimp and pineapple fried rice in front of him with chopsticks, devouring it with such relish. In short, the three of them had unique eating styles, each one alike. Wang Shan watched with a wry smile, shaking his head. There was no way around it. Nobility isn't something you're born with, and even if you pretend, it won't last long. Zhao Hongyu and Emma were typical examples, while Sarah was the more aristocratic of the three. Luckily, they were family, so there wasn't much to worry about. Just being casual was fine, so Wang Shan didn't say anything. Sarah didn't mind it much either. She thought aristocratic behavior was fake, and compared it to her own man and Emma's true nature. But she had been raised a daughter of aristocracy, and had been expected to eat slowly and methodically. 30 years of habit, it was impossible to change. Wang Shan had no idea what Sarah was thinking. He still believed his own ideas were the right ones. Marrying you was the best choice I made. It's so delicious. If I hadn't married you, I wouldn't have been able to taste so many delicious dishes, Emma would say from time to time. Zhao Hongyu, Wang Shan, and Sarah all felt a mixture of laughter and tears after hearing this. Emma, are you marrying me just for the good food? Zhao Hongyu put down his chopsticks and looked at Emma with a troubled expression. Emma tossed the lobster shell aside and wiped the grease from her mouth with a napkin. We Mohawk women marry because we want men who can hunt and keep us well fed, she said. So what I said must be true. Now I want more than they do. Besides having enough to eat, I want to eat well. Emma's expression was serious, but her words made Zhao Hongyu and the others burst into laughter. Adorable little Emma, truly Zhao Hongyu's treasure, to be continued. Chapter 315. A beautiful girl with both talent and skill. A pleasant dinner, always filled with joy when Emma was around. For Zhao Hongyu, Emma was his little bundle of joy. Unnoticed, Emma had slowly become part of Zhao Hongyu's life, though neither he nor she understood the situation. Sarah, a bystander, saw it all too clearly, though she wasn't about to reveal it to the two of them. Technically, Emma was still her enemy, wasn't she? After dinner, the tableware and dishes were cleared away. The genetic violinists also left. The setting sun had completely vanished below the sea level, replaced by darkness. The moon slowly ascended, and at the edge of the sky, the stars began to flicker and bloom. It was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. Although it was late in the summer, it was still dark at this time of day. Under the night sky, the sea breeze finally had a slight coolness, a pleasant sensation. After enjoying a delicious seafood dinner, Zhao Hongyu settled comfortably on the sofa and lit a Dekianman cigarette. I heard from Wang Shan that when we first met, you gave that Arab businessman a large sum of money to help him find a mansion in Alexandria, right? Sarah, now sitting next to Zhao Hongyu, asked seriously. Zhao Hongyu nodded, then turned to look at Sarah. Yes, that way, when I go to Alexandria, I'll have a place to stay. It's very convenient. Do you want to live on a battleship like you did in Lisbon? Sarah said to Zhao Hongyu with a hint of blame. You gave such a large sum of money to someone you just met. How do you know he won't run away with it and be nowhere to be found? It turned out that Sarah had this reason for her look of blame. Haha. Zhao Hongyu smiled and said to Sarah, it's okay. I was just experimenting to see what kind of person this guy is. That little bit of money is nothing to me. If he gets greedy after seeing all that money, then I'll just blame my eyes. I was just having fun. You're such a spendthrift. I don't know what to say to you. Even if you have money, you can't squander it like this. Sarah couldn't help herself after hearing Zhao Hongyu's words. She raised her hand and poked Zhao Hongyu's forehead with her index finger. You're a child, right? And you still refuse to admit it. Look at what you're doing now. It's not mature at all. I bet that Arab businessman is laughing his ass off right now. He got such a huge sum of money out of nowhere. He's probably already thinking about how to keep it for himself, Sarah scolded him with a look of dismay. Yes, in Sarah's opinion, Zhao Hongayu's money was wasted. Who else in this world could be as foolish as her little man? After talking for a long time on their first meeting, he handed over a large sum of money. That's nothing if not a complete fool. Even a fool wouldn't do that. Sarah was really exaggerating. Of course. She knew Zhao Honggai was rich, but being rich didn't mean he could squander it like that. So, Sarah unknowingly began to lecture Zhao Honggai as an adult. Emma, standing nearby, was fiddling with an acoustic guitar. After the dinner in Lisbon, Emma had developed a passion for the instrument and had Wang Shan find a geneticist to teach her. Seeing Zhao Honggai being scolded by Sarah, she looked up and chuckled. Ahoha! I never thought you'd have this day. Humph, you call me little all the time. Now I'll let you have a taste of what it feels like to be scolded. I'm not going to care about you today. I'll let Sarah teach you a lesson. Then, Emma lowered her head again and focused on fiddling with her acoustic guitar. Her slender, intelligent fingers plucked the strings before she began to play. A tune reminiscent of American country music echoed through the night air, and Emma even added a few words of Native American singing. Her guitar teacher, the geneticist, had said that the guitar was best paired with music to create a richer atmosphere. During her instruction, Emma displayed remarkable talent, leaving even Wang Shan stunned. Damn! She's a true Native American country music queen. The tune and singing were completely different from Native American music, but Emma loved it. Her playing and singing were still a little immature, but incredibly captivating. At least, to Zhao Honggai and the geneticists, it was already close to American country music from the past. As the music began and Emma's sweet voice echoed, Sarah stopped scolding her little man. She slowly relaxed, leaning back on the sofa and trying to make herself as comfortable as possible. I'm going to listen to Emma sing. Think about what you did today, Sarah whispered to Zhao Honggai, then rolled her eyes and ignored him. Zhao Honggai gave a wry smile, wondering why he'd bothered. He'd just been impulsive, wanting to test human nature. That's why he'd given Abdullah some money. It was like a rich, overly talkative person playing a fun game. Zhao Honggai was the overly talkative person, and Abdullah was the experimenter. If Abdullah had taken the money, Zhao Honggai would certainly have felt a little disappointed, but not too heartbroken. If Abdullah hadn't been tempted by the money, it would have proven that there are still some good people in this world. After all, Zhao Honggai had truly been overly talkative to do such a thing. But he couldn't argue with Sarah. After all, what he'd done was truly a waste of money, and it was only natural that people would dislike it. So, facing Sarah's nagging, Zhao Honggai could only swallow it and endure it silently. Wow, Emma's musical talent is truly remarkable, a country music diva. Zhao Honggai's attention shifted back to Emma, and he thought with a touch of surprise. This was the first time he'd heard Emma sing this style of music, and even sing it herself. So, Zhao Honggai suddenly felt like an expert. She was wearing a loose, 17th century men's white shirt, paired with brown trousers and a pair of brown leather boots. Emma's long black hair was gathered back in a bun. Looking at her like this, she really did look like the girl next door. Especially when paired with country music and her playful singing style, Zhao Honggai felt a bit lost. He felt like he wasn't in the 17th century, but playing a 17th century game in the modern world. Sarah didn't understand Emma's Indian language, but that didn't stop her from enjoying the country music. Zhao Honggai had a language hack, so he could understand what Emma was singing. The groundhog is fat and adorable. It likes to burrow near my house. It's too thick, large teeth make it look adorable. My neighborhood is shaded by trees and full of animals. Brown bears and coyotes often appear. Mohawk hunters are the most powerful. Okay, these lyrics are completely cheesy, and would definitely be ridiculed in the modern world. But considering Emma sang it herself and even wrote the lyrics herself, it's quite impressive that she's achieved this. After all, the little girl has only been exposed to this instrument and style for a month. Even so, to sing this cheesy song with such a country-like feel is a testament to Emma's skill. Regardless of the meaning of her lyrics, no one would say anything. Just look at Sarah's enchanted expression and you'll see. Zhao Honggai only understood what Emma was singing because he had a language cheat. Without it, his reaction would probably be no different from Sarah's. Emma sang with utter abandon. She truly believed this style of music was wonderful, and she resolved to master it so she could make a name for herself among the Indians. After finishing a piece of Native American country spit, Emma smiled, raised her head, and let out a long sigh. She truly performed exceptionally well today. Hey, why are you all looking at me? Sarah, why aren't you scolding our husbands anymore? Only then did Emma realize everyone was staring at her, as if she were some kind of precious animal. Emma, you sing so well. You don't look like a beginner at all. Another song. The girl blushed slightly, appearing quite embarrassed. Then, Zhao Hongyu, with a smile, asked Emma to sing again. Wang Shan joined in the chorus. Emma felt even more embarrassed, though a small sense of pride remained within her. After all, everyone enjoyed listening to her sing. It was a testament to her. It proved her voice wasn't too bad. Otherwise, no one would have asked for such a request. Okay then, I'll just sing one more song. It really is the last one. Emma, being young and fond of showing off, fell for Zhao Hongyu and Wang Shan's coaxing. The girl specifically said it was the last song because she had only written lyrics for two. She had already sung Lovely Groundhogs, so now there was only one song left. Nuts, Hazelnuts, my favorite. It was a song about squirrels. It had to be said that Emma was incredibly entertaining. Her songs were all about groundhogs or squirrels, all about cute little animals. But Zhao Hongyu didn't mind too much, because it was precisely this quality of Emma that attracted him the most, wasn't it? To be continued. Chapter 316 Marseilles, Here I Come. The Mediterranean voyage was a delightful one, and Emma brought much joy to the journey. The Sea King sailed smoothly towards Marseilles without encountering any trouble. Although many pirates wanted to attack the Sea King, they immediately gave up the idea when they saw its massive hull and the dense array of gun barrels. To fight the Sea King with the double-decker warships of the Mediterranean pirates or the Arab warships would be tantamount to committing suicide. No one would be so foolish as to attack Zhao Hongyu and his men unless they were blindsided. Even if they heard that the people aboard the Sea King were noble and could command a large ransom for their capture, they still had to survive. Zhao Hongyu and his men were completely unaware that they were being targeted. Even if they knew, it wouldn't matter. Zhao Hongyu had a strong belief in his Sea King. If Zheng Tai couldn't even handle the weaker pirates in the Mediterranean, wouldn't the Sea Kings might be a mere boast? In this era, the more powerful pirates hunted in the Atlantic, as ocean-going merchant ships were the real prizes for them. The pirates roaming the Mediterranean were, by definition, inferior. The reason was simple: the Mediterranean pirates' vessels were mainly coastal vessels, incapable of ocean voyages. For this reason, the Atlantic pirates looked down on their Mediterranean counterparts, much like bandits looking down on small-time thugs from the rural fringe. After leaving Lisbon and meeting Abdullah, Zhao Hongyu and his crew arrived at the port of Marseilles in southern France after a 5-day voyage. The arrival of the Sea King also wowed the ships entering and leaving Marseilles. They had never seen a ship this large, and they couldn't imagine that anyone in the world could actually build one. Therefore, the Sea King's arrival at the port caused a sensation, just as it had in Lisbon. The port of Marseilles during this era was just an ordinary small port, its prosperity even less impressive than that of Lisbon in Portugal. At the docks, a 30-meter wide sand-paved road held a row of 2-story sandstone houses. Overall, Zhao Hongyu was deeply disappointed with the port of Marseilles. At the docks, 20 or 30 merchant ships, sails down, were docked, and numerous stevedores were busy loading and unloading cargo. Zhao Hongyu took a quick look. The merchandise on display was nothing more than cashmere, linen, and rum. Disappointing. Marseilles isn't even as good as the rural villages of later times. I'm truly disappointed, Zhao Hongyu whispered to Wang Shan from the deck, leaning against a railing. Your Highness, don't you see what era this is? Marseilles' peak of development would have taken the rise of Napoleon, and even now, Louis Xie is still a mere child. Clearly, Wang Shan, after seeing Marseilles, was also deeply unimpressed. On the sandy road of Marseilles harbor, numerous horse-drawn carriages sped by. These weren't particularly luxurious. They were completely different from the carriages Zhao Hongyu had imagined. The only road in Marseilles harbor was littered with the stench of horse manure. This suddenly makes me feel like I've been transported to a Chinese village in the late Qing dynasty. No, worse than even the late Qing dynasty. Zhao Hongyu shook his head in disappointment. At that moment, the ship lurched slightly. The Sea King had already docked. Lower anchor. Lower sails, the boatswain barked orders. Genetic sailors scurried back and forth on the deck, expertly going about their business. Whoosh! White sails fell one by one, then were reeled in and tied to the crossbars. No carriages. But that's okay. Let's bring all the horses ashore. Zhao Hongaiu's Sea King was large, but it couldn't accommodate any carriages. Fortunately, they had war horses, so they weren't worried about any delays. Upon receiving Zhao Hongaiu's order, Wang Shan quickly turned and went down to prepare. The sailors skillfully connected the planks one by one, stretching them all the way to the shore. Emma and Sarah, still dressed in men's clothing, approached Zhao Hongaiu hand in hand. The reason was simple: they found men's clothing so comfortable. It was more convenient and comfortable than women's clothing, and they immediately fell in love with it. Zhao Hongaiu didn't comment on their attire. As long as they liked it, it was fine. Therefore, Emma and Sarah wore men's clothing every day, parading around Zhao Hongaiu. We've arrived in France. Now we're going to take over the estate. We've got the title deeds and everything. Now that we're here, you'll be our guide, Zhao Hongaiu said, looking back at Sarah and smiling. Sarah nodded, looking at him lovingly. What's so good to eat and do in Marseilles? Don't let me down too much. But I think the port of Marseilles isn't as lively as Lisbon. Emma wrinkled her cute little nose and said in a sweet voice. Marseilles can't really compare to Lisbon. After all, Lisbon is near the mouth of the Mediterranean Sea. Many ships heading to the Americas stop in Lisbon to resupply before setting off, Sarah explained. But don't despair. There's plenty of game near Marseilles, though not as much as in the Americas. But if you want to hunt, there are still wild ducks, hares, foxes, and so on. Hunting? I love it. After hearing Sarah's words, Emma finally cheered up. Emma was naturally active and hated not having anything to do. She'd been suffocating enough in Lisbon and didn't want to repeat that life in Marseilles. By then, Wang Shan had ordered the Jin men to bring all 50 horses ashore. Chelsea, Zhao Hongaiu called back, and Chelsea, formerly a handyman on the Mayflower and now captain of the Sea King, trotted over. He'd learned his lesson, staying within bounds. Even in Lisbon, he refused to disembark or interact with anyone without orders. Chelsea now cherished everything he had. He knew that everything he had was given to him by Zhao Hongaiu. If he offended Zhao Hongaiu, his beautiful house with a garden in America, his Indian wife, and his monthly salary of over 60 dragon silver dollars would all be gone. Your Highness, what are your orders? I'm taking Wang Shan and some guards to take over my estate. I'll also be taking my guards with me. I'll leave matters here to you. I'm afraid the officials from Marseilles will be here for a while. Chelsea nodded and said, Don't worry, Your Highness. Leave this to me. Zhao Hongaiu then added, Be careful here. The sailors need some rest. But you'd better let them take turns to rest and have some fun ashore. You must keep an eye on the Sea King. I don't want pirates to take my Sea King away from me. In this era, pirates seizing ships in ports around the world was not uncommon. Zhao Hongaiu didn't want such a thing to happen to him. Chelsea's face was serious, and she patted Zhao Hongaiu's chest to assure him that such a thing would not happen again. As long as the ship is safe, the crew will die. I'll send someone to tell you the address once I take over the estate. If anything happens, you can contact me immediately. I'm leaving now. Zhao Hongaiu pulled out a small leather bag and tossed it to Chelsea. Have fun in Marseilles. I've heard the women here are wonderful. Don't worry, no one will tell your Indian wife. Chelsea caught the bag with a flattering smile. Then, Zhao Hongaiu, Sarah, Emma, and Wang Shan arrived ashore and mounted their horses. 800 genetically modified guards disembarked from the Sea King in a neat formation. Let's go. The vast procession headed west from the port of Lisbon, leaving the surrounding merchants and workers stunned. They wondered where these people came from. Merchants who had been to America knew that these people were from the Song Empire. Logically, Zhao Hongaiu and his soldiers landing in Marseilles should have been subject to inspection. But for some reason, none of the soldiers at the port of Marseilles appeared. Unbeknownst to everyone, the soldiers at Marseilles were stunned by Zhao Hongaiu's Sea King and the genetically engineered soldiers, momentarily stunned. By the time they remembered their duties, Zhao Hongaiu and his 800 genetically engineered soldiers had already departed. This was a shocking development. These strangers were accompanied by an army. Consequently, the soldiers at Marseilles quickly informed the administrator. Fortunately, the administrator was no fool. Upon hearing the ship was flying the 5-star red flag, he immediately understood what was going on. News of the American Empire's Crown Prince's arrival in Europe had spread throughout Europe. It seemed likely that the Crown Prince had left Lisbon for Marseilles. Furthermore, 5 or 6 kilometers west of Marseilles, there was an estate belonging to the American Crown Prince's consort. It seemed the crown prince had come to take over that estate. Furthermore, it was normal for a crown prince to be accompanied by a detachment of guards. It was simply a larger number, given the different national circumstances. However, this news must be immediately reported to Her Majesty the Queen. At the same time, I must go to the docks and make contact with the people from the Song Empire. To be continued. Chapter 317 He so young. The estate that Queen Marie compensated Sarah wasn't far from the port of Marseilles, only about 5 or 6 miles away. After leaving Marseilles, Zhao Hongyu and his companions entered a sycamore forest. In summer, the lush branches and leaves of the sycamore trees perfectly shielded the scorching sun. A few rays of light filtered through the gaps in the leaves, adding a touch of charm to the woods. Occasionally, wild rabbits hopped through the forest, but they didn't catch Zhao Hongyu's attention. Zhao Hongyu's thoughts were now completely focused on the estate. The scenery here is quite nice. Sitting on his horse, Zhao Hongyu took in the scenery of the sycamore forest and expressed his thoughts to Wang Shan. Wang Shan smiled and replied, "Your Highness is right. The scenery here is indeed quite nice. It's completely different from America and China. Honestly, if France weren't so bad these days, this would actually be a good place to live." Woof woof woof. Zhao Hongyu's 8 dogs ran around him, excited. Indeed, they'd been at sea for so long, and then been suffocated in Lisbon. Now that they'd finally disembarked and stepped onto land, how could they not be happy? Dogs have emotions too. Look at how suffocated these guys are. They're really exhausted, Zhao Hongyu said to Wang Shan, glancing at the surrounding dogs. The dogs, tongues lolling out, gazed around with a glint in their eyes. Though they were running, they stayed close to Zhao Hongyu and didn't wander off. Even a nearby hare wouldn't let them lose their composure and forget their master. These hounds, each the size of a calf, were incredibly human-like. Zhao Hongyu and his companions sat on their horses, but didn't spur their mounts to a gallop, for behind them were 800 genetic guards. These genetic guards, neatly arranged in 2 columns, followed Zhao Hongyu and his companions in a measured march. On their shoulders, they carried flintlock muskets with bayonets fixed for emergencies. Tell me, how will the French react to us bringing our royal guards to take over the estate? You know, in those days, European nations generally fought wars with relatively small numbers of troops, a little over 10,000 at most. We could probably start a small war with just a few of them, Zhao Hongyu asked Wang Shan in a low voice. Wang Shan smiled and said to Zhao Hongyu, "I don't think the French will react too strongly. Given your noble status, it's understandable that you have more guards around you. After all, you represent an empire, and security is a serious concern." Wang Shan believed His Highness's concerns were completely unnecessary, given his high status. Furthermore, the French still needed the Song Empire's goods in America. Therefore, the French wouldn't make a big fuss over this issue. Your Highness, don't forget this. The French need our American goods. If they offend you, they'll never find such profitable goods again. Even if they want to go to the East or India, they'll have to see if the Dutch agree. And then there's the British. Wang Shan was surprised by the French's aggression. That was already planned. Zhao Hongyu pondered the situation, and it seemed to be true. Just as Wang Shan had said, the French had something to ask of him, so they wouldn't care if he brought 800 guards with him. Besides, he hadn't shown any ill will toward France, so it shouldn't be a problem. "I wonder how they're doing now," Sarah said worriedly. Flicking the reins. Her mount came to Zhao Hongyu's side, and she spoke with a worried look. Wang Shan and Zhao Hongyu paused their conversation and slowly stepped back. "I don't think you need to worry about their well-being. After you marry me, Queen Marie will release them immediately. Their lives should be well arranged. At most, their range of activities will be limited, as they're under house arrest after all." Zhao Hongyu thought for a moment before replying to Sarah. "I hope so." Sarah had no other options, so she could only hope that Marie would treat them well and not let the women suffer too much. But regardless, the fact that these women were freed from the dungeons and could now live in a manor was a world of difference. The harsh punishments in Europe at that time were chilling to the very thought. "We're almost there, everyone, be alert." After a while, the outline of a building loomed ahead, presumably their destination. "So," Wang Shan shouted. "Wow!" Hundreds of geneticists responded in unison. Suddenly, a knight appeared. He wore a French-style wide-brimmed felt hat and a small black half cape. At his waist were a rapier and 4 short muskets, a classic French musketeer outfit, presumably the top scholar's guard. Zhao Hongai raised his hand to his forehead, observing for a moment before muttering to himself. Stop. The knight stopped a little over 50 meters from Zhao Hongai and his companions, then raised his hand and gestured to stop them from advancing. Who are you? This is a private estate. You can't go any further. Honestly, the knight wasn't sure he was stopping Zhao Hongai and his men. Zhao Hongai and his men were quite numerous, but duty demanded it. We're from America. This is the Countess of the Samuel family. We're here to take over the estate. Wang Shan flicked the reins and galloped over, facing the knight. What? America? As a royal musketeer, the knight was no stranger to the Americas. He especially understood why the queen would use this estate for a few widows. Shock and disbelief. While he knew a little bit about the secret, he hadn't expected Americans to come to France. After all, there was the Atlantic Ocean between them. Don't stand there, lead the way. I think it won't be long before your Queen Mary sends someone or comes herself, Wang Shan said, raising his chin at the knight. Under such circumstances, it was hard for the knight to refuse. Especially with Sarah still in the group. You have to know that this manor was nominally Sarah's personal property, given to her by Queen Mary. Therefore, a mere musketeer captain like him had no right to deny a noble access to her estate. All right, follow me. The knight turned his horse and led the way. It seems our suspicions were correct. The widows of the Samuel family are truly under house arrest. It's unlikely they'll ever leave this manor, but I think life is bearable. It's better than being in prison, Zhao Hongai whispered to Sarah from behind. Sarah nodded in silence. Up ahead, one or two musketeers would occasionally appear, and the first one to appear explained something to his companions. These musketeers were hidden in the sycamore trees surrounding the manor, apparently specifically to prevent the women from escaping. Soon, Zhao Hongai and his companions arrived at the manor and landed in the manor square. At Wang Shan's command, the Jin guards began setting up their tents, while Zhao Hongai, Sarah, Emma, and Wang Shan entered the two-story manor house. Aunt Sarah, you're finally back. Just as Zhao Hongai, Sarah, Emma, and Wang Shan entered, a girl of 17 or 18, wearing a black puffy skirt and two large braids, rushed out from the hallway. Emma looked at the girls with interest, then turned to survey the interior. Wang Shan showed little interest. He followed Zhao Hongai with a stern face, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, looking loyal. An elderly woman, flanked by several other women of varying ages, approached from the end of the hallway. Madam, upon seeing the elderly woman, Sarah couldn't help but burst into tears. Sarah, why are you back? The elderly woman, upon seeing Sarah, seemed excited. She had no idea why Sarah had returned, and while she was delighted, she was also worried. The women living here all knew that only when Sarah lived well outside could they have a good life. But Sarah's return, didn't it give Mary a chance? The old woman was puzzled. After all, Sarah was the family's mainstay. If it weren't for her, the women would have long since perished in the dungeon. I've returned with my husband to take over this estate and bring you back with me. After hugging the old woman for a moment, Sarah released her, wiped her tears, and said to her husband. Sarah's words startled the women. It was then that the old woman noticed Zhao Hongai, Emma, and Wang Shan behind her. Zhao Hongai approached, tilted his head, and said, let me introduce myself. My name is Zhao Hongai, and I'm from the Song Empire in America. Sarah is now my wife, and the princess of the Song Empire. Song Empire? Princess? The women felt their minds were already strained, a bit overwhelmed. But the old woman was quick-witted and quickly figured out everything. It seemed that she and the others were freed because Sarah had married this young man from America. Although Sarah was a widow and heir to the Samuel family title, there was no law preventing her from remarrying. Therefore, the old woman showed no displeasure at Sarah marrying Zhao Hongai. What surprised her was that Zhao Hongai looked so young. Sarah was much older than Zhao Hongai, and for her to be with him, was a bit too much. Please come in. There are many things we don't understand. If possible, could you explain them to me? An elderly woman. The old woman stepped aside and ushered Zhao Hongai and the others inside. After all, standing here and chatting wasn't the right place. The women also showed curiosity, and the younger ones would occasionally peek in. Emma and the others were also very interested. Although they were dressed like Sarah, Emma's appearance was clearly not European. Sarah, you know, we've been terribly worried about you. When we were captured, we all thought you'd met with misfortune in America. Otherwise, Mary would never have used the Royal Musketeers to arrest us and rescue those we'd captured. As they led the way, the old woman held Sarah's hand and recounted the events that had unfolded since she left. "Mother, you're right. I was in real danger in America. If I hadn't met him, I would have been killed by them in Quebec." Sarah then recounted everything she'd encountered since arriving in Quebec. The Quebec administrators and military officials gasped at the threat and danger Sarah presented. These people were once servants in our domain, guarding Samuel's wealth. To their surprise, they betrayed us for their own gain and even provoked a war with the Indians. The old woman sighed. "Mother, don't sigh. Those people are all dead, killed by the Indians. Quebec was already lost, and it was thanks to his help that we recaptured it." Sarah's face flushed bright red as she spoke of Zhao Hongyu. "How old is he?" the old woman asked in a low voice. Hearing the old woman's question, the women around her perked up, afraid to miss anything. Sarah's blush deepened. 16, an old cow envy young grass? Sarah, your charm remains undiminished. A young man like this has actually taken a fancy to you. So young, even younger than me, auntie. For a moment, the women lowered their voices and began chattering at Sarah. "Shut up, everyone. Now is not the time to discuss this." The old woman glanced back at Zhao Hongyu, who was following not far behind her, and then scolded the women who were excitedly gossiping. As the old woman spoke, the women retreated and shut their mouths. However, they all winked at Sarah, clearly intending to chat with her that evening. This is a little young, only 16. After scolding the gossipy women around her, the old woman coughed, considered her words, and finally spoke her mind. To be continued. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 318, Really Why? If Zhao Hongyu and Sarah were together, Zhao Hongyu would indeed be too young. However, that wasn't unacceptable. In the 17th century, marriages between the elderly and the young were common among the aristocracy. Sometimes the wife was underage, while the husband was already elderly. Or, alternatively, the female noble would marry a young boy. It's simple, marriages within the aristocracy shouldn't be viewed with common eyes. There were often conflicts of interest or shady secrets behind them. Most often, marriages were arranged to secure wealth or land, or to expand family territory. So, after the old woman muttered a few words, her expression remained calm, showing no sign of significant change. She had lived so long and had seen so many such cases that they were no longer surprised. The matter between Sarah and Zhao Hongyu was nothing special to her. However, Sarah blushed, appearing quite embarrassed. Compared to the old woman, Sarah was much more thin-skinned. Although Sarah was also born into a noble family, it was clear that her cultivation hadn't yet reached its peak. It must be said that she was a rare gem among the aristocratic world. Of course, if Sarah were the kind of self-interested and scheming woman, Zhao Hongyu wouldn't have given her any special regard, not even for Quebec. "You've worked so hard for us women," the old woman sighed. She tilted her head slightly and looked at Sarah solemnly. Yes, back then, all the men in the Samuel family had died, leaving only the women. And none of these women were capable of taking on the responsibility. It was Sarah who stepped up and decided to fight for these widows, leading to their current situation. Otherwise, they would have died in some ditch long ago. Therefore, it was impossible for the old woman to say she wasn't grateful to Sarah. "Mother, that's too serious. Actually, I didn't do anything. I was just doing my duty," Sarah replied softly, supporting the old woman. "None of these people at home are any good. If it weren't for you, we would have died in the dungeon long ago," the old woman said seriously. "I'm not senile yet. I know this very well. We'll all be relying on you from now on, Your Highness." "What are they whispering about up there?" Wang Shan, who was following behind the women, saw the old woman and Sarah chatting in low voices. He couldn't help but lower his voice and said to Zhao Hongyu, "Who knows? It's been so long since we last met. I bet they have a lot to talk about. Ignore them. They're not important to me. I'm mainly planning to send them to America for Sarah's sake," Zhao Hongyu whispered back. The young women following the crowd ahead kept turning back to look at Zhao Hongyu and Wang Shan, their eyes filled with curiosity. Black hair, dark eyes, if it weren't for the scar, Zhao Hongai would have been a truly beautiful young man in their eyes. The girls sighed inwardly when they saw the scar on his face. It seemed like God hadn't intended such a handsome man to appear in the world. However, with the scar, Zhao Hongai even exuded a certain sturdiness, which really stirred the girls' hearts. Sadly, Zhao Hongai had no interest in them at all. After all, Zhao Hongai had only Sarah to deal with right now. There would be another Emma to deal with later when Emma grew up. In Zhao Hongai's opinion, having such a large harem was pointless. Could he really have one woman a week? That was a joke. He wasn't made of iron. Your Highness, those girls seem interested in you. Don't you want to develop a relationship with them? I think they were quite nice. They're all so cute and tender-looking, Wang Shan said to Zhao Hongai in a sly manner. Zhao Hongai rolled his eyes at that. If you like her, go for it. But don't bring me up. I'm not someone who's never seen a woman and can't wait to have sex with her. Wang Shan's words left Zhao Hongai feeling completely bewildered. Could it be that Wang Shan saw him as someone who got carried away by the sight of a woman? Your Highness, please don't misunderstand me. I didn't mean to impress you. These girls are Sarah's relatives. They might not be her sisters, but they're at least half as pretty as you, aren't they? Don't you find that exciting? Wang Shan continued to coax him relentlessly. He had always wanted Zhao Hongai to expand his harem and implement his philosophy of spreading his seed across the world. In Wang Shan's view, this was the way Zhao Hongai should be. Only in this way could he truly embody the power of an empire and demonstrate his noble status. How could the ruler of the Song Empire in America only have 2 women? How shameful. Of course, this was just Wang Shan's wishful thinking. Zhao Hongai didn't see it that way. Therefore, Wang Shan could only try to persuade him from time to time, but it wasn't always effective. Come on, I'll say it again, I'm not the kind of man who will have sex with every woman he sees. Besides, sometimes men and women should talk about feelings, right? So don't say such things to me again in the future. Zhao Hongai felt really helpless about Wang Shan's occasional persuasion. Wang Shan shrugged. Okay, I won't say it. Although Wang Shan said this, he didn't mean it in his heart. In short, if he had the chance in the future, he would definitely persuade his prince again. Zhao Hongai had no way of knowing Wang Shan's weird ideal, but even if he did, he would probably be amused and embarrassed. He couldn't hide him, nor could he scold him. After all, Wang Shan was doing this for his good, wasn't he? His eyes are so black, just like the deep night sky. My heart beats faster when I look into his eyes. No wonder Aunt Sarah likes this young man. He really has some strange charm. Who says not? Look at him, his back is very straight when he walks, and he doesn't put on any powder on his face. The scar on his face makes him very manly. Compared with other aristocratic sissies, I think he's a real man. Why are you saying this? He's Aunt Sarah's husband and our elder. We are relatives. Aren't you afraid that he will do something indecent in the future? It's indecent, so what's the big deal? If he is willing, I am willing to be his lover for life. How old are you? You are only 14. You are so old to say such things. Aren't you embarrassed? I am embarrassed for you. Come on, you say this to us, but you may think so in your heart. Am I right? Otherwise, why are you blushing? A very inappropriate conversation began between several girls. Fortunately, no one noticed their conversation, otherwise it would have caused a big uproar. Although it wouldn't have any impact on Zhao Hongai, it was certain that these girls would be punished by their mothers. In fact, these girls were just joking, using Zhao Hongai as a topic. They were actually chatting here, and there was nothing interesting at all. If you let them really be alone with Zhao Hongai, they would be finished immediately. Just met, and said that you like a man. Don't say that people don't believe it. Even these girls themselves don't believe it, it's simply a joke. Besides, Zhao Hongai can't be that charming. Why are his eyes so black? They're so different from ours. The world is so big. Maybe there are people with red eyes, we just haven't seen them yet. What's the big deal? Do you think he and Aunt Sarah did? Well, that's what, who knows? Why don't you go ask? Oh my God, can't you think about other things? You think about these things all day long. I admire you so much. The girls' conversation veered off, but you have to admit that aristocratic girls are bolder. They actually discussed sex in private. Of course, people in Europe aren't just aristocrats. In fact, girls from ordinary families are also very interested in sex and are very open about it. This is proven by the fact that they don't wear underwear under their puffy skirts. Your Highness, Do you think they wear any underwear? The bitch Wang Shan then asked a mean question. Can you please be more normal, you bastard? They're just a few young girls. I really admire you for your interest in fantasizing about them, Zhao Hongai whispered to Wang Shan with a wry smile. Wang Shan didn't seem to mind. Seeing Zhao Hongai didn't answer his question, he continued, according to my judgment, and considering the customs of that era, I don't think they're wearing any underwear. How about I throw in a silver coin and see, bitch? Zhao Hongai pretended not to hear Wang Shan's words, cursing inwardly. These events unfolded quickly, and soon the old woman led everyone into the living room. No need to support me. I'm not that old yet. Go and greet your husband. This is his first time here. As Sarah helped the old woman to a wooden chair, she gently patted the back of her hand and said to her, to be continued. If you like this work, please vote on kittyN.com or subscribe to the monthly ticket. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 319 I have a solution. Zhao Hongai, Sarah, Emma, and Wang Shan were interacting with the widows of the Samuel family. Outside, the genealogists had quickly set up their tents and spread out their bedding. The musketeers, ordered to monitor the women under house arrest, had already gathered from the sycamore grove, summoned by the captain. Captain, should we continue to guard here? Someone asked. Yes, now that the owner of this manor has appeared, if they remain here, it might cause misunderstandings. If such a problem were to arise, Queen Mary would definitely have them out. The captain paused for a moment, then shook his head. We haven't received orders, so evacuating like this wouldn't be an option. But now the owner of this place has arrived, and we can't continue to carry out the Queen's orders. I'm thinking we should stay, Captain. What if we stay and cause misunderstandings? Yes, it would, and we'd be in trouble. For a moment, the musketeers began to chatter among themselves. Everyone, be quiet. Listen to me, the captain shouted, clapping his hands upon seeing the chaos. Seeing the captain's shouting, the musketeers gradually quieted down. Everyone, listen to me. Leaving here is absolutely impossible. We haven't received the Queen's order. If we leave, we'll be disobeying her orders, and there will be no good consequences. Everyone, understand this. Everyone nodded silently. Yes, the captain was right. That was exactly what he said. If they left like this, they wouldn't be able to report back. They hadn't received the Queen's order at all. This would be a classic case of disobeying her orders. The musketeers shuddered at the thought of Queen Mary's methods of punishment. They were truly terrifying. The captain continued, but if we stay, we can't just follow the surveillance and house arrest route. If we displease Count Sarah, we'll all be in trouble. Captain, what do you think we should do? Yes, Captain, tell us. We'll do whatever you say. The captain raised his hand, and everyone fell silent. Looking at the current situation, even if we're monitoring them, it's useless, but we can't leave. So, we should stay with the American warriors. We'll set up tents next to them, but try not to offend them. That way, even if Queen Mary finds out, she won't say anything about us. The captain had come up with a half measure, but for them, this was the only way to avoid getting into more trouble. According to my guess, it won't be long before we receive the Queen's order to evacuate. It will just take some time, so in the meantime, we need to stay here as long as possible. After the captain explained his plans and arrangements, the musketeers all looked on in understanding. It was simple, stay here and act like grandsons. They couldn't disobey the Queen's orders, and at the same time, they couldn't defend these people from America. Well, let's just keep our tails between our legs. With a plan settled, the musketeers dispersed, packed up their belongings in the sycamore forest, and regrouped. Once everyone had gathered, they, led by the captain, entered the manor. The G-man immediately informed Wang Shan about the musketeers' plan to live together next to their temporary barracks. It was such a trivial matter, Wang Shan didn't need to bother Zhao Hongai. With a quick glance, Wang Shan understood the musketeers' plan. And Wang Shan didn't want to bully these musketeers. After all, they were just small fry. They are just people who follow orders to do things, so there is no need to embarrass them. Therefore, Wang Shan nodded in agreement. With Wang Shan's nod of agreement, all the musketeers breathed a sigh of relief. This was the problem they were most worried about. Now, all the problems have been solved. The musketeers began to build their own tents and even hummed a little tune. Compared with the tents of the genetic people, the tents of these musketeers were simpler. It was just 2 sticks and a curtain. It looked like the tents of the genetic people, which could accommodate 50 people. At this time, The genetic people had already started cooking, and the aroma of pickled mustard greens and fried pork shreds slowly spread. The musketeers living nearby began to swallow their saliva mouthful by mouthful. There is no way, this smells too good. Make it fragrant, so these French bitches can savor it. Add more oil, chicken essence, and 13 spices. The geneticist's accompanying cook was quite cunning. He noticed the musketeers pretending not to look at them, yet still gulping. So, he instructed the geneticists who had come to help out today. Zhao Hongyu and his companions had no way of knowing what was happening outside. Zhao Hongyu had just finished telling Sarah about their encounter, the war in America, and other minor events. The women were all exclaiming in amazement at the war in America. Even just hearing Zhao Hongyu's description was enough to make them tremble with fear. Zhao Hongyu hadn't participated in the war, but he had detailed reports and knew everything. Therefore, explaining it to the women was not difficult. Zhao Hongyu also described the customs and beautiful scenery of America. This made the widows yearn for it, and some were tempted to go and see it. Over here, there are vast grasslands and forests, teeming with wildlife. And in my kingdom, I can provide you with ample protection, so you won't have to worry about your safety anymore. You can live peacefully there and pursue your own happiness again. Zhao Hongyu's words captivated the widows. Indeed, America was far more appealing than Europe. Putting everything else aside, considering Sarah's status alone, their lives in America would be a good one. Back in Europe, if Sarah and Zhao Hongyu left, while Mary wouldn't do anything to them, they would certainly be under constant surveillance. Living like that wouldn't be comfortable, would it? We're going to France this time, not only to discuss some matters with Mary, but also to bring everyone over, Sarah said, interjecting. There's a lot of land in America, and my husband is willing to allocate a piece of it and create an estate for everyone. He'll also give everyone more slaves and land, so everyone won't have to worry about their livelihoods. Sarah detailed the settlement plan she and Zhao Hongyu had agreed on, and the old woman nodded repeatedly. Owning land and having slaves would indeed provide a secure life. After all, these women, having lost their source of income, needed security most. Sarah's arrival offered them hope, as long as they were willing to go to America. Will Mary agree? She must keep us women in her clutches, as were her hostages. Although the old woman was tempted, her expression darkened as she thought of Queen Mary. The old woman knew their plight well. They were essentially Mary's threats against Sarah and Zhao Hongyu. So, how could she possibly let them go? With them in her clutches, Sarah would be wary of any potential consequences, preventing disruption to normal trade. Otherwise, what if Sarah grumbled and Zhao Hongyu ordered his men to stop trading with France? This was a serious matter. France was heavily in debt and needed funds for the war in the Netherlands. Plus, Mary herself had expenses, so the demand for American goods was enormous. It was precisely because of this relationship that Marie would not let them leave France. Zhao Hongyu, upon hearing this, gave the old woman a deep look. Ms. Dolores, your concerns are not unfounded. But I have a way to get Marie to let you leave France, so all you have to think about is how to plan and enjoy your future life. Zhao Hongyu was incredibly confident that he could take these women out of France. If he couldn't even do this, he'd be less than a man. Besides, he'd already promised Sarah, hadn't he? Failure to do so would be extremely humiliating. Therefore, no matter what, Zhao Hongyu would let these women leave France and follow him back to America. This was a matter of a man's pride. Furthermore, Zhao Hongyu was certain that Marie wouldn't offend him, and certainly wouldn't abandon the few potential partnerships he had proposed just for a few women. But I must say this up front, after you go to America, you'll no longer be nobles. You all must understand this. I can only guarantee you a life of plenty for the rest of your lives, for Sarah's sake. As for anything else, I can't guarantee anything else. The old woman, Dolores, nodded. Of course. Our greatest wish now is to live a peaceful life. We no longer wish to be embroiled in the turmoil of power struggles. We're thrilled to be able to escape this circle and live a prosperous life. To be continued. Please search for better novels and faster updates. Chapter 320 Leisure Time in Marseilles. In reality, Zhao Hongyu had no idea that the widows of the Samuel family had long wanted to leave this troubled land. The events on this continent had left them deeply resentful. Now, given the opportunity to live elsewhere, they were naturally willing. Besides, they were widows, each still young, and had the right to pursue a happy life. With the exception of the elderly woman Dolores, who was too old to do anything, The rest of the women were eager to find another man to dispel the loneliness of their nights. In Europe, the men were hardly any good, and they might just be looking for a bargain. So, it would be better to go somewhere unfamiliar, somewhere unknown. Sarah, by comparison, was lucky enough to have found a young man. No need to worry about a cold bed in winter, right? Of course, these were the women's own thoughts, and Zhao Hongyu had no idea. Women and men were sometimes similar. They both enjoyed fantasies and fantasies. Especially the Samuel widows, who had all experienced the pleasures of sex, so it wasn't surprising. Since you say so, then I won't refuse. But you'll have to figure out what to do with Queen Marie, the old woman Dolores said to Zhao Hongyu at this time. Zhao Hongyu nodded and replied seriously, "Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. I can definitely understand this woman Marie and get you out of here." The old woman chatted with Zhao Hongyu and Sarah about some other topics. Then she left the crowd. After the old woman left, the women suddenly surrounded them and started chattering. Zhao Hongyu made an excuse and escaped by saying that he was going to check the soldiers' camp. He was really scared by these women. Good guy, they really dare to ask anything. Someone actually asked such an embarrassing question as how many times did you two do it tonight? Not only Zhao Hongyu, but even Wang Shan was scared. These fierce women dared to say anything. Is this the character of French noble women? The two ran away like the wind. This caused the women to giggle non-stop behind them. Little did Zhao Hongyu and Wang Shan know that these women were so bold because of Sarah. And Zhao Hongyu was technically a relative now, wasn't he? A few harmless jokes between relatives were nothing to them, especially those between men and women. Furthermore, these women hadn't relaxed in ages, and now they had a chance to relax and prank Sarah and Zhao Hongyu. They wouldn't miss it, you know. Sometimes women can be even more lewd than men when they get horny. Especially those who've experienced both sex. Hey, Sarah, your little husband's pretty cheeky. He actually ran off like that. It doesn't matter if he ran away. We won't let you get away. Just answer our questions honestly. How many times? Sarah felt a little amused, but she couldn't tell her relatives. She knew these women just loved to joke around. And she's a bit of a slut in private. She can't be angry about something like this. Sarah, what are they asking you? I see your face is so red. At this time, Emma, who stayed in the living room, suddenly spoke. Oh, my God, finally God has saved me. As soon as Emma spoke, she immediately attracted everyone's attention. Yes, the exotic little girl, they just ignored her. What a sin, what a sin. Emma successfully attracted the women's attention and let Sarah escape. I introduced her to everyone just now. This is my husband's wife. Strictly speaking, my status is below her and I have to be under her control, so everyone must not offend her, otherwise I will be the one who suffers. Sarah stuck out her tongue and said jokingly to everyone. Then she turned around, looked at Emma, and said, the questions they asked just now are for adults. Children, don't ask so many questions. You'll naturally understand when you grow up. Sarah followed Zhao Hongyu's attitude and kept these things from Emma. Emma pursed her lips, acting a little angry. But Sarah knew that Emma was just trying to scare them, not really angry. So, Sarah was no longer afraid. Wow, what a beautiful girl. Although her skin isn't white, she's full of exotic charm. In fact, to Europeans, Emma is like to Chinese people. Europeans, they too have a great curiosity about foreigners. Emma's men's clothing, in particular, gave her a wild edge, revealing some of her Indian style, which struck the women as quite different. Sarah, you said you listened to her at home. At this moment, one woman, sensing a problem with Sarah's words, asked. Sarah nodded. Yes, the rules of the Song Empire are that men rule outside, women rule inside. The first wife is supposed to protect the second wife, so I'm under her rule, and she protects me. What a strange rule. How could such a rule even exist? But the women knew they couldn't comment on the rules of other kingdoms. And judging by Sarah's attitude, she seemed completely at peace with it. The women always had a lot to talk about, one topic spun into another without interruption. Unfortunately, they couldn't communicate properly with Emma, as her French wasn't very good. So, Sarah often had to translate. When the women heard Sarah describe Emma as a master of both civil and military skills, their eyes widened. This greatly satisfied Emma's vanity. She couldn't show off her martial prowess, so she had someone bring out her acoustic guitar and perform for the women, letting them experience her musical talent. It was like a newly minted pop diva giving a small concert. The lovely tune of the Groundhog Song sang, and the wind from the American countryside blew. In this way, Emma quickly became a familiar figure with these women. Although they didn't speak the same language, it didn't matter. Emma had prepared a number of small gifts. Round pearl necklaces, gold necklaces studded with rubies, gold bracelets and armbands, and even forward videos. These things always bring people closer, don't they? With these little tricks, Emma got along very well with the women. In their eyes, Emma was a wealthy woman, known for her generosity. Little did they know, these gifts were actually prepared by Zhao Hongyu. Emma, a money grubber, wouldn't give a single penny from her own wealth to these women. She was like the greedy dragon in Western mythology. Once she got the gold coins, she wouldn't even think of showing them. Of course, if Zhao Hongyu wanted to use them, she wouldn't say a word. As for the others, her head, dividing line. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. News of Zhao Hongyu and his companion's arrival in Marseilles had been conveyed by express horse to Queen Marie. Queen Marie had anticipated Zhao Hongyu's arrival, so she wasn't the least bit surprised. After all, the sovereign of the seas had been in Lisbon for so long, it was impossible for Marie to have been unaware of the situation. Therefore, she had long known of Zhao Hongyu's arrival in Europe. Since the American crown prince, his queen, and his consort had all arrived in Europe and had already reached Lisbon, they must have come to France as well. Sarah was one of them, wasn't she? There was also a manor in Marseilles belonging to Sarah, awaiting her. And the women held captive there, Sarah would surely want to see it with her own eyes to reassure herself. Marie also wondered if Sarah's arrival in France would cause any trouble. After all, Sarah's status was different now, she had married the American crown prince and become his concubine. Perhaps Sarah's instigation for this trip to Europe was entirely her own. In reality, Queen Marie was simply speculating. She always had a penchant for conspiracy theories. Zhao Hongyu's trip to Europe had nothing to do with Sarah. He simply wanted to see the place and implement his own plans. But Queen Marie, for one, always saw everything as a conspiracy. Her life was filled with such intrigue, and even trying to get her to behave normally was pointless. Therefore, Sarah and Zhao Hongyu's relationship was initially stigmatized by Marie. But it didn't matter, Marie would handle it no matter what. She was confident in herself. "I've seen everything, my dear." Upon receiving the news, Marie immediately signaled she wanted to meet Zhao Hongyu. The news revealed that Zhao Hongyu would not leave his estate in Marseilles. If Marie wanted to meet him, she would have to leave Paris and go to Marseilles. Marie, however, was unconcerned. A trip to Marseilles was perfectly acceptable, it was just a chance to relax. However, a queen's trip required a lot of preparation, it wasn't something she could just leave on a whim. So, Marie sent someone to Marseilles to inform Zhao Hongyu that she would be there soon. After receiving Marie's notice, Zhao Hongyu settled down peacefully. On weekdays, Zhao Hongyu, Sarah, Emma, and the others would organize hunting trips around the sycamore forest for the widows to relax. Or they would host small concerts at home, or invite gypsy artists from Marseilles for a performance. All in all, life was quite pleasant, not too dull. Meanwhile, Chelsea had already ordered the delivery of Lily, the black puma Emma had rescued in Quebec. Strangely enough, these two cougars had been very attached to little Emma since their rescue. While their masculinity remained undiminished, at least they were very docile and harmless when Emma was around. Zhao Hongyu's dogs were not very fond of Lily, barking at her from time to time as if to declare themselves the boss of their territory. Lily, unwilling to give in, barked back, expressing her disapproval. But generally, the two sides didn't fight, at most, they engaged in verbal clashes. "Emma, aren't you going to put it on a leash? It's dangerous," Zhao Hongyu said to Emma worriedly, watching the puma Lily and her cubs lingering ahead of the group. Indeed, little Emma had now used the female puma and her cubs as hunting dogs. It was unknown how Emma had managed to communicate with a puma, but the black puma, named Lily, had actually obeyed her instructions and acted as a loyal hound. These days, Lily had diligently fulfilled her duties during every hunt, her performance truly incredible. However, Sarah and her family were wary of approaching the puma due to its enormous size, a fact Emma deeply regretted. She considered Lily her best hunting animal, saving her a lot of trouble. It was also quite intelligent, on par with Zhao Hongyu's 8 hounds. Fortunately, Zhao Hongayu's 8 hounds were a fierce breed long extinct in China. Any other dog would have been terrified, trembling and unable to move. But Zhao Hongayu's dogs were different. Their ferocity was aroused by the scent of the puma Lily, and they showed no fear at all. While smaller than Lily, they outnumbered her. This was something Zhao Hongayu hadn't expected. However, it also gave him a deeper understanding of his 8 hounds. While the dogs were annoyed by Lily, they barked at most. They seemed to understand that these two, one large and one small, were the subordinates of their master's wife. Therefore, they couldn't do anything. Lily, the puma, seemed to be the same way. So, the two sides were at peace. "Look, there's a hare over there." At that moment, Sarah's little niece suddenly raised her hand and shouted excitedly. Emma glanced at it briefly, then raised her flintlock rifle. The hare fell to the ground. "Emma, your marksmanship is getting better and better." "I never could have guessed it." Zhao Hongayu and Sarah sauntered over on their horses. Zhao Hongayu's words filled Emma with pride. To be continued. If you like this work, please vote on Kidian.com or subscribe to our monthly subscription. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 321 The Spanish Headache. Emma's time in Marseilles was quite comfortable. Every day she went hunting with Zhao Hongayu and the others, or played cards with Sarah's family. She was truly enjoying herself, almost to the point of not wanting to leave. However, the game here wasn't as large as in America. It was mostly hares, rabbits, and at most, a few pheasants or quail, which disappointed Emma. The days passed like this, while Zhao Hongayu waited for Queen Marie's arrival. Everything was proceeding smoothly as Zhao Hongayu had planned. Barring any unexpected events, the Spanish would surely be in trouble. The war in the Netherlands was raging, and the Spanish were completely trapped. They had originally planned to send a large army to assist, but Spain waited in vain for reinforcements. This infuriated the Spanish. They believed that if the Holy Roman Empire's troops joined in, the enemy would be easily defeated, even if their current tactics were novel. Indeed, the enemies in the Netherlands and the Dutch were now employing a new tactic, muskets as their primary weapon. They deployed in 5 lines, firing in rotation to combat the Spanish. This was causing great suffering for the Empire, once so invincible thanks to the Spanish phalanx. With each battle, the Spanish lost thousands of lives, and panic and war weariness were setting in among the Spanish frontline soldiers. And that wasn't the worst news. The worst news was that the soldiers on the Spanish front were risking their lives, yet they hadn't received their pay in 5 months. Risking their lives, yet receiving no pay, one can only imagine the consequences if such news spread across the front lines. The nobles of Madrid were still living in debauchery or vying for power. Some saw the danger hidden beneath the glitz, but they were powerless to address it. The powerful nobles simply ignored this issue. They were still enchanted by the illusion of imperial glory, completely unaware of the crisis. To the nobles, the unfavorable news on the front was only temporary. Spain's strength was undeniable, and this war would be won by Spain. Long live Spain! But the truth was, the lower-level officers and soldiers on the front lines had begun to disobey orders, often lip service to their superiors and refusing to carry out their orders. Although the superiors punished these disobedient individuals with harsh punishments, this sowed the seeds of resentment among the frontline soldiers and lower-level officers. This resentment had been suppressed, but there would always be a breaking point, when it would burst forth. No one knew when this eruption would occur. The more prudent officers began to rub shoulders with the soldiers, trying their best not to add to their pressure and resentment. However, some high-ranking officials and officers of noble status continued to treat the soldiers with the same attitude as before. Furthermore, Swiss mercenaries employed by the Spanish in the Netherlands had begun to cause trouble. They fought for money, but now they couldn't get it, something they couldn't bear. Besides, they weren't Spanish, so they didn't feel a huge psychological burden. In short, they wouldn't fight without payment. Some mercenaries even kidnapped Spanish officials, demanding ransom from their families. Horrible incidents occurred one after another. Bad news continued to trickle back to Madrid. But it was suppressed, or even presented to the royal court. It was simply glanced at and discarded. In the Holstein region of the Netherlands, the Spanish and the Protestant coalition faced off on the front lines. The two fronts were only a mile apart, and from a small hillside one could clearly see the other's movements. The Spanish had just launched a small exploratory attack, but after suffering 200 casualties, they ultimately withdrew in defeat. The Spanish had launched dozens of similar attacks, each one largely unsuccessful. They simply couldn't advance, unable to even reach within 50 yards of the enemy. What the hell? We have absolutely no way of breaking this new tactic. Who came up with this musket barrage? This is pure hell. Standing on Taurus Hill, the Spanish Legion's commander, Azorni, lowered his telescope and exclaimed bitterly. Yes, with our Spanish phalanx, there's no way we can counter this tactic. It seems our Spanish phalanx is already lagging behind the enemy. Colonel Carlos, standing behind Azorni, retorted. No news from Madrid yet? We need military pay to stabilize morale, and we need massive reinforcements. The enemy's logistics are lagging, so they can't attack right now, but I'm sure they're ramping up their supplies. Once they have them, we'll be doomed. Azorni's face was pale. Indeed, they had been locked in a standoff with the Protestant coalition for months. During this time, the Spanish had paid a heavy price, practically paying with their lives, to achieve the current situation. If it weren't for Azorni's constant attacks, consuming the Protestant coalition's vast supply of medicine, the Spanish Legion would have been defeated long ago. Azorni's original plan was to hold off the Protestant coalition while Madrid provided him with reinforcements in terms of pay and men, and then simultaneously attack from the east. This would give them a chance to win the war. However, to Azorni's disappointment, Madrid remained completely silent for so long. The Holy Roman Empire, likewise, showed no reaction. This completely thwarted Azorni's plan. Sir, what should we do now? The soldiers haven't received their pay for 5 months. Many have deserted and are even ignoring orders. If this situation continues, I suspect we'll collapse before the Protestant coalition attacks us. Colonel Carlos's analysis was spot on, and Azorni was aware of the situation. But what could he do? He was completely helpless. He had no pay, and Madrid hadn't sent any reinforcements. It would be fine if he were the King of Spain, but the problem is, he's not. Keep sending people to Madrid to report on the fragrance here. I don't believe those damn guys will really let us fail. You know, if we fail here, the very foundation of the Empire's rule will be shaken. After a moment's thought, Azorni ordered Colonel Carlos. Colonel Carlos nodded. He knew that neither he nor Azorni could change the situation. All they could do was keep sending people to Madrid to report on the situation. I wonder what their future holds. Are those people in Madrid really all idiots? Carlos couldn't help but wonder in his heart. Even as Azorni and Carlos fretted over this, the Spanish soldiers at the foot of the hill kept grumbling. God, we're fighting here while those nobles and lords in Madrid are enjoying the good life. It's so unfair. A bedraggled Spanish soldier, his head wrapped in rags, whispered bitterly to his comrades. Exactly. The war has reached this point. It's obvious we should admit defeat. But those commanders tell us to persevere, charging into the enemy every day and dying. 12 men died in the 3rd Squadron in that charge just now, and one of them was from my village. Such complaints were common among the Spanish soldiers. But generally, they kept their grumbling private, at most lip service to orders, while maintaining the overall Spanish Legion. Compared to them, the roughly 2,000 mercenaries were far less docile. The Spanish count who commanded this mercenary group had been captured by the mercenaries and imprisoned in a newly dug pit. He hadn't eaten in 4 days, and daily torture by the mercenaries made him feel like he was in hell. Master Sakuro, we're mercenaries, paid for our lives. It's only natural that you pay us to fight for you. Even if we die in battle, it's just bad luck, not your fault. But now we're fighting for you, Spain, and we haven't received a single penny. Isn't that a bit excessive? The temporary leader of the mercenary group, the Norwegian one-eyed buck, crouched at the edge of the pit and glared at Count Sakuro with ill intent. His voice was so sinister that it made Count Sakuro tremble uncontrollably. He had been horribly tortured these past few days by these mercenaries. Many of the torture methods were invented by this man called Buck. Master Buck, it's not that I owe you money, but the powerful people in Madrid haven't paid you. Honestly, I have nothing to do with this matter, Sakuro explained tremblingly. No. One-eyed Buck raised a finger and shook it. You were the one who hired us, so now we have to ask you for the money. As for the Spanish or Madrid nobles, that's your business, to be continued. Chapter 322, Monopoly sooner or later. It's hard to sum it up in a few words, but Spain's war against Protestantism is already beginning to fray. Now it all depends on whether Madrid can come up with a countermeasure. If this line continues unchecked, defeat will surely be for Spain. It's strange to think that Zhao Hongai was trading prisoners in Lisbon while also paying for the concession. Logically, this money should have been more than enough to cover the war in the Netherlands. But why did this happen? It turns out that the money Zhao Hongyu had paid, after arriving in Madrid, was immediately passed through several hands among the nobles, leaving only half of the total in the hands of the royal family. This half, if used to cover the war in the Netherlands, could have resolved the current crisis. However, the royal family chose not to do so. Instead, they used the money to host several lavish banquets and purchase numerous luxury items. They also paid for their mistresses and lovers, leaving Zhao Hongyu's money completely gone. If Zhao Hongyu knew about this, he would probably be mortified. The extent and methods of these people's extravagance were even worse than his. While these actions may seem idiotic to later generations, they were commonplace in that era. Furthermore, in real history, the Spanish royal family and European aristocrats were indeed like this. Their behavior was simply beyond the reach of later generations. If one were to truly compare them, they'd be comparable to the King Zhou depicted in unofficial history and fiction. Even King Zhou couldn't compare to them. This was an era that churned out both geniuses and idiots, eccentrics and psychopaths. It's only through American blockbusters that these stories have been embellished, creating the illusion that Europe of this era was psychedelic and beautiful. If you could truly experience it yourself, you'd know that nothing was quite like that. Everything was completely different from what's portrayed in the movies. Simply put, they were all just stories. Beneath the prosperity and extravagance, and the dazzling glitz, lay a reality you couldn't even imagine. It goes without saying that American blockbusters are a rip-off. When it comes to this kind of history, they whitewash it. Handsome men and beautiful women, a life of luxury, picturesque scenery, castles and white horses, and brave knights, this truly suits the tastes of some petty bourgeoisie women. But the reality is quite different. Zhao Hongyu, a man from the future, had a first-hand experience. Honestly, French food isn't very good. It's tasteless. If you haven't been to Venice, you have no idea what good food is like. Of course, American cuisine is also excellent. I've heard so many people talk about it, and I'm so grateful to have the opportunity to try it. Ahem. A mouthful of thick, yellow phlegm landed on the silver plate. Zhao Hongyu looked at the person across from him, feeling a wave of nausea. He didn't know what this habit was, spitting on the table or plate while eating. Did this guy know what hygiene meant? Don't blame him. In Venice and many other places in Europe, people eat like this. Seeing Zhao Hongyu's expression slightly unhappy, Sarah gently pulled him and whispered an explanation. Oh my god, what kind of custom is this? It was truly unbearable. The man sitting across from Zhao Hongyu looked to be in his 30s, with a blonde mustache that showed he regularly groomed it, otherwise, it wouldn't be so neat. He was dressed in the European style of black, with a wide-brimmed felt hat and a small half-cape draped over his shoulders. He looked quite impressive, a demon-like figure, but Zhao Hongyu genuinely disagreed with his habits. But Sarah was right. This was the perfect European dining style. If you'd been to Venice, you'd know. Every restaurant there is covered in thick phlegm. Stop talking. I'm going to throw up. Zhao Hongyu covered his mouth with his hand, feeling nauseous. After struggling to suppress the nausea, he pleaded with Sarah. Actually, I'm not really used to this kind of thing either. I still think the Song Empire's customs are better. Seeing Zhao Hongyu's reaction, Sarah dropped the subject. The man Zhao Hongyu was having lunch with was an administrator from Marseilles. Queen Marie hadn't arrived in Marseilles yet, so she sent the administrator to meet Zhao Hongyu first, gauge his temperament, and then report back to Marie. That was how today's meeting unfolded. But this meeting was a nightmare for Zhao Hongyu. He swore he would never dine with these people again. It was simply disgusting. However, the person in question had no such awareness. With a haughty air, the administrator placed his napkin on the spit-soaked plate and then elegantly had his servants clear the tableware. Damn, outwardly elegant, yet so utterly flawed. American blockbusters are such a bummer. Zhao Hongyu couldn't help but complain inwardly. Your Highness, Queen Marie has asked me to apologize. Paris is quite a distance from Marseilles, so it will take her some time to arrive. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting so long. The tableware was quickly cleared away by the attendants, and the administrator, Milo, began chatting with Zhao Hongyu. Fighting the urge to vomit and trying his best to divert his attention, Zhao Hongyu said, "It's nothing, I understand. I should thank you for your hospitality today. You've introduced me to so many interesting European stories, haven't you?" Zhao Hongyu chatted with him in a rather hypocritical manner. They talked about the canals of Venice and the women there, especially about the Venetian playboy Piero, who became their common topic. Piero was a renowned figure, even a film based on him. Over 100 years ago, Piero was a household name in Venice, known for his beauty. He had slept with thousands of women, some of whom were married, as well as nuns who had taken vows to serve God. It had to be said that this guy was quite the charmer. Men, after all, always bring these topics up in conversation, and they can quickly bring people closer. With Nero's deliberate flattery and Zhao Hongayu's false laughter, they seemed to grow closer. But Sarah knew the truth was completely different. Despite their bright smiles, their inner thoughts were far from perfect. Venetian merchants are stingy, but they always manage to make a fortune. They've now monopolized the European lard trade. Fortunately, there's Greek olive oil, otherwise these stingy folks would make even more. Milo then brought up some traded goods, sparking Zhao Hongayu's intense interest. Then, under Zhao Hongayu's constant teasing, Milo began to recount some of the most widespread commodities on the European continent. British cashmere and textiles, Spanish livestock trade goods, French minerals in cotton and linen, African ivory and gold, Arab slaves, Central American tobacco and coffee, soybeans, corn, potatoes, in short. Europe had an insane consumption capacity for goods. And the Greek olive oil and Venetian lard Milo mentioned were also among Europe's most popular commodities. Zhao Hongyu secretly memorized all these commodities, thinking, one day, I'll monopolize them all, and then I'll make you ecstatic. Actually, the merchandise Milo described wasn't entirely complete, the number was actually much greater. He hadn't even included the goods from the Song Empire in America. Men are so good at chatting. Sarah, why don't we have some fun? Let's play cards, Emma whispered to her. Emma had a rather outgoing personality, but her father and mother had taught her to be more restrained back in America. After all, she was the face of the Indian people. However, Zhao Hongyu had intentionally relaxed her personality, not overly suppressing it. So, Emma gradually came around. After all, Zhao Hongyu didn't think a little outgoing was a big deal. Why act so old? Emma's constant adulting was a complete abuse of minors. Zhao Hongyu didn't want Emma to live out her teenage years like that. Wait a little longer. They're still chatting. It would be rude to leave right now, Sarah whispered back. Emma pouted, a little unhappy. What a coward. We can't get a word in what they were saying. There's no point sitting here. We're not made of wood, so why should we stay here any longer? Emma whispered to Sarah. Since you don't dare to speak up, I'll tell him. Then, before Sarah could stop her, Emma stood up and said to Zhao Hongyu, I'm bored here. I'm going to go play cards with Sarah. I don't think you'll object. Zhao Hongyu glanced at Emma and said, Go ahead, go ahead. After dinner, you can go play. You don't have to report to me. Emma smiled at Sarah and made a hand gesture. It was a gesture she'd learned from Zhao Hongyu, signifying victory or happiness. He really dotes on you. It seems you're the one with the most status in the family after all. Sarah shook her head. But little Emma wouldn't care. She quickly took Sarah's hand and happily left with her to play cards, to be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote or vote on Gideon. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 323 The Rise of the Knights. In Lisbon, a carriage approached a sentry post on the main road north of the city, leading to the suburbs. Inside the carriage sat a large wooden box, filled with silver pesos. This money represented the taxes collected in Lisbon this month, and according to regulations, it was to be immediately sent to Madrid. Therefore, dozens of Spanish knights closely followed the carriage, apparently protecting it. The war in the Netherlands continued to worsen. Although the nobles of Madrid were obsessed with debauchery, for God's sake, to ensure their continued comfortable lives, they had to intervene in the Dutch affairs. Therefore, Madrid was waiting for the monthly tax revenues from various cities to address its military and financial constraints. Of course, it was impossible for all of these taxes to be used for the Dutch war effort. At most, only 20% or 30% would be used. The majority of the taxes, after covering various expenses, were either embezzled and divided among the nobles or used to fill the royal deficit. Hey, you guys better be careful. I hear things are getting uneasy out there lately. A bandit gang called the Knights of Saturlus has been frequenting the area, looting supplies. The carriage slowly stopped near the outpost. The guard checked the pass and offered a kind warning. Whoosh! The knights from the rear galloped up to the newly recruited soldiers. Their horses neighed, lifted their front hooves, and then dropped, the knights dashing with unrestrained grace. "They're just some petty thieves. We don't take them seriously. My sword, Sakai, is no pushover." Upon seeing the knight, the soldier's expression instantly turned respectful. "It's Lord Sakai. I didn't expect you to personally escort the taxes this time. Now those bandits won't dare pry. Your name is well known in Lisbon." Indeed, this knight was renowned in Lisbon. His swordsmanship was exceptional, with a record of 32 undefeated duels. He was also a bounty hunter, with hundreds of mortals captured under his command. He was also a member of the Lisbon garrison, holding a mid-level military rank. Sakai possessed the pride of a Spanish man, and, relying on his exceptional swordsmanship, he always looked down upon others. This time, he personally escorted the tax, completely unconcerned with the recently rising knights of Sadolis. In his view, they were merely bandits made up of peasants. He had already destroyed 5 or 6 such bandit groups. Sakai was flattered by the compliment from the newly arrived garrison soldier. He raised his chin slightly, a proud expression on his face, and said, "Don't let me encounter these guys. If I do, I'll make them feel my sword." With that, Sakai spurred his mount and sped off. The driver of the carriage jerked the reins and followed closely behind. The knights behind the carriage also started, following the carriage past the sentry post. The garrison soldier blew a whistle and continued his duties. No one noticed as a carrier pigeon emerged from the brush, flapping its wings and soaring off into the distance. "Ah, that Sake's words are really harsh. Does he really think he's the greatest swordsman?" About half an hour later, the carrier pigeon landed in a small forest northeast of Lisbon, perched on the hand of a man wearing a round, wide-brimmed felt hat, all dressed in black, and a black bandana covering his eyes. The man removed a small piece of paper from the pigeon's leg, read it, and then smiled at his companions. Surrounding him were nearly 100 men dressed in black, just like him. If Zhao Hongai were here, he would undoubtedly scream Zorro. Yes, these men in black were dressed like the characters in the classic Spanish swordsman film Zorro. Their attire was inspired by someone else's suggestion. "Let's not worry about Sake for now. I need to know how much tax is on the carriage and whether it's worth it." At this moment, a man rode out slowly. It was none other than Pedro, the young man Zhao Hongai who had dealt with before. The leading knight, upon seeing Pedro emerge, raised his hand and removed his blindfold, revealing his face. This leading knight was none other than Lano, who had signed a cooperation agreement with Zhao Hongai and was preparing to defeat the Spaniards under his training. The two leaders of the Sadolis Knights had now appeared. "About 80,000 silver pesos and 500 gold pesos, Lano stated the figures from the intelligence. "That's a substantial sum. We can't control the other cities, but I will absolutely not allow the Lisbon taxes to reach Madrid safely." Wow! As Lano finished speaking, the surrounding knights cheered loudly. Just as Lano had predicted, the tax to be sent to Madrid was indeed substantial. 80,000 silver pesos, plus 500 more, would be enough for a man to live comfortably for the rest of his life. And the sum would also cover the annual wages of a legion of about 2,000 men. Since Lano and his men had embarked on a path of hostility against Spain, any plunder that could weaken them would be crucial. This presented them with a golden opportunity. Follow them and seize this money. Then we can buy food from the Americans. With food, we can recruit more refugees and expand our ranks. This is an opportunity we cannot miss. Lano's eyes flashed. Pedro nodded. "Brothers, seize this money." Then, Lano, Pedro, and a group of about 100 knights galloped into the jungle. About a day later, on a small hill 100 miles northeast of Madrid, the Lisbon tax was robbed by the Knights of Sardalis. The guards transporting the tax were all killed there. Even the renowned Sakai in Lisbon had his body hanged from a crooked tree. When these people were found, their bodies had already rotted and stank, and much of their bodies had been eaten by crows. Rano and his men, who had seized the tax revenue, suffered only 2 casualties. They used the money to purchase a large quantity of food from the gene-bearing people left behind in the concession. Rano and Pedro used this food to recruit the refugees and beggars wandering around Lisbon. Lisbon, meanwhile, was still undergoing a crackdown on organized crime, so there were many of these people roaming the area. This made Rano's recruitment plan a smooth operation. Many of these people's relatives had been arrested and sent to the Americas to do hard labor. Therefore, these people harbored a deep hatred for the Spanish, and joining Rano's team was a natural choice. As his team expanded, Rano began to selectively select those with deep grievances and vengeance, bringing them to the next level and guiding them through various tasks. Not everyone was ready to follow Rano's lead. After all, they were in a business that carried a lifeline, so they couldn't afford to be careless. If they were betrayed, they'd be left with nothing to cry about. Unbeknownst to Rano and Pedro, their growing reputation was thanks to the help of the geneticists Zhao Hongai who had left behind. Call the villagers. Come to the center of the village. Rano and Pedro of the Saddleless Knights have brought you food, looted from the damned Spaniards. Upon hearing of the food, the starving people fled their homes and gathered at the small square in the center of the village. A makeup-clad geneticist, speaking strange and halting Spanish, was promoting Rano and Pedro in a village where refugees had gathered. The villagers had been jubilant, but upon hearing that the food had been looted from the Spaniards, a look of fear crept over them. What a coward. It seems we'll need their help, the geneticist thought after a quick glance. What? You're almost starving to death, and you don't dare eat the Spanish food? The gene man's voice became louder. However, there was still silence. Dogs. You are all dogs. The Spanish dogs. It's a pity that the Spanish would rather starve you to death or sell you to the American continent. You don't even know how to choose your master as dogs. It's really sad. The gene man's words made some people grit their teeth. However, at this time, no one stood up to take the food. Rano and Pedro fought fiercely with the Spanish to get this food. After losing more than a dozen brothers, they killed all the Spanish who were holding the food. He could have enjoyed the food himself or sold it for a lot of money, but he didn't do it because he still had you, his starving compatriots, in his heart. The gene man began to sensationalize. Rano and Pedro dared to stand up and fight the Spanish, seizing the food you needed to fill your stomachs and avoid starvation. But you guys didn't even have the guts to eat. I feel so sorry for Rano and Pedro. You guys don't even deserve to be called men. The villagers who listened to the gene man's words lowered their heads silently. Yes, these words really made them feel ashamed. Rano and Pedro risked their lives to grab food for them. But when these people heard that it was Spanish food, they didn't even have the courage to eat it. We're almost starving to death anyway. It's no matter what, I'd rather die a full death. At this time, the prearranged helper stepped out from the crowd and stopped at the food pile. I have children and a wife at home. What will I do when this little food runs out? I can't always rely on Rano and Pedro. They're risking their lives. I'd feel guilty eating this kind of food. I think if the knights fought the Spanish, this agent began his show. His performance inspired some young people to step forward. However, the effect still wasn't what the gene man had hoped for. No matter, there's another trick. Wang Shan had already made plans for this situation. Son, join the Knights of Rano and Pedro. Your father has been captured by Spanish officials and sold to America, where his fate is unknown. You must avenge your father. Taking this food can also keep your brothers and sisters alive. Better to fight to the death than to starve to death. Another wave of prearranged agents appeared. Even if these agents were less effective, there would always be others. In short, they would never give up until their goal was achieved. Besides this village, similar genetic people also appeared in other refugee villages, though their methods varied. Some used proxies to stir up the people's emotions. Others employed the same traditional methods used to fight the islanders in later generations, staging dramatic performances for the crowds. A young man named Oliver once had a loving family, a hard-working and brave father, a kind and beautiful mother, and a lovely son. Like most ordinary families, they had bright hopes for life. But all of this was shattered by the Spanish. Jude, a thug from Madrid, was once a lowlife in Madrid. Driven by some unfortunate circumstances, he arrived in a village near Lisbon, where Oliver's family lived. Jude exploited his status to collude with Spanish officials, seizing the land and wealth of the honest villagers. Oliver's father resisted, was arrested, and tortured to death in prison. Oliver's mother, with her beauty, attracted Jude's attention, and so she committed suicide by drowning. Oliver's family was shattered, and he was forced to embark on a life of begging with his sister. Ultimately, Oliver's sister, a kind and sensible young woman, was struck and killed by Jude's carriage while begging. Jude, however, used the wealth he had embezzled to bribe Spanish officials and escape legal punishment. In short, this is a play filled with melodrama. And there are many similar plays like this, adaptations of The White-Haired Girl, Oliver Twist. Yet, the effect achieved by this performance is astonishing. The scenes depicted in the play are actually happening in the real lives of the refugees watching below. They have experienced them firsthand. Given their empathy, it's no surprise that the effect is so striking. And precisely because of this, the fame of Lano and Pedro spread like wildfire, becoming known to more and more people. To be continued. Please search for better novels and faster updates. Chapter 324. What is his purpose? After a heavy rain, the forest was filled with a refreshing aftermath. The scent of earth permeated the woods as a large and proud group of knights rode through them. Several black carriages rode in the center of the knights' procession, heavily guarded. One of the carriages was the most luxurious. Though the exterior revealed little, its interior was inlaid with the gold lace. Queen Marie, wearing a puffy black lace dress and her long golden hair tied back in a bun, leaned against the open carriage, her gaze fixed on the scenery that passed by. The road after the rain was extremely muddy and bumpy. In the 17th century, not only cement roads, but even asphalt roads were non-existent. However, muddy roads like this one after rain were quite common. Your Highness, we have arrived in the northern suburbs of Marseilles. It will only take a while for us to reach the manor, whistle. At this moment, a knight wearing a half-cloak with a gold fringe rode up. He gestured sideways, then said to Mary, who was half-leaning against her chest, "Send someone to tell everyone to hurry. We're already quite late, and we'd better not keep them waiting impatiently." "Yes, Your Highness." The knight straightened up and tilted his head to the side. Then, urging his mount forward, he shouted, "Everyone, hurry up." He called to Knight, whispered a few words to him, and the knight nodded and galloped forward. This large group of people was none other than Queen Marie of France. Ever since she received word of Zhao Hongayu's arrival in Marseilles, she had immediately prepared to meet him. However, preparations are always a hassle for a woman, and so it took quite a while. In the blink of an eye, almost 2 weeks had passed. Fortunately, 2 weeks had passed. Now, Mary had finally arrived near Marseilles and was almost at the manor. Retracting her gaze, Mary sat up straight. "Marie, do you think this American crown prince will be difficult to deal with?" A deep male voice boomed from across from Marie. It turned out that Gaston I, Duke of Orleans, was sitting across from her. It was rumored that Queen Marie and this man were having an affair, and from this point on, it seemed likely. Marie shook her head. "I'm not entirely sure. I don't have much information on this American crown prince, so I can't make a rough estimate. But regardless, I think we should have something in common, right?" Queen Marie was hinting. Gaston understood she was referring to the widows of the Samuel family. The administrators in Marseilles have been dealing with this prince for some time and have provided some personal information about him, but none of it is of any importance. "I only have general information about his age and family," Gaston said to Marie. "Oh, tell me about it." While the information wasn't particularly important, Marie was still very interested. Gaston quickly explained, "This crown prince from America is only 16 years old. While he's considerably older than little Louis, he's still a young man. He's married to a girl around 13, who is the queen of 300,000 Indians in the Manhattan region of America. She holds absolute power in this region." Gaston recounted to Mary everything he knew about Zhao Hongyu. Mary listened intently. "You know the rest of the information. Sarah is also the crown prince's wife, but her status is far inferior to that of the Indian queen. And I've heard that the Indian queen is a gifted musician and a skilled swordsman, truly a master of both civil and military skills. However powerful the Indian queen was, it had nothing to do with Mary. She wasn't Zhao Hongayu's wife, so she wouldn't care." So Mary said, "Whether it's about the crown prince or not, I'm not particularly interested in information about his wives." Mary interrupted Gaston, speaking impatiently. Gaston nodded and said, "Of course I do. This is some information I extracted from the Indian queen." The Duke of Orleans smiled. In reality, Gaston had no idea that the information the Marseilles administrator had extracted from Emma was also fabricated by Zhao Hongyu and Wang Shan. You have to understand that Zhao Hongyu was originally from the future. He had no relatives in this world, he was simply alone. Despite his earlier boasts about the Song Empire, they were all just bullshit. It's just that now, thanks to his cheats, Zhao Hongayu's boasts have become so convincing that they've fooled everyone. This American crown prince is the sole heir to the Song Empire. His father has been seriously ill for some time, and his mother died when he was young. With no other royal family members left, it's a foregone conclusion that this crown prince will eventually take over. That was all Gaston knew. He couldn't expect to know more. It was simple. That was all the information Wang Shan and Zhao Hongao had released. After hearing Gaston's words, Marie sighed. I truly envy this crown prince. It seems he has no obstacles in taking over such a vast empire. All he has to do is put his mind to it. Unlike us, who must overcome countless obstacles and troubles to achieve this, Marie was speaking of her own affairs. After all, the domestic relations between European nations were extremely chaotic, with numerous competing interests entangled within them. This was precisely what she was talking about. Therefore, her envy of Zhao Hongao was genuine. We need to be humble and strive to gain the favor of this young man who will one day take over this vast empire. After all, our current finances are largely supplemented by profits earned from American goods, Marie said to Gaston, looking at him seriously. If we offend His Majesty, it will significantly affect our share of goods, and our finances will deteriorate. Gaston nodded, knowing that Marie's words were true. Indeed, France's domestic economy was not doing well, and they had incurred a massive foreign debt. This alone was not enough. They also owed considerable personal debts, which needed to be repaid by purchasing goods from the Americas and then transporting and selling them for profit. Furthermore, their visit to the Quebec colony had significantly boosted France's economic development. Therefore, they absolutely could not afford to offend this American prince. After all, countless people were eager to get close to him, hoping to gain greater benefits from him. No one would be so foolish as to offend him. Marie, do you think the American crown prince has a purpose in coming to Marseilles? Gaston asked, his voice low. Marie smiled and said, of course he does. Everyone has a purpose, not a motive. So I'm sure he's particularly interested in the widows of the Samuel family. Perhaps Sarah was the one who brought the crown prince to Marseilles. You mean the crown prince's goal is the women of the Samuel family? Does he want to take them away? Gaston's eyes darted around, looking rather lewd. No, these women are our prized assets. If he takes them, we'll have nothing to threaten Sarah with, Gaston said in frustration. Mary was filled with disdain when she saw Gaston's behavior. HMPH, if I didn't need you to suppress the royalists, why would I have an affair with you? He was a complete loser, a complete idiot, yet he could even say such a thing. But despite her disdain, Mary still needed to rely on the Duke's power to suppress those who rebelled against her. So, she needed to explain this to Gaston. Otherwise, if she rashly brought Gaston to see Zhao Hongao and something really happened, it would be a disaster. Gaston was a complete fool. If it weren't for his status as a duke, Mary would have given him a slap in the face to make him realize his mistake. Those women of the Samuel family are destined to be given to Sarah. There's no way you and I can stop them. Do you have any other means to stop Sarah from taking them? I think you understand that we can't stop them, right? After Mary said this, Gaston slowly calmed down. Indeed, what means did he have to stop Sarah from taking those women? Absolutely nothing. But watching these women being taken away like this, he felt very unwilling. I know you're very unwilling, but there's nothing we can do about it. If that's the case, then why don't we just do a favor and return these women to Sarah? Of course, we're not giving these women back to her for free. She needs to pay a little bit. Mary had long guessed the purpose of Zhao Hongao and his group and had made plans to deal with it. Mary was not stupid, on the contrary, she was very smart. Unfortunately, no matter how smart she was, she couldn't guess the true purpose of Zhao Hongao's visit, or what he truly cared about. Those women from the Samuel family were all very important to Zhao Hongao. If necessary, they could be sacrificed. It was just that there was no need for that right now. As for Sarah, she knew who she should support at this critical moment. To be continued. Chapter 325 They are coming. While Marie and Gaston I, Duke of Orleans, were discussing Zhao Hongao, Louis Zhao, in the background, was conversing with his confidants about the person he was supposed to meet. However, their focus differed from Marie and Gaston's. Louis Zhao was filled with curiosity about the Americas. The military tactics that had been introduced to Europe from the Americas, in particular, made him feel that America was a magical world. Meanwhile, his brother, Gaston II, grumbled with disdain. Why have we come all this way to this damn place? I don't want to meet that so-called crown prince. He's just some lousy tribal native from a barbaric continent. These were Gaston II's exact words. What an idiot. Does he think America is just about Native Americans? Why doesn't he care about state affairs? I'm so ashamed to have a brother like him. Louis Zhao, looking at his impatient brother, said to his confidant. Sitting beside little Louis Zhao, D'Artagnan, recently promoted to captain of the guard, lowered his voice so only the two of them could hear. Your Highness, this cousin of yours truly seems to have the same personality as his father. Otherwise, how could you be so foolish? Upon hearing D'Artagnan's words, little Louis Zhao's face darkened. It wasn't D'Artagnan's words that bothered him, but rather the underlying meaning. Rumors were circulating among the aristocracy that Gaston II was the illegitimate son of the Duke of Orléans and his mother. There were also recent rumors that his mother intended to dethrone her own title of Dauphin and replace him with Gaston II. This filled little Louis Zhao with deep resentment towards Gaston II. He felt certain these rumors were true. His mother, Marie, had indeed resided in the Duchy of Gaston for a full year under the pretext of a burial. It was possible that Gaston II had been born during that time. Besides, Gaston is his father's younger brother. Logically speaking, Gaston and his children also have the right to inherit the throne. Therefore, it is not impossible for him to be deposed and for Gaston to take the throne. The most important thing is that the Duke of Gaston has a large territory. He is the noble with the largest territory in France. He is rich and powerful, and has many followers. D'Artagnan, don't say such things again. I heard it, but it will be troublesome if others hear it. Then he quickly glanced at his cousin opposite. I heard that Native American wives are very beautiful. I would like to see them. I have seen Sarah. She is also a beauty. I can't believe that such a beauty like Sarah would find a Native American in America. Gaston II is not very old, but he has been doing evil things outside by relying on his father. At the young age of 11, he has created a bad reputation as a playboy. It has to be said that he is really a freak. Today's Gaston II even set his sights on Zhao Hongaiu's wives. It has to be said that this guy has reached a certain level of lust. He hasn't even seen the shadow of the person, and now he is fantasizing. Louis Zhao looked at him with disgust, and then put away his disgusted expression. But soon, little Louis Zhao thought of a way to punish this disgusting guy. And if he handled it well, maybe he could let this annoying guy get a big punishment, or even make him no longer have the ability to compete with him for the throne. Thinking of this, little Louis Zhao couldn't help but get excited. Haha, Gaston, Gaston. You never thought that such a lustful character would bring you a lot of trouble. This time, I will let you taste the bitter fruit. Little Louis Zhao has never had a good impression of this cousin. Putting aside the rumors, the cousin's attitude alone was enough to make little Louis Zhao loathe him. Normally, his cousin acted arrogantly and showed him no respect. He took advantage of his father's immense wealth and territory, the Duke of Orléans, and even ignored him. Little Louis Zhao took all of this to heart. So, he planned to exploit his cousin's weakness and teach him a lesson. Of course, all this couldn't be done until he met the American Crown Prince at the manor. I heard that the Crown Prince's wife is an Indian queen, a very beautiful woman. She possesses superb swordsmanship and exceptional musical talent. With this thought, little Louis Zhao began to discuss Emma specifically with his cousin. Oh, is that true? Wow, I'd love to see her. Maybe even have a kiss. Gaston II laughed lewdly. God knows what this guy looks like, he is so lustful at such a young age. Could it be that all the noble children in the 17th century were so precocious? Little Louis Zhao did not have much information about Emma, but he exaggerated it himself, so his cousin was itching to get her. Although he has not seen Emma yet, he has already aroused a bit of wolfishness. What are the women in America like? I haven't seen them yet. I think they must have an exotic temperament, completely different from our French women, and the taste is different too. Gaston didn't care at all about the girl he was talking about, or the wife of an imperial crown prince. To him, he was the best in the world, and he would not take anyone else seriously. It has to be said that Gaston II was spoiled, and he had experienced everything. He had no idea that his status, which seemed noble in France, was nothing in the eyes of Zhao Hongaiu. When I meet that girl, I will let her know what's so good about the American continent, and that it is better to leave the natives as soon as possible. After speaking, Gaston took out a bottle of potion from his arms and shook it in front of little Louis Zhao. Haha, I have this potion, and with its effectiveness, no woman can escape from my palm. Little Louis Zhao was sincere to his cousin. He never thought that his cousin actually carried such an obscene potion with him. But it doesn't matter. This way his plan can be implemented more smoothly, right? Humph, you will be in trouble. Gaston II still doesn't know what his cousin has in mind. Now he is completely trapped in his own delusion, fantasizing about meeting the little Indian queen from America and using his manly methods on her. Emma, who was sitting in the yard with Zhao Hongyu and enjoying a comfortable morning tea, sneezed. She had no idea that someone was fantasizing about her at this moment. This milk tea is delicious. When I go to America in the future, can I drink this delicious tea every day? One of Sarah's little nieces was sighing with emotion. Ever since Zhao Hongyu let these women taste this milk tea, he immediately conquered their taste buds. From then on, they fell in love with this milk tea. The old woman was the same, but she liked to drink black tea without milk and sugar. After drinking it a few times, her often uncomfortable stomach felt much better, and she fell in love with drinking black tea every day. Your Highness, Queen Mary's team has now arrived in the northern suburbs of Marseilles, and it is estimated that they will arrive at the manor at noon. She sent a knight to inform us in advance just now. Should we prepare to welcome them now, at this time? After receiving the notification from Queen Mary's staff, Wang Shan immediately found Zhao Hongyu to report. Oh, Queen Mary and the others are about to arrive. I finally waited for her. I have been waiting for her for the past few days until my balls have grown hair. After listening to Wang Shan's report, Zhao Hongyu said something very vulgar. My Highness, it's better for your balls to be hairy. Wang Shan thought to himself very humbly. We don't need to greet them, just do what we should. It's not a formal state visit, so there is no need to be so grand. But we should give orders to prepare some authentic American food. We have to open the eyes of these bumpkins, so that she won't think we are all natives. Wang Shan nodded after receiving Zhao Hongyu's orders, then turned around and left to prepare. Zhao Hongyu turned around and said to Sarah beside him, Queen Marie has arrived in the northern suburbs of Marseilles and will come to the manor at noon. You should get ready and don't show any fear. Zhao Hongyu knew that Sarah harbored a deep fear of Marie. After all, Sarah had lived in France for a long time, and it would be difficult for her to escape Queen Marie's tyranny anytime soon. Sarah nodded silently, clutching Zhao Hongyu's hand tightly. Emma then leaned over and said, Don't be afraid, Sarah. I'll take charge of everything. If anyone bullies you, I'll make sure she, or he, pays for it. You're mine. Having accepted Sarah's favor, Emma naturally considered her little sister. Therefore, as the eldest wife, Emma felt a deep obligation to protect her little sister. Otherwise, if word got out that she had accepted the favor but hadn't been able to protect her younger wife, it would be humiliating. With that, Emma called over her mohawk-clad maid, Gigi. Get my scimitar and musket ready. I'm going to dress as an American warrior today. Gigi nodded and immediately went to prepare. To be continued. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.